with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really tryna solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah,
look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Y'all believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome everybody to day 2 of the challenge season. It is the Snapdragon Pro Series. I'm Stress, joined by Demon and Stuart to take you through 3 more best of 3s in the round robin play. I mean, we've got plenty of games ahead of us, but we can touch on a little bit of yesterday's games, I think, before we get into it. If you missed yesterday, you missed some big upsets, because I think the shock of the day was Rix going 0-2 to the free agent team of Ice Cream.
Yeah, and it wasn't even an upset in any way in terms of the actual gameplay, because they deserved it. It was very much a deserved win. There wasn't like just this cheese play at Baron or anything like that, or Dragon Catcher. They deserved it all the way through, I think. You know, they, especially game one, they had the perfect team fight situation that actually led that way. And game 2, honestly, they just led from the start.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Rix are definitely on a bit of a slump at the moment, which is going to be, you know, they're going to be looking to try and bounce back today in our first game as well. First series of the day against another free agent team. But, you know, another upset could definitely happen there.
Crazy day of games yesterday. Really impressive performances by some of our teams. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see where the teams stand, because of course it is group play. There are 7 game days, so for now everything's split into the teams that won yesterday and the teams that lost yesterday. So
1-0-0-1.
Yeah, nothing really to write about.
After one day is like, yeah, it's okay. Let's not dwell too much on it. I mean, obviously the biggest part is we should be mentioning is the fact that the top 4 will be going to the finals. That's the real big thing, which is obviously the polarizing split we have right now. But day 1 of a 7-day tournament is going to take a lot.
Yeah, exactly. For Rix fans, it might not be time to think the sky is falling quite yet, but for Formulation and Viv fans, it will be a good first step for them. So you mentioned top 4 advancing to the finals. Not only is it just those final spots on the line, of course, there is prize money for the round robin play as well. So there is a big jump up as you get to that top 4 spot. Obviously, this is the prize pool for the round robin. We'll have more for playoffs as well as we get further on into the year. So the team's all competing for a slice of the pie here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's take a look at kind of where we're going on today's series. Oh, this is actually the prize pool for the top 4. Excuse me. This is what the actual playoffs prize pool will be. As said, there is that big jump up from not only the regular split prize pool, but up into that $8,000 as a first place.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously on top of what they've already got from the league play-in. So it's 8,000. I mean, it would actually lead into almost 10,000 plus, I guess, if you're topping out as well. Yeah, so it could be a big payday for you. So obviously the likes of Formulation at the moment looking good for this.
Yeah, it's about keeping consistent and staying on top, because you know, staying on top in the round robin, staying on top during the finals as well could be big.
A lot of matches to go through, and we've got 3 on stream today, starting of course with Rix going up against Mondi. Middle series today, potentially our real sign of whether Formulation are that top team, going up against Team Queso. Then Viv takes the stage for the first time on stream, going up against Parlor. Off stream happening today is going to be Ice Cream going up against Nasser, and I think both of those teams are some of the ones that are contending there right in that middle of the pack spot, especially with Ice Cream picking up a big 2-0 yesterday. They could be looking to sneak into that 4th place spot.
I think even our off-stream game might be our closest series, I think, of the day, and probably one of the most, you know, important ones as well, because obviously the tiebreakers with the head-to-heads and everything, so that could definitely be a battle for maybe that 4th spot. But yeah, it is going to be off-stream, and obviously that will be updated as we go throughout the day. But you know, I think the big one for me is definitely going to be actually Viv against Parlor, our last series of the day. First time we're going to be seeing Viv off stream. Obviously they won yesterday, but I think against Parlor is going to be a little bit more of a test for them, so I'm excited to see, you know, how that battle ends up.
Yeah, Parlor going to put up a good fight against Formulation, and especially game 2. Game 2 could have gone their way, it just wasn't quite to be.
Certainly could have. I just wanted to clarify for people that are watching at home and thinking, why did this team play off stream yesterday or today? We're trying to make sure it's as fair as possible. There are a lot of games to be played with 8 teams playing each day, making sure we can get as many on stream for you as possible. So apologies if your favorite team is not on stream on a particular broadcast day. Rest assured, we will be tracking them as often as we possibly can. And that is why we get to see both Viv and Mondi. Yeah, of course, it was Mondi that the team that played yesterday off stream. So we get to see them both taken to the stage for the first time today. And we can talk a little bit about Mondi actually in this first series going up against Rix. Mondi are a team that, you know, they've had some success in the Infernal League earlier in this week and in the group play over there. So with Grezniak, I can never remember. It's Ferox, right? In the jungle. Ika, Eamon of Joy, and Christina, who you may recognize as Fi, has played before. So Mondi, they are perhaps like Twitch chat's favorite team. There's some good spam for Mondi, but it's not just about the spam, right? Ika especially, I think. Stuart, we casted a few games. Like Ika can pop off from that middle lane.
Oh yeah, Ika is a player that I play with and I think quite highly of. His champion pool is maybe not as big as maybe some other players, but if you can get him on his comfort picks, you know, the likes of the Lucian, the likes of the Zed, the likes of the Arya, these three main champions that he wants to get. If you can get him on one of them three champions in the mid lane, I feel like that mid lane battle against Snitch is going to be a big one in this series.
And we shouldn't forget how they got here in the first place. You know, they're here from the Open Qualifiers beating Game Lord, which was a big upset. Obviously, Game Lord's been a staple diet throughout Wild Rift for the last 2 years, and to not be here because they got knocked out by, you know, Mondi, which is essentially free agents, really, it is a pretty big deal in itself. And it wasn't like they just got, you know, oh no, they made a mistake here and it cost them. They were very good in that series.
Yeah, definitely.
There's always been talent with some of the players on this team, but for instance, I feel like E-Man as a player, I always say is, you know, you check builds for champions and it always is E-Man, but I feel like on the competitive scene had never really had the success of the team around them. We'd see them pop up in the open qualifiers for tournaments, but never really having that group stage success. I'm glad to see they're having some success, whereas meanwhile their opponents for today usually are the beacons of success, but for the first time in my recollection in Wild Rift, Ricks have lost 5 games on the bounce.
And I gotta feel, I mean, obviously, if we were to look away from Formulation game, which, you know, it may have been simply Formulation being very good on the day, we don't know. But obviously, if we were to look at yesterday, then clearly there was problems. There was a little bit of disjointedness in the team. Some of the team fights, actually, even if you look at the Formulation game where they went one by one into some of those team fights, clearly communication is not quite at its peak right now. Be it burnout, be it because they've had too many tournaments, be it because they've just been slogging themselves to death. I don't know. What we do know is they're still very good players. And today is the day where I would feel like they want to redeem themselves.
For sure, and we can run through the lineup with Random, Seven, Snitch, Doom, and Clue. These are 5 of the most dedicated players we've seen in European and EMEA Wild Rift. Like, Snitch streams literally 5 to 6 days a week of playing Wild Rift.
Lives in Cologne with me as well.
Then lives with you in Cologne?
No, not with me, but...
Okay. D-Man telling us some new arrangements we didn't know.
I might be seeing D-Man on his stream next week.
Strolling past in my pants.
But what I was going to say is, like, it's not just the streaming, but they then go and play scrims, and then after scrims, if they have a tournament, like, it's literally all day. And I think that's one of the things where we're speculating a lot about the reasons behind Rick's you know, performance recently. And I think I do give them a decent chunk of the benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, like, this can't keep happening. That's the problem now. It's like,
I think that's a big thing, is like, you know, the off-season is hectic. There's a lot of competitions, but you have to make sure you plan around, you know, what's the most benefit for you, what are the tournaments that you want to prioritize as well. You know, like we said, you know, it could be burnout, it could be anything, maybe it could just be a little bit of a dip as well, but I feel like this team, they need to bounce back today. I don't like to say this early on, but I feel like this is kind of a must win for them, because they need to get back on track early, because this should have been, for them, looking into this weekend, an easy 2-0 weekend.
And from that point of view, from mentioning that, like, if this is not an easy 2-0 weekend and they do slip up somehow today, then suddenly those games that you'd think maybe would be tricky for them, against Formulation, against Viv, against Queso, suddenly there's a must-win games. These not become like, oh, we can afford to drop one here, or maybe if we do drop one, it's not going to be the end of the world. If they were to slip up today, that would suddenly become, we have to win this, and it just piles the pressure on the players.
This is why I say that I feel like today is definitely a must-win, because, you know, after this weekend, the opponents just get harder and harder and harder for you, because it's only a single round robin, so you're only playing these opponents once. That's it. You know, after this, you've got Parlor, Formulation, Viv, Queso. You know, you've got 4 of the top teams in EMEA. If you can't beat free agent teams, which no disrespect to them, but obviously they don't have the same backing as some of these top organizations, then it's just going to get harder and harder as the week goes on. Yeah,
it will be harder as it gets closer to the series, and we're getting closer to our first series as we are getting ready. Here's a head-to-head from yesterday's games for both junglers. You can see, again, Mondi played off-stream and had, I think, From what I saw on Twitter, it wasn't the easiest time against Viv. Mondi did lose that series 2-0. Viv are one of the teams that we're expecting to have a lot of presence.
They were stomps.
It's hard to look at the statistics and just think, oh, okay, great. But, I mean, I feel like these are two junglers perhaps that didn't have the easiest of days yesterday. Again, hard to compare apples to oranges right here from different series, but certainly it'll give us an idea of how we go through our first series, because I think Seven is one of the players on Rix that perhaps is having one of the toughest times around it. I feel like we've seen Doom perform well, we've seen Random get his pick of the litter in Champion Select and do individually quite well, but I feel like the team play right now, something's off balance with Rix, whereas for Mondi, I think that's been a strength of theirs, actually. I think Ferox from the jungle has been able to set up things quite effectively when Mondi have performed very well, for instance in Infernal League earlier in the
year. You know, I was about to mention Infernal League as well, when they got that big massive upset in the Seek Decider against Team Admiral as well, you know, a team that got undefeated in that Infernal League. So, you know, they do have a possibility of maybe coming up with an upset here. You know, you look at the experience that they have as well, you know, their top side with Grezniak and Ferox, two of the highest elo players in the solo queue right now. E-Man obviously played on Control last year. You got Fee or Christina down the bot lane. Ika is a new person coming in, but has already proved that he can play in insane 1v1s as we get into the first draft of the day.
Yeah, Pick a Man is ready for us for this series between Mondi and Rix. So I feel like Mondi maybe have, I would say, a little bit of a better read on the meta with regards to the flexibility that we've seen come from them. But what I would say Mondi have been weaker at is closing out games where they're ahead. I think they've been very scrappy in how they've played the games. A lot of late game play, and as we see a lot of focus towards solo laners, the Akali is gone, the Jace is gone. Now Gragas and Varus find themselves on the ban list.
One thing to note, it does look like Mondi is actually not playing with Ika. It looks like Ferox is playing the mid lane. They're actually playing with their sub Orion. Orion is a player that I don't really know too much about because he's a new sub to Mondi, so we'll have to see how that fits in. But whether Ika is, you know, unavailable, unfortunately, at the time, obviously they do have substitutes to come
French?
in. I'm not too sure. I'm
just wondering if you call him Orion instead of Orion.
I don't know.
I wasn't sure if you knew something there.
It might be my pronunciation. I'm not too sure on that exactly.
So,
we got the accents in as well.
Okay, Nautilus. Okay, so this is actually a focus ban because Christina played it both times yesterday, so obviously taking away the Nautilus, so switching up that support, it does leave Fiora open, which we know is a strong first pick.
So if Rix is staying with their tried and true, Jax will come out here, or the Renekton as their picks for Random up in that top lane. I'm actually kind of happy to see the Renekton because I think it gives Random specifically a matchup that he's like, I can win the early game, I can win the game, just give me the resources and pick something else that can carry in the late game.
And now they have the Karma by his side as well, whether that goes into mid lane for Snitch, whether it goes to Doom, or we saw it support yesterday twice as well from Floor on Team Queso, so definitely a triple flex there. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because we saw before when Rix played, you know, Random in that top lane, if he can get something that he feels comfortable on, that he can win the matchup, we've seen he's won both matchups. He's won Fiora against Renekton, he's won Renekton against Fiora, so he definitely feels comfortable. Now it's about maybe getting a jungler that can look to help him up in the Baron lane.
So could be support. Well, it's not going to be a support. Rakan's coming in, so it's going to be Rakan support for Christina. Obviously, got to assume that Lux is going for E-Man as well.
Yeah, E-Man has played it a little bit over the last few weeks, so it's not too surprising there. Still sticking to this Lux matchup. I'm not expecting that to swap up. I quite like the Morgana 4-7. That's likely to be the jungle Morgana. I don't think we're going to see it down as that carry. Seven played a bunch of Morgana jungle throughout WREC, and it looked good. I mean, it gives a player like Random that black shield to go, you go and flex on people, like try and just break as many ankles as you can on Renekton, we'll keep you safe and get you out.
Yeah, we did see Doom on Morgana yesterday, so there is that slight possibility, but I do agree that it definitely could be
much to everyone's complaint, by the way. I did notice in Twitch chat, I noticed you guys in chat were like, please stop putting mages for Doom.
I mean, this is the thing, is like Doom is a player where if you give him a hyper carry, if you give him an AD carry, you know, he streams himself. Everyone knows his potential. Yeah. Everyone knows what he can do, but the meta just doesn't fit around AD carries at the moment. Yes, we saw a first win yesterday on that Kai'Sa, which maybe shouldn't have been Kai'Sa in the first place. You know, this Morgana pick anyway, like I said, I think is definitely going to be in the hands of Seven. Like you said, you know, has been playing it a lot as well in the jungle. And Morgana in the jungle is one of the fastest jungle clears in the entire game. You can get level 5 before anyone else in the game, which allows you to rotate around the map.
It also gives Snitch the ability to play AD mid lane matchups as well, pretty effectively. And I want to see Snitch crush this matchup, and that's no disrespect to Ferox, but Snitch is the mid laner for the EMEA region when I look at like who is synonymous with the role, the widest champion pool, the most solid laning. Like, who should be that rock for Rix in the mid lane? Snitch should have that on lockdown. And coming in as a substituted mid laner now, as Orion has come in at the jungle, makes it a difficult matchup. I want to see Snitch really take control of that.
Especially with the Z ban as well that Rix have done, I'm very curious to see if it's actually going to be maybe Karma mid lane, because you know Karma mid lane can still be a thing, especially with the Z ban. At the same time, you think, you know, normally Karma doesn't really do too well against the Z, because Zed can just go in and basically kill you, even on top of the shields and everything as well.
Garen Gaming available though.
Garen Gaming is always available.
Always.
I'm interested to see what Rix pick here. It's most likely going to be maybe their support here, maybe leave their jungle till the last pick, or maybe it could be a dual lane pick. Not too sure. It depends. Actually, going to be Lucian. So again, the flexibility is there, though. You know, it could be Lucian mid, Karma bot, or it could be Karma mid, Lucian bot lane.
And that would lean really heavily. If it does end up being Lucian in the mid lane, it would lean heavily into what Snitch was playing a ton at the end of WREC. He was playing a lot of Akshan. There was a lot of, like, I feel like he played Tristana. We saw him play Tristana the other day as well, nearly getting a pentakill.
I like this.
It's lane dominant.
I like Doom being on Lucian, though. That's what I like. We talked about it, the fact that it could be on it. Ari.
I mean, this is interesting because obviously Ferox is a jungler, so, you know, I guess someone safe that you can play in the mid lane, someone easy that you can play in the mid lane as well. Ari's still a good champion. The only problem with Ari is that when you get to this 1-3-1 scenario, when it goes to about 4 minutes in the game, Ari is not that great in the side lane. She doesn't really do too well against maybe these hole breaker champions in the side lane. And Lee Sin in the jungle, which means that we've repped out the comp. Now, I'm very curious to see where this goes for Rix. You know, is it Lucian mid? Is it Lucian bot?
Rix get to just
Morgana?
shuffle.
Oh, there you go.
They shuffle everything on the pack
So it's definitely at least Morgana jungle. We know that at least. We don't know where the Karma and the Lucian are going yet.
Yeah,
we'll have to say.
Yeah, Morgana to the jungle. Clues played a ton of Thresh. This is a pick that Rix should be confident with. It's a playmaker. On the other side, are we sure Ika's not playing? Because like Ika on Ari would be synonymous, right? But nevertheless, we'll go with the names that we got in front of us. But I feel like this comp can still have quite a big impact from Mondi. Like if the Fiora gets ahead, I think it's only really like that Lucian setup from Rix that might be able to really deal with that. But I think there's a lot of power still in this Mondi lineup. Like. Lux, Rakan can teamfight pretty well, so interesting draft.
My issue with Rix is that there's not initial burst. There's no like, boom. It's all gradual damage that's going to come through. There's no sudden snap of a burst like if you don't have a Z like Snitch, something like that. And he's going to switch.
Okay. I'd be really interested to see if it actually is going to be Doom on the Lucian or the Snitch. You know, like you said, Mundi's comp as well has a lot of catch potential, especially in the early game as well. You're talking about Lee Sin, Ari, and Fiora. Sorry, very, very good in that 3 versus 3 skirmish. If that does happen in the top side of the map, can definitely win out. You know, against the Morgana, which doesn't really offer too much. But you know, you're against the Renekton, so you have to be a little bit careful there. We'll have to see, obviously, when we get into games. There's a few swaps happening right at the end to see if it is Doom on AD carry, but you know, as we mentioned, Doom on an AD carry is something that we want to see because we know how much potential this guy has.
We also want to see your predictions in chat, whether it's Mondi or Rix. This might be the one that Rix lose in chat because Mondi fans, they're quite rabid. You don't do the copy pasta though. The copy pasta won't be voting in chat.
Do the copy pastas are fun.
Still do it, but what I'm telling you is the copy pasta isn't going to count as the vote, right? That's what I mean. Well, we might have to work that out on the back end and make sure it counts as a Mondi vote. Here are our predictions. We still are favoring Rix, but I think there's a little bit of a split. Demon, I like that you still got the confidence for the 2-0.
I did. I actually felt this is the game that Rix are going to bounce back on. That's why I went with it. I see you guys were still thinking,
it's a bit,
shaky. I think today is the day. Just to bring it into a reasoning, I looked at the times. Mondi's second game yesterday was a 13-minute game, so it was a very quick game that they lost on. So I feel that Rix today is, yes, they may look to formulation and said, oh, you know what, they're a very good team, we lost that one. Yesterday, I think, was a reality check, and I think they're going to be coming back today like with some serious focus.
And with a sub in as well, you know, that could be the advantage for Rix as well.
Oh, you're giving him an out already.
That is a significant
It's like
change.
cast the curse again, you know. It's all written again, you know. Cast
At
the
least
curse
I broke
yesterday,
the curse. It
cast
could
the-
have been 1-2 across the board. That would have been in trouble.
True, that was where I was yesterday. I was in the Rix will bounce back camp yesterday. I still think they will, but I think that Mondi do have a little bit of strength left in the tank for that. So we're just about ready to get into game. I think this is the moment where we can have some of those questions answered, especially with potentially an AD carry back in. I'm going to hand it over to D-Man and Stuart for game 1 between Rix and Mondi.
And I'm going to tell you, if Mondi had a million fans now, I'm not going down there.
You're reading the copy pastas there.
The
Don't worry.
pastas are running
That's
already.
a common thing, you know. I had to ban many people in my Twitch chat because of the copy pastas. I'm kidding. No, I didn't.
You
I'm only
embrace
kidding.
the copy pasta.
I'm sure I recognise a few names as well, you know.
It's not like it's a new copy pasta. It's been used in many games.
Hey, look, Marifal's in the chat.
Yeah,
I recognise
there you
him.
go.
Yeah, there's plenty of people in Twitch chat that I definitely recognise.
You
But
ban
yeah,
what?
here we go. No, I don't ban him. No, he's a great person. I don't ban him at all. Shout out to
Right,
everyone in Twitch
anyway,
chat.
here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Mondi obviously on the blue side and Rix on the red. You knew that, obviously, based on the pick and bans. The French Lee Sin in here, according to Stu.
No, I actually don't know how to pronounce his name, so like I said, it could be completely wrong. I mean, like I said, he's a player that I've never watched before. I don't really know too much about, so it'd be interesting coming in, obviously, with the sub as well. But I feel like for the side
Ferox.
of Rix, if you look at the squad that they've lined up,
Right.
you know, if you look at the draft that they have, everyone is on comfort. Everyone is on picks they're comfortable. No more Yone, no more crazy Vayne top lanes. You know, Rix are definitely serious in this game. They need to win this game as well.
And just to get across to who is actually playing, Jossie de Bluta is actually Ferox, and now Kai de Breca is Christina.
Christina, yeah. Some of the
Works
name
out.
changes all over the place, you know.
Just
Some of the name
to
changes.
keep us on our toes.
Keep us on our toes, yeah.
So, well, okay. I mean, this is the bounce back game for me. This is where Rix need to turn things around and sort of put their dominant stamp back on Wild Rift and sort of prove to everyone that they have not, they're not past it. They're not has-beens. They're still here to stay. They are still one of the #1 European teams.
Yeah, and they need to make sure they perform in this game. I think the big thing is around objectives. I think yesterday, Rix around objectives were definitely not really at their best. They actually get a kill already in the bot lane, and that's the aggression I wanted to see from this Lucian Thresh down in the bot lane. Looks like E-Man does drop, and Doom is on an AD carry, and Random's actually doing the same in the top side as well.
Got to be careful, though. In comes Orion. Gets straight away. Snitch comes there. 7 comes to the help, though. Is he going to go in? Snitch was looking to try and get up here, but it doesn't matter when that lands. Okay, 7. All right. Bit of a flex.
And the big thing is, look at this level leads. 7 is already level 5. Lee Sin is only level 3. This is a crazy thing, and this is why. Because you can do 2 camps at the same time with Morgana. So you can clear your entire map at 2 minutes into the game and get level 5. And that's the quickest of any champion in the entire game. Look at that. He even steals a blue buff, and, oh, okay, he messed up a little bit there on the Grump, but still, takes away the blue buff. A whole level lead now. And that means that, you know, the early game ganks potential for the Lee Sin is not there because Morgana's level 5. 2 levels ahead, there's nothing you could do. And that's 2 early kills for Rex.
Yeah, so, I mean, he was coming here to potentially cover off a gank in the mid, which is why he abandoned the Grump there. But is unfortunately stood on a ward, or was
another
visible
kill
by
on the
a ward.
bot lane.
Another kill on the bot lane that we missed. That's E-Man twice going down. You've got to assume this, is it Doom that's getting fed the kills? If it is, well, that is looking fantastic for him. You can see Clue was low on health there. Orion now coming round, has hit 5 at last, but still, you can see that Christina's still on 4, and the Lantern tried to stand on it, tried to block it, but not going to happen. Back in the top, Random going off. Doesn't matter if the Grand Challenge is down. Grisniak not able to come across against the Dominus.
Another kill. There's another kill in the bot lane as well. And it could be a kill on the top side. We're missing everything. Observers, we're missing everything in the bot lane. There we go.
Yeah, so it was Christina went down. So Christina picked off. There's
Nice
going to be
hook as
another
well.
one here. I think Orion's in trouble. He is. That's Orion going down. Still, only at level 4 is E-Man.
Yep. This is domination at the moment. You can see by the gold lead as
Oh,
well. Plenty
Random.
of kills. Random? I think he's okay. Oh, close.
Fine. He had it all planned.
all according to plan. Already got 3 plates as well up in the top lane. Bot lane as well already has 2 tower plates over. And you can see already, you know, 5,000 gold lead.
The jungle invade is on from 7 as well. 7's
Yep.
been in there. I think he's took away the red buff maybe. I think he's already walked away. It's starving out Orion. You can see it's still at level 5. 7's at 7 already. Snitch at 7 as well. Meanwhile, you can see E-Man only hit 5. Doom's at 7. 2 level leads at this stage is huge already. Orion's trying to respond and trying to steal away some of the jungle from 7. But honestly, I think it's a futile gesture right now.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit careful. I mean, Lee Sin Noah's a very early aggressive jungler, but how can you be aggressive when, you know, 7's already cleared his entire jungle, got level 5, and you're only level 3? He's still 2 levels
Random's
behind.
gone for him.
Just going to go in.
He's just gone in, and you know what? I think he might get him. He's going to have to try and flash away here, Orion. Should get caught out by the Culling. Doom comes in. Clue's there. That's going to be him going down. Immediately, the Grand Challenge put on to Clue just to try and lock him into the tower. He's actually managed to dodge the kite. That's really well done. That was nice. This is Rix putting a stamp on the game.
This is the Rix that we know. Pure domination in this early game. You can see they've already got the first tower of the game. Doom is so fed. Actually, looks like the Snitch actually died somewhere. I'm not too sure. Maybe it was the bot lane. Looks like it was at the bot lane because Ari was down there. Rakan was there as well. So maybe looking for a trade back in terms of towers. But 7 already taking this Rift Herald away. Could look to try and use this in the mid lane. But for now, you know, 8 kills to 1. A huge gold lead. And they're not even going to be able to take the dragon as well. 7's going to move over here. And this is Rix in a very commanding position.
Yeah. And they're going to take the dragon away. They can't compete with it, I don't think, here. Even if they have a little look, Orion was thinking maybe trying to get in for a steal. But yeah, everything is going the way of Rix right now. This is looking like a sped-up game. The fact there was 7k gold differential 5 minutes in, 5.5 minutes in is monstrous. And they really can't do anything. Look at that. The lock-up under the tower. And poor old E-Man is having an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, not having the best game for sure. More tower plating is going to go over to mid lane. Probably a mid lane
tower
tower as well,
yeah.
potentially. I mean, it does have them defenses, so it's going to be a little bit tough, but they're going to get it anyway. And look at this gold lead. 8,000 gold lead in 6 minutes. That's over 1,000 gold lead a minute at the moment for Rix. And they're just going straight in.
I can hear you, like, your cogs working there, like, hang on a minute, have I put myself in a trap? It doesn't matter.
I was thinking, my calculations are right. It's all good.
8,000 gold minutes.
No, because I saw the team fight was happening. I was like, hold on.
Yeah, no, I mean, at this
motion.
point, I'm kind of giving up on the play-by-play side of things because, let's face it, they are getting absolutely rickrolled. It's just, well, Rick's-rolled, I guess you could say. Yeah, 10k gold difference. 10k gold difference under 7 minutes in. This might be a very quick game.
Yep, could be a very quick game. And to be honest, at this point, I think it's already very difficult for Mondi to try and come back. You can see the items as well. Nearly 2 items for 7. Doom already has the Hex Drinker.
7 has almost double the gold of Onion.
Yep.
Almost
same
double.
Same in bot lane
Actually,
as well.
yeah,
Double gold bot lane
E-Man,
as well.
E-Man and Doom, yeah. Jeez, it's
5 and 0.
very strong. And Random, well, he's just going to play it safe. Goes back to his tower. The final spark. Knock in the land! I think the Winions hit him. Did the Winions hit him?
I don't know if it was Ignite or Winions, because I think the Ignite also went down.
Yeah, I think the range minions hit him. I think that's what it was. Because obviously they were within range when you go aggressive. Well, I guess when everything's going against you, that's just how things play out. We're at 12k gold differential. Coming into, well, just under 8 minutes. They're already shredding the tier 2 turrets down.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, definitely something has happened with Rix overnight that they're just like, yep, we need to fix up. We need to sort something out, and this is the game to prove that
Mozilla
we
get
are
the
there.
strap out or something. It's like, you guys, I'll let you off on the formulation game, but come on.
I wasn't expecting that one. But yeah, I mean, you could tell by the draft as well, you know, they're not picking any crazy champions. They're not going for a Yone first pick. You know, they're not going for the Vayne barrel lane that we saw during the week as well. They're actually playing, you know, champions that they feel comfortable on. And early game champions as well, you know, this 2 versus 2 bot lane. When Doom's on an AD carry like a Lucian and you're on a Thresh, you know you want to be aggressive. You know you want to win that 2 versus 2. And they know that they can beat this 2 versus 2 in the bot lane of E-Man and Christina. And that's exactly what they've done. And the top side of the map as well, 7 on this Morgana that Stress called out during the draft as well. You know, 7 has played a lot of Morgana in the WREC and also in off-season as well, so it's a very comfortable pick for him. But you can see They control the map really well. Maybe they might lose a tower in bot lane, but to be honest, it's going to be traded for a tier 2 tower at top lane.
I would say, like, outside of Snitch being on like a pure assassin, but I mean, he's got a huge champion pool anyway. Everybody's on a very comfortable champion right now. Obviously, Random we've seen on Renekton a million times. 7 on Morgana. Doom back on an AD carry of Lucian, and obviously backed up by Thresh, which is the ultimate comfort pick, really. That, you know, it gives the AD carry a perfect out with the Lantern, so it's the ideal pick for him. So, yeah, I mean, this is Rick's back in their happy days, I would say. 12k gold, Rift Herald spawns, going to get taken down. Don't even need to stick everyone on it. It's not going to be threatened at all. It's just
I don't want to be a downsider, but this is kind of an expected result anyway for Rex. You know, you know, it's still a great performance for Rex, but you know, taking a look at the bigger picture, it's still an expected result. They're still expected to kind of dominate this.
It is, anyway. but expectations can carry and get become a heavy load, as it were. You can see they're throwing just about everything they can at Clue right now. Clue actually just walks away with what, four members of Mondi trying to collapse onto him, and now with just what is a 2v3, a 2v5 effectively, it is going the way of Rix, and that's really obviously the monstrous gold differential, the item differential at this stage, the experience differential as well. It all comes in. They're just diving towers. Yeah, don't need minions, don't need anything. It is very much a one-sided stomp, this one. I
mean, they can honestly just try and close out this game as well. Rift Herald is going to drop down 13,000 gold lead at 10 minutes in this game. They're not going to go for it just yet. They're just going to go back to base. You can see Doom already has Infinity Edge complete, has an Avoid Quick Blades, which is a fairly new Lucian build. Probably going to go for Solari Charge Blade as his next item. You can see the Crit Cloak and the Dagger has already been completed, so working towards them 3 items. In the jungle, you know, 7 nearly has 3 items as well. Looks like going for the Death Cap. Mid lane as well. Snitch, who hasn't really had the star game, but, you know, on a champion like Karma, as you mentioned, he's not on an assassin. He's just on a mage like Karma, but Karma still a very, very strong champion. With these 2 items that he has completed and with the gold that he's getting funneled in as well. Means he'll do a lot. 2 dragons now over to Rix. They're pushing the bot side. No, they feel confident to walk up even though they're at a man disadvantage. Yeah,
I mean, Clue's so strong that he can just face check the bush like that and still be fine. Grand Challenge goes down, but what are you going to do about it? You're going to do nothing about it.
Win.
Didn't even get a single mark on it there. You can see the Ari trying to do what they can, dashing around, get the charms in, but there's no backup to it. And, you know, while I was talking about the lack of burst on Rix, it doesn't matter because it's just they're so far ahead that just the steady stream of damage coming through. This, by the way, was a 3v5 in the top there because the 2 of them still in the bot lane, taking down the turrets and now actually pushed it all the way into the base.
Yep, Inhibitor Tower down in the bot lane, so they'll have that pressure of the super minions down the bot lane. Maybe they can look at trying to get in the Baron, maybe when it instantly spawns. You can see the, oh my god, look at the damage as well. It's just the slows on top of it as well that's coming out from 7 with this Rylai's Crystal Scepter. You can see at the moment, Doom, level 12, has nearly 3 items completed already. They take the mid lane Inhibitor as well. Too bad, I say probably strong enough to just dive the Nexus at this point and still not be enough to actually take down Rix.
Just
Doom's got to take out the
Crystal. Throw it out there, guys. You know, if you're going to keep the Mondi spam chat up there, you need to do it when they're losing as well, not just, you know, in between.
Oh, no, they will. They'll get there.
Oh, they're not. They are very quiet right now. Trust me, they are very, very quiet. You know, if nobody supports them on Earth, then I am dead, he says. But maybe that's what's happened. Maybe they've just gone very, very quiet in the chat because I am not seeing any spam whatsoever for the last couple of minutes. You guys have gone very quiet. Keep the support for them. Yes, this game is over, but there's always more games.
They've got next game to come back.
See? Gotta look to the future.
Optimistic.
Look to the future.
Yeah,
optimistic indeed. 20-2. The score. Optimism is not going to save a 20k gold differential 13 minutes into the game, unfortunately. Well, I mean, you know what that means, don't you?
Well, yeah,
we didn't get to see the fight. We didn't get to see
Do we need to know what happens? Are we done? Is that it?
We can just go home now or what? Like, it's just...
Is that it? The game's done?
At least we do still get to see the game. No!
Oh, there we go. We don't even get to see the end of the game.
I mean, I'll tell you
what. The logo comes out, the login comes in.
When Clue lands a Thresh hook, it's over.
Yeah, that's it. It's that game breaking. He's that good on Thresh. He lands a hook, and that's it. But yeah, I mean, this is the Rix that we expected coming into this tournament.
Yeah.
You know, this is the domination that we expected. Like I said, coming out from draft, they pick champions that they're strong on. They dominate the laning phase. Like I said, 20,000 goal lead as well. really, really dominant.
Yeah, this is exactly what we needed to see from Rix. This is that kind of righting the ship a little bit, just to get what they can from a game like this. The mods are banning people in chat.
Really?
I waded in and I was just like,
Why?
what do we mean we're banning
Mods,
people
be
in
nice
chat?
to the Mondi spammers.
Have
Be
they,
nice.
have
Yeah,
they
show a
ever
little bit
watched
mods.
any sort of League of Legends?
I mean,
Have they not watched any VOD
Yeah.
Rift competitions in recent weeks?
Also, after game one, it's not like Mondi are going to have like too much to like, be happy about from the chat. As much as I love the team of Mondi, I mean, that was what Rix needed. Like that's the medicine to maybe kind of fix what Rix needed. And you know, I've heard it being called like a soup can goal. There is a point to this. In personal development, you set an easy first goal so that you achieve something, so that then everything else after it, you can go, well, I did the first thing. And once I've done the first one, the first step is always the hardest, right? So I like what Rix did is just throw the meta out the window, say let's get strong laning picks, they're comfort for us, and just dominate. Because now you can, that's a blueprint for you for every team that you already feel like you're better than. It's like, let's just do the whole comfort
try
pick
and build
dominant
something around
thing.
Yone or whatever they were doing yesterday.
I totally agree.
Just take something that works for you and just crush them with it.
And that's something that I kind of see as Rix as like kind of one of their, well, you can say weaknesses in a way. Obviously, they do have a lot of champions in their pools, you know, not only for Snitch, but also in other lanes as well. But sometimes they do try these off-meta picks that maybe, you know, the Yone, which we did see a couple of times yesterday, but obviously it's the first time we've seen it in EMEA, didn't look as good on that. Obviously, the Vayne, as I mentioned, during the week as well, which didn't really perform too well. But, you know, we know that these players are very strong. We know that some of these players are the strongest players in the entire region. And they knew it in this game as well. They were like, okay, like you mentioned, pick strong lanes. Lucian and Thresh down in the bot lane. Doom and Clue dominated E-Man and Christina in the bot lane. Like, they didn't even have a chance in that game.
Very dominant game. We've got our MVP from the first game. There could really have been anybody. Doom picks it up, playing
AD carry, let's
the
go.
AD carry for himself. I mean, even Clue was getting in on double kills. And
I mean, we
action.
missed half the kills he had at the start, but he did get a bunch more. I mean, I think it was the fact was that they was getting them so quick, and obviously you know what it's paired with. If there's a Thresh in there and they land the hook, you're generally pretty much screwed.
Dead.
Yeah. If you haven't got any escape mechanism, you're in trouble, and especially as a Lux. Lux is like as squishy as they come at the start.
And I think it really kind of goes towards how Rix have drafted away from Doom when Varus isn't available. And obviously we don't have the luxury of knowing their communication in draft, and I can understand why you draft so heavily towards like a winning topside matchup, but it really is just a good reminder that when Doom is given a matchup that has the freedom in the early game, his laning phase is dominant with Clue, and there's really no way of most bot lanes pairing up against that, especially if they're on the downside of a matchup potentially.
And again, it's kind of the way the meta is at the moment. It's all focused towards the top side. It's all focused towards the mid lane and the junglers, you know, focusing on trying to get a strong top side of the map, and that's why the bot laners get left with these mages, just wave clear mages, go into bot lane, the supports are roaming around, and that's kind of priority. You know, kind of at the moment, I would say in competitive, dual lane is probably the least important role in terms of trying to get priorities and drafts, because they just get put on mages, wave clear, and that's it. But, you know, Doom showed in this game, if you can get him on a priority pick, if you get him on an AD carry that can dominate lane, he'll do 1,300 damage per minute. He'll get, you know, 16 KDA. So that just proves that, you know, not everything has to rely up in the top lane. You can rely on the bot lane as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very impressive performance out of Rix. I think for Mondi, it's a difficult position to be in, because obviously they have had a substitute. Again, this is a matchup that on paper they would be unfavored in anyway. So I think you don't really learn a whole lot from the first game of this series. This isn't like, ooh, we were really close, and if we just did this one thing differently. It's like everything that you came to expect about Rix just got turned on its head. If you're expecting them to draft mages bot lane, nope, not happening. If you're expecting them to draft late game for random, nope, not happening. So that Fiora first pick, suddenly nowhere near as useful if they're just going to play early game.
Yeah, and he couldn't do a lot against random either. I mean, we're obviously it kind of spiraled a little bit, because if you remember, obviously Orion came right at the start, was still level 3. When 7 came in, he was already at level 4, hit level 5 the second obviously the kill came in. So suddenly the jungler 2 levels behind, which is probably the most pivotal role in the game. When they're ineffective, what can you do?
Yeah, what can you do? For those of you in chat, we are heading into our second game very shortly, but of course we do have a mandated break time for the players and teams in between the game. Doesn't matter how short the game was, there's always got to have the same amount of time in order to, you know, whether it's use the bathroom, reassess draft, standard. You've all watched esports before, I'm assuming. You know how this goes, so bear with us. Yeah, exactly. I'll just hit play and we'll get into the next game.
Should we get into the next game?
Bear with us.
We're obviously admin in the game, running the production. Everything's happening from this desk, actually. You can't tell, but I'm just running everything here.
Yeah, well, we have some highlights to look at before we get into our second game. Of course, as we said, we need to give the players time. This will give Mondi a little bit of time, perhaps, as well, to reassess their draft, as Rix will take a breather. But, I mean, this is going to be a highlight of Rix demolishing them from the early game. The fact that it was only 1 kill up until, like, 2 minutes, and then after that, we must have averaged, like, 5
so
kills.
Quickly, yeah. And especially in the bot lane as well. Obviously, the Dragon lane was just completely massacred. Poor old E-Man had nowhere to go. No joy, ironically. With his name, but once it hit that stage, there was nothing you could do. Like 7 was basically the jungle was his. Everywhere he went, like poor old Orion was just looking for anything.
And this is the thing that when Rix are playing well is really hard to deal with, and it's something that was kind of synonymous with PC League of Legends G2 era with Caps, and where they would just outplay in a lot of situations. Like you have this coin flip style where like you get away on 1 health every single time and you get the kill. And it's really frustrating for teams to play against. When I was working with Mad Lions, they were like, how the hell do we they take jungle fights they shouldn't win and they coin flip it and they win. And that's what Rix, when they are on form, are really hard to play around. And we've seen it in a game, and I'm glad to see it this week because it felt like perhaps they'd lost that edge a little bit.
Even in his top lane as well, you know, they took a 3 versus 5 fight where there's 2 people pushing down in the bot lane. You know, that's the confidence we want to see from this team. You know, we've seen that maybe they've had a little dip in confidence recently, maybe after the 3-0 loss to Formulation during the week and also the 2-0 loss yesterday. But, you know, this is their confidence starting to grow back. And as you mentioned earlier, you know, it's about the little steps, about, you know, starting off with the steps and then raising and doing.
There's another Mondi spam now. It's a different
one.
Oh,
another one. Oh, wait, is this a new one? I haven't seen. Maybe I haven't seen it.
Cut off one head and a second, 2 more will replace it, that kind of thing. So, as said, we are getting the teams ready for our next series, next game of this series. Before we do head to a break, we need to just check in with our partners here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, and first of all, give some love over to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, as of course powering the entire event and some of your favorite gaming phones as well. Of course, the Snapdragon processors, we've kind of said it a whole lot whenever talking about Snapdragon, is like you'd be surprised how many phones actually do run off a Snapdragon processor. That's where you get the high FPS coming from in your gaming phones. So much love to them for powering our tournament all the way through. And it's not just Snapdragon. Of course, Samsung, one of the phones that does include a Snapdragon 888 processor is the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3. Still angling for one with the big screen. As,
keep trying.
I keep trying. I'm like, I want the 120
we'll maybe
hertz.
get one eventually. Yeah.
Eventually, yeah, we'll get something coming through, because I mean, to look at how the phone plays, so it's a different aspect ratio. It's like 22.5 to 18, but that means that the HUD is like out of the way of the game, so I can focus more on my support mechanics, which is me pressing shield on people for the entire laning phase and then just running away. So yeah, big thank you to Samsung for helping us with the Snapdragon Pro Series. Monster are helping us specifically on the desk, as they are our beverage powering us through here. So I am sticking with the pipeline punch.
With mango today.
You're on mango today?
Yeah.
Okay, there's still no Ultra in the fridge,
No.
so but I think I might have moved on from that.
Yeah?
I think I might have moved on, as we're gonna
No
move on
longer
to
a boomer.
Flavor adjustment.
I know, I'm
longer a boomer.
regressing back in years now at this point. Another big thank you to DHL for sponsoring the ESL quiz. So what you want to do is you want to go to esl.gg/DHL quiz. €100 voucher for the ESL shop is on the line there, so get your entries in and get your entries to our Discord going while we're on the break, as well as that's where our community is hanging out for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Get your predictions, get your thoughts on the games in as well. What did you think of Rix's first game? Is it back to form, or was it a fluke? I don't think it was a fluke.
No, it was not a fluke.
not from how Rix have played. So big thank you to all of our partners here for Snapdragon Pro Series. I think we've just about bought enough time for the teams to get ready after
I
a
think
very
that took
quick
longer
game.
than the game.
Yeah, exactly, I think it really did. So let's go to break, just while we take a moment to get ready. It's the final few minutes before we're into game 2 between Rix and Mondi.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series as we're getting ready for Game 2 between Rix and Mondi. We're kind of anticipating a little bit of the same from Game 1, I think it is fair to say. Now that we've seen Rix do that, it shouldn't be a rarity to see it happen again. So that might mean this is one of our fastest series that we'll have on broadcast at this rate. Would mean that D-Man would be correct and you and I would be wrong if that were the case, Stuart.
I mean, I was hoping that maybe, you know, with the substitute, we don't know where Ika is, but I was hoping, with Ika in, maybe they might have a chance because I speak quite highly of him. But Yeah, unfortunately, with the substitute, they're not able to do that much. Obviously, it's a bit difficult because Ferox is obviously not a mid lane main. He's obviously a jungle main, so they've got 2 jungle mains currently in their roster. But, you know, they're definitely going to have to try out something different in the second game because our first game was a complete stomp.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for Rix, they just went with comfort. And the problem is when you have a game like that, then obviously, how do you ban against it, right? How do you like, if they're just taking comfort pits, how do you ban against something like that? That's going to be the real challenge for Mondi here.
Yeah, exactly, because even if you ban out the likes of the Lucian and the other picks that you struggled with, that is going to let, like, for instance, maybe a Gragas or something like that through the draft, which Rix should theoretically still be able to play meta.
Yeah.
Like, I still have confidence in that. I don't really worry about that for Rix. So as we head into game 2, they're going to be on blue side this time for Rix up against Mondi. So when Rix have been on blue side, it's been a lot of favor towards that Fiora, a lot of favor towards the Renekton. I wouldn't be surprised to just see them first pick Renekton. It has been a case in many metas that first pick Renekton is still fine.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a staple diet, has been a staple diet for 12 years. It's been, you know, there's not really a counter to it because it can sustain against anything, right? There's not a hard counter to Renekton within the game.
I think that, you know, when you play up against Renekton, I think the big thing is just, you know, try and survive the early game. If you can survive the early game, then maybe you could play a scaling champion. But obviously, we saw in the first game, if
you can
Grezniak
compete
is
with
on
it with
a
a
Fiora,
Garen, that's like your best option.
I mean,
right?
if Grezniak is on a Fiora, you first pick Fiora. But if you can't get past 10 minutes without losing the game, then, you know, Fiora needs like at least
get past 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, Mondi has decided to go onto the red side this time around as well. Obviously, being on the losing side in the first game means they get side selection. Gragas is going to be the first ban. Morgana, interesting enough, banned away by Rix on the blue side. So I feel like that's because they don't want to go for a first pick, but maybe they can go for a, you know, second rotation.
You did demand some screen time.
I must have. I must have just felt a little left out from.
It's a shirt, mate. Everyone wants to look at the shirt. It's a great
I know,
shirt.
But you can't really see much.
In a tiptoe. Stand on the chair a little bit.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, it's more interesting potentially than the draft. Although Rigs are banning out their own picks basically from this. Morgana gone as well. Nautilus gone. So, I mean, where do we go here? I think the Renekton is still a possibility for first pick. It wouldn't be the most meta draft
it's
out
a
of
safe
them.
first pick.
With
It's
Fiora
as simple as
gone,
that,
it's safe. What else is up? Karma is up if they wanted to take
Jax
it.
as well. They've done it before.
Jax,
they've done Jack's first pick before. You know, maybe they want to go for the Renekton for the early game, but I think that can be a little bit difficult sometimes if you just put that early game priority. Other than that, not really too much left open, to be honest with you. You know, I think the big ones are definitely Jax and Karma. I think they're going to be the big two, and they just go again
like,
for the Yone first pick.
You say not too much left open. There's only 6 champions banned. There's quite a lot of champions in the game.
No, I just meant like in terms of like I meant in terms of high priority, like what you want to lock in. But I mean, they go back to what they were
like, I'm
yesterday.
telling you guys, it
This champ is
works.
broken.
So we saw it obviously on stream. We saw 50-50. Mondi played Yone as well yesterday. Ika did. Also obviously lost that game. It was a much longer game as the first game he played it in. And I did notice in chat a lot of people saying the same thing, and we said it the same in the broadcast. We haven't really seen a Yone using his ulti aggressively. It's always been as an escape mechanism. So I wonder if maybe we're going to start to see a difference. Not too surprising with the picks coming through here. Renekton and Karma pretty much safe picks.
I'm interested to see if we actually do get Galio as the counter pick, because I think that worked really well for Qingxi yesterday against Snitch in that mid lane. So maybe Galio might be the priority here, especially for someone like Ferox, because it's not really a mid lane main. You know, Galio's not really the most mechanical champion in the mid lane. So, you know, all you have to do is, like, if Snitch jumps in, you just use your second ability, charge it up, taunt, use your combo, boot.
Galio is one of the picks when I have to play mid lane. And I'm like, they picked a mage, Galio. Great, I'm just going to stand there and then ult from a distance.
6 maybe?
Which, it'll be Doom. Doom plays
dual lane,
tried and true for them. It makes sense. It's another pick
It's
that's
almost
comfort.
an AD carry, because it's like the basic attacks are quite long. And the bomb is like just the same as a long
and you just have the Wild Rift standard, which is you just clear the mid wave for a million years with it. Kassadin, into a Yone. Interesting. Generally, Kassadin, his trickier matchups are around AD because he has a magic damage shield. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to be a difficult matchup. Certainly one we have not seen yet, as this is only our 3rd Yone game. But Kassadin scaling will be there. So if Mondi can weather through the early game, They do have that late game real carry potential there.
I feel like maybe this is just a safer option in the lane as well, because laning phase is just okay. You can stay back. You don't really have to worry about Yona using his third ability to jump in. If he does, then you can just use Rift Walk to jump away. You don't have to worry about maybe getting bursted to try and get one shot. So maybe a little bit of a safe option in the mid lane. It's not that counter pick that we really saw yesterday. But, you know, a lot of scaling at the moment. You know, you got the Karma, which is probably going to go for E-Man down the bot lane. You got the cast in mid lane, so there's a lot of scaling. But on the other side, you know, Ziggs and Jax, two of the best scaling champions, I think, in the game. You know, you're going to see Ziggs deal the most damage this game, even if they win or lose. You know, that's the sort of champion that Ziggs is. One Mega Inferno Bomb onto 5 members, boom, 10,000 damage, just like that.
Wave farming easy, yeah. A lot of, obviously, bans focused on the jungle right now, because we still haven't seen what actually is coming in for 7. So pretty much focusing everything around that at the moment. As we said, it's such a key pivotal role. A rhythm ban coming in. I don't think we saw a rhythm ban at all yesterday. Interesting.
We didn't see it
only
against Nessa.
Interestingly enough, yesterday, Viv used Jace against Yone in mid. So that was their chosen option.
That would make sense. You outrange like
in the
Yone.
early game,
Yeah, exactly.
And in the side lane, you just go Hullbreaker as well as Jace, so then you could just easily win the 1 versus 1.
Yone just walks up, faces against Hullbreaker minions, and you're like,
cool,
okay,
that's
deal
the
with
thing.
that.
Yeah. Jace is just sitting back, range form. Is like, yeah, you can deal with that whilst I just sit back and just poke you. There is a lot of jungle bans.
Another Gwen ban. I'm still on the fence with Gwen, whether it's like ban worthy. Obviously, we did see some very successful jungle Gwen yesterday. But it's interesting to see Rick's actually ban that out. So Kha'Zix's going to get locked in, obviously, for Orion to try and limit down that jungle. Where is 7 going to go with this option?
I'm trying to think what's really left open for 7.
Olaf?
So he played
so many
Xin
guys.
Shao
Olaf's
yesterday,
open, right?
which I didn't like.
Olaf is open, yeah.
Olaf is up.
Shyvana as well, but obviously you don't really want that. It's kind of
There's
Xin
this
Shao.
Xin Shao.
Shao. Okay.
So this is actually getting close to what they had yesterday. And that's right, with
Which
the Xin Shao, the Yone, and they had... What did they have instead of Jax yesterday? Up on the top lane? Was it Renekton? Was it just?
It may have been
Renekton
Renekton in that game, or was that a Fiora game that they got?
Exactly
I can't
it was
really
set.
remember. Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it was set. Okay.
Yeah. Leona in the bot lane as well. You know,
So-
he's definitely been picking up quite a lot in the bot lane.
I like the Leona
Yeah.
with Xin Shao a little bit better because
The Leona with all that AD is just monster.
I feel like Xin Shao going in solo with like a set is harder to make work, whereas maybe with the Leona ultimate you can catch people out. Our first Ezreal of the group stage so far. Ezreal solo queue, basically monster because he's so hard to get to, so hard to actually attack, and that's one of the benefits you're going to get here is high mobility
team,
comp here coming from Mondi. You got Ezreal can Arcane Shift away, you got the jump from Kha'Zix, Kassadin has like 17 million of them as long as he's got the mana, so Xin Shao into this comp is kind of terrifying to try and make work, because your target is going to jump away.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of, I mean, obviously you're talking about Xin Shao with the engage, but I think the disengage is pretty good for Xin Shao this game as well, because you know you've got a lot of champions jumping away, jumping in that you can knock back with Xin Shao at the same time, and then create that distance between, you know, the enemy champions and Doom down in that duo lane, so he can just keep throwing out the bombs. Ezra is a pick that E-Man is very comfortable with. He plays it quite a lot in solo queue. Not really the competitive pick though, because it does take a lot of time to scale. You know, you need the Manamune, you need the Trinity Force, 2 of the most expensive items in the entire game. Serrade's Grudge afterwards as well. So we're going to see another Karma support, which Karma with Ezreal is not really a pairing that you can really think of. I mean, there is a lot of poke down in that bot lane, but you are against, you know, the potential of an engage with a Leona and also a Ziggs on top of that as well, which if they combo their ultimates together, could be a lot of burst damage.
Well, as we head towards our second game, my question is, could Camille facilitate a Xin Shao role? But I'll let you talk about that in game if it becomes relevant, if the Xin Shao perhaps doesn't have the impact that it would want. As D-Man and Stuart, I'm going to let you take it away for game number 2.
Yes, let's hope this one's a little bit longer. We'll see how it goes. Obviously, Rick's finally getting their bounce back, so Stu can't keep counting up how many games they've lost in a row, basically. But yeah, so I mean, obviously 1-0 up, an absolute terrifying performance from them in the first game. Something we were hoping to see. I don't think Mondi's fans were certainly hoping to see it, but it's the performance we expect from Rick's. That's the thing. They measured the expectations at last.
Are they still spamming the chat? Have you checked the chat recently? Are they still?
Hopefully they're not getting banned for it anymore. I know they've changed a couple of chat, but
I wonder what the new copy pasta is now. I'm wondering what the new one is to see what they're actually doing it now. Because I know it was about the if Mondi only has one fan, I am that fan and all this sort of stuff.
Well, my girlfriend who's on the verge of leaving me was one of them, but yeah, that was. We don't want to go down that road. Yeah, so
not.
Don't worry, Stress. Stress was panicking for a minute. I'm not going to read the whole thing out. Don't worry.
Oh, so it's basically not suitable for stream.
Probably not. So that one probably
that
is
might be the reason
maybe,
why. Yeah, maybe that's the reason why they're getting banned in chat. There you go. That solved that problem.
Yeah, man, I mean, they're kind of putting themselves under the bus for that one, but yeah. Anyway, we've got to focus on the game because this could be over in 4 minutes. So we got to focus on it. No, okay. I want to see obviously a better performance from Mondi this time around. Obviously, very different comp. Rick's going with almost something similar to what they tried against Ice Cream yesterday with the Yone, with the triple melee setup there. Well, Random being very aggressive. Counter-Strike didn't land, unfortunately, onto Grezniak. Their aggression down the bot lane. This is what we were expecting.
Oh,
the Dragon lane
forward. Oh!
Almost managed to land the arcade shot, but I think he's in trouble.
The minion
Dude
damage.
might be able to finish him off, but he can see that Christina's coming back in. The Leona lockup is there once again. And my word, the bot lane delivers once again.
And that's the scary thing when you're up against a Leona. You need to be careful. As Doom actually flashed in as well. Emad's running speed actually get Emad as well. And the 2 versus 2 a kill again in the duo lane. It doesn't matter if they have a crazy early aggressive duo lane like the Lucian, like the Thresh. This time they have Ziggs, which is a very late game scaling champion with Leona. They still win the 2 versus 2. And that's a big advantage already in this duo lane. It means that Ziggs is going to get more and more items to get even scarier as the game goes on.
And that's the danger, especially obviously on a Karma. Karma can be very squishy early on. Obviously,
yep.
Ezreal, yes, you're a bit mobile, but if you get caught out by that Zenith Blade, you're in trouble because, you know, the burst potential from the Ziggs bomb, especially if it's on that, I think it's the 3rd passive, right, isn't it, that does the double damage as well with the basic attack. The burst potential that's there from the Ziggs is so strong. And yeah, I mean, that's a double for Doom. 2 minutes in, that's already Dragon Lane in a real bad situation.
Yeah, you can see that Clue's looking to roam around now, and this is another great thing about Ziggs. Like, you know, we can roam around, and they're going to look for a tower dive here.
It's a tower dive, but will it work out against Doom? He surely should be able to chain it out, and they do. Very well chained out there. Christina's going to be the one that will just tank out the turret. Obviously gives the kill across as well. So a well-worked gank this time around.
Yeah, and that is a trade kill back. Clue actually went up into the Baron lane, didn't get anything for it as well, so he wasted a lot of time in that Baron lane, which allowed that tower dive. I was about to mention, Ziggs is really good to be left alone in the Dura lane because he can wave clear very quickly.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it wasn't quick enough this time around because we're not that late into the game yet, but that's normally the great thing
I think
about
if he'd have
Ziggs.
had Satchel Charge, which he probably hasn't leveled up yet, then he might have been fine. It may have been able to land it. But then again, even that...
I think he used Satchel Charge on the minions. I think instead of like using it on himself to try and escape.
Yeah,
I think he was just trying to clear the wave
when
as
you're
fast
against
as
a Rift
possible.
walking Kassadin, it's very hard to avoid.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Clue's in this Baron lane again as well. A lot of roams, and you can see that actually Doom is moving up here as well, as both the mid laners are down.
Which is dangerous. It's a 3v3, and it's against the tower as well. They're tanking the turret out nicely. They will manage to get one, so Jax will get the kill onto Grezniak. Meanwhile, they're going to keep on pushing. The Zenith Blade not going to quite land on Orion. But yeah, they cut the lane very nicely there. They may actually take a chunk of this, even if they may even take the tower.
Get it. Yeah, I think they can even take the first tower of the game. Clue's actually going to walk away. Clue's actually going to walk away to make sure that the tower doesn't get as many resistances if you have more champions nearby the tower. So Random is going to take the first tower. And I was talking in the draft about how Jax and Ziggs can be very strong late game scaling champions. Doom got a double kill and Random got a double kill. If there's 4 champions, or 2 champions I should say, that you want kills on, they actually got a mid lane kill, and it's going to be traded over to Snitch. But yeah, if there's kills that you want to give over, it's just got to be to Random and Doom. They're the only 2 champions that you really want them towards.
That's it. Well, a little bit of damage onto the bot Dragon turret, but that's about it. 5-2 already. Snitch seems to be a little bit more happier now than today. He is a level behind though at the moment on the casting. Obviously, we've already seen Ferox roaming here. Ferox is on the casting, by the way. It says Jossie the Bluta, but it is actually I think that's Jossie the Blood, isn't it? Bluta, the Bluta. I feel like it is. Come on, Stress. You know it is. You know you're German. The Bluta. I think Bluta is blood, but Duh is definitely German. So maybe he's gone with a German name in there. Either way. Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm rambling because, well, let's face it, they're having a little bit of a lull right now. Doom has switched across into the mid, and we'll see whether he's going to get involved. Random's just gone ultra aggressive here. Solar Flare being used on Grezniak, and they just lock him down. Look at that. You can see Seven just chilled in the tri-bush, and he's just like, I'm not really needed. I'm just going to stay here, just keep a lookout for any cut-ins. Nothing happening. They are instead going to try and go straight up for the Rift Herald, and they might be able to get it here. There is obviously the Mega Inferno Bomb chance that could come down here, but that's another turret gone. So 2 turrets down, 5 minutes in, without the Rift Herald.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they want. They always focus in towards random, and this is something that we know from Rix that they used to be playing towards. Random on this Jax already has 2 towers on his name. They're going to even catch out... Oh, catch out. I was going to say catch out the Kha'Zix, but he's able to leap away. But yeah, a lot of gold now. I'm very curious to see what the actual gold lead is. It can maybe catch up, cast him, but Rift Walk, and another Rift Walk available in probably about 2 seconds.
Solar Flare first.
Flashes as well.
Oh, not quite. The Counter-Strike wasn't quite landing either.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the gold leads at the moment, because we're currently looking at 6,000 gold lead for Rix, but I'm very curious of where the gold lead is. You know, it's probably all into Random's pocket, to be fair, and maybe Doom in the bot side as well as this. Actually, Exhaust going down. Random just flashing over the wall. He doesn't care.
Oh, he's actually tower diving too. Okay. All right, they're in... I think they're in confident mode today. Either confident or just angry at yesterday's performance. Either way, they are out to prove a point, and the point is being made.
Yeah, they want to get their revenge. They want to prove that they are still one of the best. They're not a team that are going to be slacking over the next few weeks. You can see at the moment, I feel like it's already difficult for Mondi to try and
Doom's
come back.
Did that true-shot barrage?
He is kind of low, but I don't think the Kha'Zix is going to be able to jump over. The Rift Herald does get used in mid lane, and now we get to see, look at the gold. Look at the gold in the Baron lane. There you go, straight away.
Oh, yeah.
Over double.
Double, yeah.
Yeah, over double. And that's because of the 3 kills that he got, and also the towers that he got already. The tower top lane and the tower bot lane. And now Ferox is in a whole lot of trouble. The team's about to arrive. Seven actually flashes in.
Yeah, no, he got pulled in. I didn't flash in, I don't think, at least, unless he... Maybe going to get away with it? No, not going to get away with it, unfortunately. He did flash in. You're right.
He did flash in. Yeah.
I think he tried to flash and catch his ult to knock him back, right?
I think it was either that or maybe his first ability was stacked up and he was trying to get the knock up afterwards, so then Snitch can follow up with Yodi ulti, but unfortunately wasn't able to. So Seven does pull a little bit of an over-aggression there, but I feel like they're still in a commanding position already this game. But yeah, Random already has like 8,000 gold, and you know, Jax just does Jax things and can just split push or just join a team fight and basically 1 versus 9 if he really wants to. But Rando could just do whatever he wants this game. And, you know, it was the early pressure of Clue roaming up into the Baron lane. Yes, they gave over the kill and the tower dive to Doom down in the bot side, but Random has 3 kills. He has 2 towers already. That means that's just going to be more gold funnel into Random, which is something that we've known that Rix is able to do and want to do throughout the entirety, really, of WREC and also in off-season.
Yeah, still very much one of the best European Baron laners. And at the moment he's having to, well, obviously to go that split push, but it's up against the Kassadin of Ferox, but unfortunately Ferox is not having none of that. That's a couple of times that Orion keeps trying. He keeps unfortunately trying. I mean, in fairness, it's the same level as 7, but 7 is just invading everywhere. And obviously this is very dangerous territory, lack of ward vision around here as well for Mondi, so not really got anything that they can look at, and that's going to be a blue buff. They're giving it to. He's taking it for himself.
I think Doom got it. Did Doom get it? Or did
7 took it?
Oh, yeah. I think there was a blue buff icon around Doom as well.
He does have it, yeah. Well, they took their own one as well.
They both got it, yeah. They both got it. They'll just take everything at this point. They can take the entire jungle. They can take as many towers as they want. The second Rift Herald is going to be up in 30 seconds. I'm sure they're going to look to go back to base and grab that when they are. Taking a look back at the items as well. There's actually a jungle lead for Kha'Zix in the jungle, but other than that, you know, everything else is like, you know, over 1,000 gold at least ahead at the moment for the rest of the team. Solari Charge Blade completed already for Snitch with Blade of the Ruin King. Obviously, Yone has his passive, which allows him to get double crit shots every single time.
Oh, that's not what you want to face, Jank.
Yeah, that's not what you want to face. And Solari Charge Blade obviously being a Wild Rift unique item, every single time you use an ability, your next auto attack will deal bonus magic damage. That can also crit, so it actually works really, really well with Yone's kit.
Trying to triple stack in for Random, but unfortunately, here comes Clue.
Just kill them
the
all.
Lockdown comes in, and that's just exactly what a Jax needs. Anyone that can get locked up is going to get in trouble. It's a 2v4, guys. Back back away. Doom is going to join the party, but they are taking the Rift Herald on the top lane, as well as you can see Baron lane being pushed in. I think Random is up there now. No, it's not. Snitch has gone all the way up there. Snitch is pushing in the Baron lane.
Yeah, he's going to push in the Baron lane. You can see that they're trying to get a play Mondi on the bot side of the map, but meanwhile, Bricks are just getting a pressure on the other side, and you can see top lane also mid lane as well. E-Man.
Solar Flare doesn't quite land, but it doesn't. Zenith lane doesn't land either. It doesn't matter. 7 will take it, tanking out the turret, and then finally goes down. Rift Herald still pushing on. If they can keep them alive, Rift Herald is going to get a good chunk of this tier 2 turret as well. It's looking like it will do as they keep on bouncing. Will the turret finish him off first? Oh, didn't quite get the charge in.
Very, very close. They did get the first charge, though, in the mid lane. You can see 7's now up in the Baron lane as well. Nearly takes that Baron lane tower, but you can see this is the pressure at the moment of this 1-3-1, as we can hopefully see. Yeah,
not going to get away with that one.
Does die again in the Baron lane, so again, a bit of an overextension. But you can see the pressure of Rix at the moment. You know, Rand's pushing in the bot lane. Snitch is pushing up in the top lane. They've got 3 members pushing in the mid lane as well. And this is what Rix normally are really, really good at. When they're ahead, they can control the map very well. They're going to keep taking your jungle camps, is actually exactly what Snitch is doing now. And this is why it's so hard to play against Rix when they're ahead.
I would say I'm going to level one tiny bit of criticism is that they are so far ahead. They're doing it a little bit sloppy. It's not a clean fight at the moment. Ooh, look at this. Snitch is trying to prove a point here, and he will get the kill. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him his life because in comes the rest of the support. Christina will pick up that kill. But trying to prove a point there that with very little health, he can still 1v1 down almost a full Kassadin.
Yeah, it shows how much damage this champion has. Also has the shield and everything, and all the CC with the multiple knockups. But it's going to be a tower for Mondi up in the top side. It's about an 8,000 gold lead at the moment for Rix. They are going to take the second dragon of the game, so they can try and look towards this 3-dragon win condition. Kalu is just chilling in the enemy jungle at the moment, you know, goes all the way around near the base and goes basically towards that tier 2 tower and just zoning away the members of Mondi, which will allow them to take this tier 2 tower down in the bot lane. Now, losing a little bit of gold in the top side as Kha'Zix does take away the blue buff, but I think they'll be complete fine with it. 4 towers to 2 at the moment, 10 kills to 5, and Rix are looking really good. There's a flank actually coming in from 7.
Yeah, they're going to try and cut 7 off here. As they, oh no.
No.
Ryan had the whole team profiling that way, and he was trying to set up a nice little pincer gank, and then they all stopped and went back, and he's like, guys? Guys? Alright, yeah. Got left on his own.
Unfortunately. Tried to jump away, wasn't able to. Tried to stealth away as well, wasn't able to.
Well, he could have just gone back in the tri-bush. There was no reason why he didn't. And then obviously with the rest of the team sort of pushing him out.
I think with 7 coming, I think he realised that he was just dead anyway, to be fair.
Well, no,
so, he tried to
if
catch
you looked
him.
at the map, they were all possing into the jungle. So it looked like they were all, okay, there's going to be a 4-man chase onto 7 here, and they're going to catch him out. But I think he got baited myself. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Ryan. Don't worry. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Anyway, rest of his team sadly weren't, and it is a 12k gold differential, 13 minutes gone. Obviously, Rift Herald's all pretty much done and dusted. Baron is now up, and that is looking like Rix's main target.
Yep, and honestly, they can just take this Baron so quickly. And as you can see,
Random
this is something
busy,
that Rix do. I mean, I don't think it's going to happen this game, but this is the exact same thing. I'm getting a bit of deja vu with how Rix played against Formulation, where Random was pushing the bot lane, and they actually lost this Baron. Will they lose it again?
Gotta get it quick, gotta go quick. It's a smite fight, 7 will lock it down though. The rest of the team come in, and now Clue comes around the side to try and lock things down. Does manage to block off one. Can he block the other? Yes, he will. Zenith Blade goes in. He's just buying the rest of his team time. You gotta remember while this is all happening,
Random's gonna end the game.
Goes Random
That's it,
to
GG.
finish the game, taking down the Nexus. They're just gonna lock them up, keep them busy. Thank you very much. Jax has destroyed your base.
And like I said, a little bit of deja vu there. I was a little bit worried for a second because that was exactly the same situation they were in against Formulation in the Infernal League before, where they had Random in the side lane who was so far ahead, but they wasn't decisive enough around that Baron. They weren't able to take that Baron as quickly as what they wanted to. But this time around, they're able to take the Baron, and at the same time, Random's pushing up it down in the bot lane, and they get the victory in the end.
Yeah, that was more of what we wanted to see out of Rix in the series as a whole, and I agree with you, Stuart. The exact positioning of that was very reminiscent of a place they went wrong earlier in the week. I mean, this time is a little bit less of like picking laning picks that will just demolish people and just kind of going for a comp and being stronger overall. So I think Rix showing us a little bit of a difference, a little bit of flavor that was different to game 1, but I think had you coming into this weekend, I was like, oh yeah, that would be totally expected.
Yeah.
From this.
But I mean,
series,
the fact is the game was slipping away from within 4 minutes, just like it did in game 1. Doom double kill early to bot lane. We were looking at it and thinking, is he going to get it? He had no right to get it. But in fact, Mondi stuck around too long, and then he just flashed in and said, all right, we've dealt with one, we're going to go in and get another. They just disrespected the power of the lockup that you get from the Leona, which we know is phenomenal. It's like one of the longest stun locks you can get in the game. Just disrespecting that. And obviously, in terms of the Baron lane, it seems that today Random had a point to prove. I think
Definitely, yeah.
because he was really strong.
I think it's interesting because I think Randoms looked the same. Actually, across all
he's
of the
been
games.
always
It's
strong,
like,
yeah.
I feel like in many of the games, like Random, we can take a look at replays throughout the entire game, and it'll be a random highlight package. Like I feel like he's always been playing for this like hyper aggressive, I'm gonna 1v1 you and win matchups that I shouldn't. This is the first time though that the rest of the team have been dominant this week, or at least since the formulation series, where like the rest of the team is playing on the same wavelength and channeling the same energy.
And I think the thing is that it kind of shows towards their playstyle as well, because as I was mentioning in the game, Clue was always up in the Baron lane, Seven's always up in the Baron lane as well. So, you know, it's not only Random playing well, but it's also Rick's trying to look towards that win condition of Random in the Baron lane. But as I mentioned, you know, they've done it before, and we've seen them do it before, and they've not been able to close out games before. But this time around, it was this decisiveness around that Baron. This is the end of the game replay here. You can see, you know, they saw 3 members with Random down in the bot lane. They were like, we need to start this Baron.
Yeah.
They've done that before, and they've messed up before around big objectives. But this time around, it's a decisiveness, taking the Baron, and then you can see Random with the Hull Breaker easily been able to end the game.
And keeping with that decisiveness, I mean, yesterday we were like, Clue? What are you doing, Clue? And it got caught out a couple of times today. Especially on the Leona here, obviously on the Thresh in the last game, he was decisive, he was making the plays, he was getting backed up in those plays, and it was just everything was working.
And what I would say about the support role in general, I think when you're on the team that's winning and super far ahead, you feel invincible.
Yeah.
When you're on the back foot and you're playing the tank support role, you're like, guys, I really can't take this fight, but I have to throw myself in front of the grenade in order to like save everybody else. So I think that's one of the things where Clue, when he has that confidence on the Thresh and that, I'm like, okay, yep, great, everything that you need out of a support. It's just unfortunately when he gets thrown to the wolves a little bit, sometimes it doesn't look like he's having the best of games. But I think Rick's overall looking good.
Yeah, and I think that's something to do with, you know, the champions that are currently in the meta at the moment as well in the support. You know, you think about, you know, Nautilus. If you go in, there's only one way you go in. You can't get back out afterwards except you have a flash. Leona, the exact same thing. Set, the exact same thing. The only exception is really Rakan at the moment, which is really strong in the meta. You can dash in and dash back out. But, you know, that's kind of where, you know, the miscommunication comes in. Whether, you know, yesterday with Clue on Nautilus, sometimes he went in a little bit too early and he wasn't able to get back out because obviously he's on the Nautilus. He doesn't have flash, so you need that little bit of mobility to be able to escape back out. But, you know, this time around on Leona, gets that early game advantage. As you said, you know, when you're ahead and when you have that item advantage, you're basically unkillable.
I'm smiling because it was obviously Rick that banned out Nautilus twice. It was just maybe like banning out Clue.
I mean, that's because Christina
obviously
is like
Christina is known for Nautilus, etc., but it actually worked in their favour, I feel.
It did.
True.
It did.
Oh, look at that. Surprise, surprise. Who did the most damage?
Oh, what a shock.
Surprise. The
Surprise,
Ziggs did the most
surprise.
damage. One thing that is not working in Momdi's favour, just to speak of the last week in a whole, they've made a lot of roster swaps. Yes, they're a free agent team. Yes, they've got people coming in and out, but I think it's really harming them on having just a foundation that they can go back to every single game. I think that the most successful teams always have something that it's like, okay, when it's going wrong, we fall back to this plan. And when you're moving parts constantly, I think that's the tricky thing that Mondi are going to have to overcome for the rest of the game days.
I mean, we saw, you know, a completely different roster in the Infernal League, for example. You know, completely different. Their bot lane, you know, stayed the same. Other than that, the whole top side always changes. You know, if you want to try and compete for that top 4, which obviously you're at 0-2 start already. If you want to try and come back, you need to keep a consistent roster. You need to get scrims in as well. You need to get that synergy, because we've seen, you know, new players come in, Parlor as well with Labunya. It takes a while. You know, Viv as well. It took a while for them to become stronger, and you need to get that synergy. You need to get the scrims in to be able to, you know, come out on top against these big teams.
Become the Mondi that beat Game Lord the other day. It's like last weekend they were looking fantastic. Game Lord got taken down. Game Lord are going to be looking yesterday and thinking, how did we lose? How did we lose to that team that's just lost within 14 minutes both games against Rex?
Well, we'll take a look who our MVP is from the series. Maybe they'll clue us into a little bit on how. That wasn't actually a setup. I don't think it's going to be Clue. No offense to Clue. It's going to be Doom from the damage he output. Again,
I
doesn't
gave
even
Clue his
need
props.
the 80
He's
carries.
got it.
Exactly. Doom can still get it done on the Ziggs. I still feel like picks like Orianna and that can hover around
I feel
the
like
meta
this
for
is
him
the
as well.
MVPs come from maybe the damage done.
Yeah, maybe just a little
Pretty
bit.
much, rather than the actual plays he made. Yes, he made some great plays right at the start, but I would say after that, it was kind of like he was in the back.
Yeah.
That's basically all that Ziggs does.
Playing
Yeah,
Ziggs,
exactly.
he's like, "Oh,
That's
here's
all
a
you
bomb."
need to do. Exactly.
Yeah.
You just throw out your ulti, throw out your abilities. Hey, you know, I'm playing a champion that can do damage. But
What
Doom-
was my favourite mid laner? Ziggs was fantastic.
Doom-
Well, now
Doom
he's a
get
bot
dou-
laner. I'm sorry.
I know,
you don't
well,
get to-
very, very different, obviously, in Wild Rift.
I mean, Doom getting double MVP now. You know, we saw him in an 80
Yeah,
carry
that's
in the
true.
last game.
That's
Saw
true.
him back on the
Proving a
mage that
point.
he's comfortable with. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, really happy for him. Really happy for Rix as well, getting back on track after a very slow week for them.
Yeah, I think it was a very important win for
Yep.
Rix to now be 1-1 in the standings. Unfortunately for Mondi, they are 0-2 after the first weekend of play. I do have a version of the translation of the two of them.
Okay.
So, Blüte either means bleeding, which is
Right.
certainly after this
The
series,
bleeding,
or bleeder,
Yep.
as like somebody who would. And then Brecher is either the crusher or like the breaker.
The breaker, yeah.
At
yeah.
this point, maybe broken. But
Oh.
German, unfortunately, it can be a little difficult to figure out your tenses on German. That's one of the reasons why I'm not very good at it.
Yeah, same.
But less about my poor German skills and more about the companies and people helping keep the Snapdragon Pro Series going. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, powering their own Pro Series, as it is. Snapdragon, as we've said, found in many of the top phones for gaming, so big shout out to them for the Pro Series. On top of that, of course, we want to credit Samsung for the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3. If you're in the market for a new phone, check out the Z Fold 3, as I'm sure there's plenty of the features. 120 hertz, giant aspect ratio, every single thing that you could want, including one of those Snapdragon processors. If you're looking for a beverage right now and you've got some Monster in the fridge, first of all, crack that open and take a drink. You'll be able to join us on staying energized for our games today. It's a quick 2-0, so I think we've got plenty of energy for now.
Yeah,
I'll delay
yeah.
my second
Delay a
Monster
little bit,
until
yeah.
I'm not
probably-
going to second today. I'm not going to second. It's too much.
I will. I'll drink that one. Maybe I'll even drink your second one. I'll go for
Just go
3 by the
wild.
third series. I'll be wired. DHL, one of our other partners, of course, you can get involved in the action. ESL.gg/DHL quiz. Get your entries in. There's a €100 shop voucher for the ESL shop, so you can get merchandise from your favorite teams and your favorite tournaments. Check out all that merchandise as well while you're putting your entry in. And then join us on Discord for our Snapdragon Pro Series community, where we want to hear your predictions, we want to hear your thoughts. Let us know who you'd spend that €100 ESL voucher from DHL on. Let us know which team you'd be picking up merchandise from. And we'll enjoy reading your answers as we go to break, because it's about time for our second series of the day. When we come back, this one should be a lot closer to banger series between Formulation and Team Queso in just a few minutes' time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
like the sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts you.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are getting ready for Game 2, I should say Series 2 of the day. It will be our third game. Stress joined by D-Man and Stuart for today's games. I think our first series we thought was going to be closer, and Rix quickly make their way past Mondi. But this series, I think...
You might have thought it was closer.
I was thinking it was going to be closer. You know,
it only counts for 1 point, though. It doesn't matter if you don't get the score right. It only counts for 1 point.
The problem is, though, every time I back Rix, it goes horribly wrong for Rix. And
we
for
didn't
me.
I mean, you still backed
time.
them. You
I
still
know.
said they were going to win. It's just...
But I gave them just a hint
Yeah,
of doubt,
yeah.
just so they could overcome
No
the
pass the
hurdle
curse this time.
that
It's
we
fine.
put in front of them. Meanwhile, it's going to be Formulation, who are one of the teams we're expecting to do very well, going up against the organization that are the WREC current champions. And I think, you know, still 3 players from Team Queso remain from that lineup that did win back in Barcelona in May. So certainly still able to call them that as we take a look at the Team Queso lineup. Starting with the Baron lane, one of the remaining players from that championship lineup, Acolyte, jungler Andres, Veos in the middle lane, and then the 2 new imports, I say imports, the 2 new players, Mumu and Floor, joining the Team Queso lineup. So I feel like yesterday, Queso looked a little bit like the old Queso that were everything in the Andre basket. And Stuart, we thought we changed from that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that, to be honest. I mean, second game, you know, he was on the Jarvan, where basically everyone of NASA was just like, yeah, everything is still on the Andre basket.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think yesterday's performance, I think Team Queso did play very well. It's a different style from Team Queso as well. Playing the Enchanters in the support role down the bot lane for Floor, which we know he's very, very strong at. Mumu on his Kai'Sa, which shouldn't have really been a Kai'Sa, but was a Kai'Sa at the end.
Yeah.
And even after, you know, even after the kill and everything that happened in the top side of the map, you know, Team Queso were able to come out to nil victors over NASA. So really excited to see if they, you know, able to step up and go even further and take down Formulation this time.
Yeah, their opponents on the other side of the rift, Formulation, I think, are the most consistent team right now. They've won a tournament already this week, so a good performance from them up against Rix was really what Formulation kick-started their weekend off. So sneaky in the Baron lane with a Vex, Don, Quantum, and Scow as the support. So Formulation, I think, have been really fun to watch, I would say. Like, Vex as a jungler has just been very active, very dominant from his role, and I think it's a really impressive performance.
They've had a very strong week. They look fantastic throughout the Open qualifiers. They really didn't skip a beat throughout that. And then obviously, if we were to look into week, as you mentioned, the Inferno Cup, a 3-0 over Rix, which, you know, take it or leave it, whatever it was, it's still a 3-0 over Rix. And then yesterday, while they were slightly tested by Parlor in the second game, I would say that in the first game they were phenomenal. You know, and in terms of like objective control, they're very much reminds me of a Korean team, as it were. Is what I'm going to say, which is actually a pretty big praise, I would say, out there. But in terms of like how they weren't fighting for the sake of fighting. What I mean is like every time they take a fight, they're being objected to follow, and it would just be by the numbers effectively. And it was very strong play. Vex obviously leading the charge throughout it.
Let's zoom in a little bit on one of the matchups for these two teams, as Formulation and Queso are getting ready. A head-to-head matchup for this series that we want to take a look at. As we will get it up on your screen momentarily for that head-to-head. It is for this matchup. I know where. Good. I'm glad.
I mean, we know where we're going.
We didn't pick it, but I was like, if it's not Andres, then Vex.
Like, we didn't know. Yeah, we didn't know, but I'd be very surprised if it wasn't this
Yeah.
matchup. You know, I would say At the moment, currently in EMEA, two of the best junglers in the region, by
Yeah.
far. I think, Vex has come in, which obviously he had that little time off that he wasn't able to play. He's come back and he's proven himself. But then Andre on the other side, winning the EMEA championship, winning WREC, has shown that he can put everything in there as well.
I mean, I would say the questions for for Parlor, why they let Gragas get through the bans in the first place. Obviously, he managed to get the Gragas, so yes, he got on a magnificent champion. The second game, though, they did try and ban a lot away from him, and he still managed to get the Kazakh, still did very well. For Andre, obviously, we know his Jarvan was ultra aggressive, but the fight as well. I mean, obviously, you look at that game, you think how Mumu did very well in that game too, but that was all because it was set up. You think of that big, epic vault breaker through the wall, catching the two off guard. It could have been a very different game if he hadn't managed to catch that. It could have been instead, it could have been NASA doing very well in that game, and it could have gone to a third series perhaps.
Yeah, of course. I love the sugarcoating around Vex's story from last year just a little bit. I will stop talking about it as Vex has played more and more games from, of course, that Na'Vi competitive ruling last year. And I think the reason that I keep bringing it up is because I think there was a massive hole left in the jungle role for the EMEA region, because I always looked at Vex's gameplay as a player that could challenge Andre as that jungle carry. It left Andre on his own for a good few months in the scene. So that's why, at least for now, it's the return for Vex. And as soon as we've got the games under our belt to see him once again, this is the matchup that I think is going to wipe that slate clean a little bit for me. I want to see how does Vex, with a team like Formulation, go up against Andre, because he is a jungler that can compete.
And I feel like, sometimes it is a little bit difficult, when you have such a long time off, sometimes it is a little bit difficult to get back on track. But as soon as he joined this Formulation roster, as soon as this roster got announced, everyone was super excited about it. And as soon as they started playing, instantly straight away, you can see the power of, Vex. He could play the mages, he can play the aggressive champions, he could play the hyper carries and just farm up if he really wants to as well. So that's a big matchup to look in the jungle. Like you said, maybe whoever wins this series will solidify who is the #1 jungler at the moment in the EMEA region.
We want to hear your predictions as well in the chat, so get the chat spam in at this point. I know Mondi fans, we asked you to spam, but it's Queso and Formulation on this one. Mondi are not in this series, so those of you that are still in chat, pick your favorite team for Formulation and Queso. Now we get to see our predictions, and I think this is the moment where we probably diverge a little bit more. We all picked Rix in the last series, but I know that our predictions go in a few different... Oh, wait, I thought you voted for Queso.
I didn't vote for Queso.
Oh, okay. Then we're all voting for
Yesterday
Formulation. Okay, it must have been, again, the 2-1s. It must be the last series today.
I think you're talking about last
different.
day.
Okay. Nevertheless,
you got a bit too ahead of yourself.
I have a little bit of hope still in Queso. It's me that's voting for Queso a little bit more. I have the hope that this goes to 3 games, but both of you very confident on 2-0. Demon, I'll let you erase my
there's no way I was going to. I mean, honestly, like I just said a moment ago, Formulation really impressed me yesterday with the way they took the game. Like, if I was to just, I mentioned it in the Rix game there, like, they were miles ahead, but they were also a little bit sloppy with about the way they went about it, whereas when we watched Formulation, miles ahead against Parlor in game 1, they just did it by the numbers, and they just won the game, like, without risking anything, really.
Yeah, this is what happens when I check up predictions before my first score of the day instead of after. As we head into the draft between Team Queso and Formulation Queso on the blue side, Formulation on the red, and I think already that gives Sneaky a lot of room to work with. A lot of the time when we see these kind of matchups, you end up being able to get a good top lane matchup. I wonder whether we'll still see Baron lane focused early on, though.
I think the big thing that I praise about Formulation as well is definitely their drafts, and that goes through to, Mavilla as well. Their drafts are very, very different. Yesterday we saw the Nasus down in the duo lane. During last week as well, we saw Lux mid lane for the Don. So I feel like Formulation have a lot of flexibility, and that's a huge credit to their coaches in terms of the drafts as well. So I'm curious to where this one goes. And I think the bot lane matchup is also going to be an interesting one as well, because Quantum and Sko can play pretty much whatever they want down in the duo lane, and then the other side, we pretty much have a brand new duo lane, but they proved yesterday, Flora and the Karma, that they can still perform very, very well.
So Lux off the board, Gragas off the board as well, and that Nautilus remains on the ban list. Puts us closer to figuring out a first pick. Varus still available. Rix did ban it and have it banned away from them over the last few days as well. So we'll see whether it does have first pick priority as Zed taken away.
But one pick that Team Queso might go towards is this Gwen. They've played quite a lot of Gwen recently. Acolyte and Andre have been very, very good on the Gwen. Not too sure if it's a first pick potential. Jax is also still open, so that can also be the first pick. Oh, sorry, Jax, yeah, Renekton and the Varus, as you mentioned as well. So I think they're the 3 picks that maybe Team Queso
Fiora. Didn't they first pick Camille the other day? Was it them? No,
that was
NASA.
That was NASA.
Yeah, it was NASA. Yeah,
they actually go for the
Fiora,
Karma. I'm very surprised for this because I thought that Karma maybe fell out of their first pick, but maybe they just want floor on comfort it down in the dual lane on that support. Obviously played it 2 times already yesterday. That's why I didn't really mention it. But then on the other side, you get Quantum on his comfort pick. You get Quantum on his most played champion in the Varus, and maybe you can sponsor that. Morgana is another one that's already open as well, and we saw how strong 7 performed in it in the last game. It's 7 Vex is going to do the exact same this time.
Yeah, and with the Varus there, it is likely now pretty much only to be Morgana in that jungle role. That's a very quick Camille pickup for Team Queso. And with Jax and Fiora banned, Camille kind of fills that spot of the later game scaling top laner if Acolyte wants to take it up there. But Andre is one of the junglers. We keep talking about how deep his champion pool is. We've seen this out of Floor in the past. Floor's Janna, synonymous being that enchanter. Mumu is about to get set up for any hyper carry he wants.
That's the big thing that I'm thinking of now. We saw yesterday he played the Kai'Sa, but now you're thinking of Vayne. Now you're thinking of all these hyper carries that you could play. Xayah as well. Please, Mumu, do it. Give me Xayah. Anyway, but yeah, hopefully we do get hyper carry in the dual lane. But yeah, I've been talking about, we've been talking about all weekend. Floor on Janna, most played champion, very, very comfort pick that we saw a lot stressed in the WREC Season 1 when he was on Viv Esports.
So an interesting comment to leave here as well is, does this give Andres extra jungle champions to unlock as well? I'm
Olaf
trying to think of what fits.
well.
Okay, Olaf I think was one of the ones that could have been that play where you have double enchanters and it really facilitates that. I do wonder where Mumu will go because, if you're playing 80 carries into Varus, it's a very tough matchup. Some of the only ones that I feel can kind of hold against his pushes like Jinx, but it's still a rough early game. Like you mentioned Xayah, but she gets poked down really hard. You've played that matchup a ton. It is a very difficult matchup to lane against.
Wise ban, Lucian being taken away. As soon as they see the Janna in there, they're thinking, what kind of hyper AD carries can we get rid of? You mentioned Vayne's still available. I haven't seen a Vayne for a while. Last time I saw a Vayne, they would play top lane, right? And it was so random. It was literally so random.
Yeah, we don't talk about that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we won't go into that one. Set being taken away, we did see that being used yesterday, and I was just about to say Garen is available, but with Renekton and Garen, that's a tanky team.
We might be Vayne gaming though. Renekton and Garen, very short front line, like melee range, like. The only real worry
perfect against big tanks like
Varus. Yeah, the only worry is the Varus, and then you're only focused about late game, right? So as long as there is the Vayne. As long as you bring something that wave clears mid lane, like Karma can do it a little bit here, but I want to see what else rounds out here because she does get a little bit pushed in.
The big thing to focus on in this early game is definitely going to be down in that dual lane, depending on what the support is as well for formulation. But they need to try and shut down this Vayne. They need to. Wukong is going to be the pick as well, which can be flex. Camille and Wukong both can go in the jungle, both can go in the Baron lane. But I think all eyes are on Mumu this game. Like you mentioned, tanky front line for Garen and Renekton. Vayne is going to be able to be super mobile. Probably won't even be in range as well and can dodge away from the start of binding. Soraka is a pick that Sko has played a few times as well. Over the off season, and it's definitely a good pick against that Janna as well. And that Silence Field as well is also very good because of the dive potential that Team Queso have. You just put the Silence Field down. Camille can't do anything. Wukong can't do anything, and it's a great counter.
And that being said, Vayne relies. Yes, she has high damage against tanks, but it is gradual damage on single targets. Whereas Soraka, with the ult, with the heals coming through, I don't think can outrace a Vayne when you get high attack speed, but it certainly slows her down in these fights quite considerably. She can't tumble quite as effectively. I don't think it's the be-all end-all counter here, but certainly is going to make life trickier for this Vayne. And like as a laning pair, Varus Soraka is like immovable.
I mean this is a full disruption, right? It's like protect the Vayne. That's everything about this comp is protect the Vayne and let Mumu do what Mumu did do yesterday. That's unfortunately, I feel that's putting a lot of pressure on Mumu. Because in terms of who you're going to go in on, it's going to make it tricky because there is a big tanky front line right there. So for Wukong to go in, for example, for Andre to go in, He's got a big, beefy line to try and get past in the first place to get to Varus.
I also wouldn't be too surprised to see the Wukong playing defensively.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Cyclone
It's going to be it's purely defensive, protect the Mumu. Yeah.
Exactly that way. You kind of just receive the engage and really disrupt. So a different draft, very, very different draft than what we've seen from other teams. But the Enchanter support, I think, really sets that up as Floor coming in to the lineup for Team Queso. So interesting draft. We'll see how it plays out on the Rift as we head into Game 1 between Team Queso and Formulation with D-Man and Stuart.
Yeah, so here we go. This is probably going to be the real first battle, I would say, that we've seen throughout this league of who's likely to top the league. I think it's safe to say. Obviously, you got Queso coming in, WREC champions. Before that, they were Origin champions. They've obviously performed at Icons both years. They are arguably the most successful European team out there. Yeah, be it obviously a couple of roster changes, but there is still the heart of it is still there, very much with Acolyte and Andre. Up against Formulation, the up-and-comers, the team that is now performing in the off-season very, very well, looking to be successful. This is a big test for them.
I'm excited for one thing and one thing only. We've got 2 AD carries in this
yeah,
game.
I know. This is like traditional League of Legends almost here. Honestly, when I saw the comps, I'm thinking this is Season 2. So, which, by the way, for you guys watching, I know obviously you've got phones that are not even that close. This is like, I'm talking like 10 years ago now in terms of comps. That's how traditional this is.
I'm really excited for this bot lane. I mean, if I could, I would watch this bot lane throughout the entirety of this game. I think that's all I would do. You know, I'm really excited. Floor on his comfort pick, on his pocket pick as well. On this Janna, you can see already playing aggressive, going for trades. I think the crazy thing is that Janna is normally used as a defensive champion. And like you said, this is normally like a defend of the Vayne comp. But Floor plays Janna so aggressively. If Floor finds an opportunity to flash in, use a tornado to knock someone up, or use the ultimate to knock someone into his team, he will do that.
Yeah,
he will do that, and you know, with the Karma by your side as well, you'll be able to get a lot of shields, and they're even looking to dash in as well. You can see the early game trades actually working pretty well so far for Team Queso. It's a bit even for now, but Nullifying Orb is down.
And this carries with it a couple of things. Obviously, when you do start playing slightly off-meta champions, often you've not practiced against it for a while, so maybe it will catch you off guard. Yeah, you're going to be like, oh, it's Janna, okay, whirlwinds, but you know, the unpredictability of those whirlwinds sometimes can catch you off guard. And already you can see the pressure on Sko. Sko taking a lot of damage, but we should not discount the fact that Varus has Mega Poke. Varus is the meta AD carry right now in the game, so it's going to be tricky for him because Janna can be squishy.
Yep, you have to be careful, especially because Mumu is so low on HP. Oh, that piercing arrow hit as well. Andre actually playing super aggressive, flashes away.
Andre's in trouble. Yeah, he's going to be the first blood, goes straight down, but can they try and back this up? No, because he's going to get to the tower. So Andre, first blood for him. Bot lane also, you can see, in a lot of trouble, this Dragon lane. So both of the Viv players are going to have to back away here. Are they going to be allowed? No, they're not. Ward gets placed quickly in there. Sko tries to put the damage down. The piercing arrow almost lands as well from Quantum.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note is that Acolyte's in a little bit of trouble. He will be able to escape. This is not something new to Team Queso, especially in the top side of the map. You know, they're used to playing, sometimes it's, you know, play the hyper carry onto Andre. Obviously, he's playing a very different jungler this time around, more support and more utility. But, you know, when Joey was in this lineup in the WREC Season 1, he did play Vayne a few times. And they did go for this double shield comp, and now they're doing the exact same. So, you know, this top side, you know, Veos, Andres, and Acolyte know how to play this. You know, their coach likes to play this, you know, put all everything in one basket.
And something we should point out for Queso fans out there that obviously may have seen it before, this is a comp that takes a while to get going. This is not an early game comp. In actual fact, if they do well early game, it's magnificent for them. So they're expected to be trailing, which, as you can see at the moment, obviously is a 1,000 gold lead. Obviously, yeah, they lost out on the first blood, but it's a Dragon lane that's going to, I wouldn't say struggle, because they're clearly not struggling early game, but it's going to takes a while for a Vayne to pop off.
Yeah, they're going to take a while for sure. I mean, you can see that the dual lane is actually not going too bad for them for now. Yeah. The mid lane priority is the key at the moment for both these teams, as Andres look to go towards the Scuttle Crab in the top side. You can see at the moment, I think the big thing as well is that because we're seeing a lot of supports roam, and yes, you know, we have double enchanter supports as well in the bot lane. They're not the best at roaming. You can still see that that is what they are doing. Vayne is great in 1v1 situations, whether it's down, you know, in a 1v1 duel against Varus, whether it's a 1v1 duel against Bruisers. Vayne loves to play in 1v1 scenarios. Doesn't like to have anyone, you know, there to back him up unless they have shield, because that's when the hyper carry really comes in. So I think, you know, Mumu will be fine in this dual lane, even though that he probably will get pushed under tower and Quantum will get the priority. But as for now, though, we only had that one kill with Andres up in the top side. But as you mentioned, you know, the later this game goes, the more comfortable I feel like Team Queso will feel.
Yep. They're going to be looking at the potential, certainly a much longer game. I mean, if we were like 5-1 down or something like that in the previous matchup with Rix, but very much different game, much more concentrated. And as we pointed out, the presence that we expect both these teams to probably be in that top 4, barring anything absolutely crazy happening over the rest of the month. I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, patch could come in, meta could shift. Who knows what could catch people off guard? But we expect, in general, it will be these two teams in there competing. The question is, where will they finish? What sort of placement will they have? Because any sort of mental mind games that you can have over a win here, albeit a quick best of 3 in a league, all's going to stack up there. So here we go, Stu. 10 seconds coming up. Obviously, we have the Herald and the Dragon spawning. Chain of Corruption goes down. That's going to lock him in a little bit longer. Does have himself the shield to try and get out, and has to use the flash.
Or if that piercing arrow hit as well, that would have been a lot of damage and maybe the death to Veos. A few ultimates to keep a track of there. Quantum has no Chain of Corruption now for this Dragon fight, if there is going to be one. But it looks like they're actually going to give up the Dragon fight and actually give a lot of gold over to Mumu up in this Baron lane because of all the plays. I'm a bit surprised by this. I thought Team Queso maybe would have gone for the Dragon because it is the Infernal Dragon, so it does give your team a lot of damage. And obviously, they are scaling quite well. But instead, they're not going to be able to get over to Dragon, and they will take this early Rift Herald and maybe look to try and get the first tower of the game over to Mumu up in this Baron lane.
Yep, so Drag goes that way. I was keeping track of someone as burnt, obviously with Veos burning the barrier and flash, but it doesn't seem to matter since they are not looking for that team fight. I did wonder actually, with the fact you do have that Vayne, you don't generally go looking for that early team fight.
Yeah, they're just going to trade objectives for now, which, even though they don't take the Dragon, I think they'll be completely fine with just trading objectives. Andres hasn't used the Rift Herald yet. Just waiting for a little bit to see what they can do. Actually looks like there's a bit of an exchange, and topsiders, great Tornado. Yeah, blocks both of them. Just
stops the attack dead. It can be like the perfect skill that can just obliterate you. Obviously, he was also going to have the Howling Gale as well, if he really wants to blow them away. As it stands, very much a case of just building up the attack. Put the bubble on him, give him that extra AD, let him chip down. You can see the chunk that it had on Sneaky there as well on that Renekton. It can do a lot of damage when it builds up.
Yeah, it looks like the mid tower is actually going to be the priority for the Rift Herald this time around. So not focusing on that Baron lane tower, maybe focusing more on the tower platings, because it looks like they're just going to take this first tower of the game off in Baron lane, and they don't even need the Rift Herald. So that's going to be a lot of gold over to Mumu already, and that's the one player that we need to look at if you're a Team Queso fan. The more gold that Vayne gets, the happier you will become. And that means that you can get items a lot sooner. Blade of Rune King probably already completed, does have another dagger now, is going to go for the Wit's End as the second item, with no surprise because you've got the AP damage coming from Vex, coming from Quantum, and also from Sko, as you can see with the item builds now. Other than that, nothing else too crazy. Don is Garen Gaming. He comes in sometimes. I speak to Don a few times, and he talks about how Garen is a Giga Chad, but
Quantum gonna get locked up here. Gonna get a big shield on him though, and immediately they can see that Demacia Justice not quite enough to take down Veos. Turns it back around. In goes Andre, obviously using the monkey to try and disrupt with the Cyclone as best he can. Tries to get the slam down again, the silence onto Andre, and that may well be the mid turret going down. Yes, it will. So first tower going down for Formulation. Of course, they did lose out their top turret to Queso a moment ago. And while that's all happening, Flora and Mumu go down the bottom.
Yeah, more gold for Mumu. And I want to go back to kind of what Stress was saying during the draft and before the draft as well. Is, we normally see these dual lane carries go to the mid lane and go for that wave control. But now you can see that Mumu is constantly playing in the side lanes. Whether it's the top lane getting a top lane tower, whether it's bot lane getting a bot lane tower. And it's actually Veos. Veos is on wave clear duty in this mid lane. Using that Karma, using the abilities to clear the wave. Yes, it does mean that you don't have, that 2 versus 2 in the mid lane, but it means you can get more gold for Mumu. You can see they've already got both the side towers. I'm very curious to see what the gold is actually at the moment for Mumu compared to Quantum, because Quantum hasn't really had a lot of gold at all. They got the mid lane tower, but it was pretty much shed. But Mumu, again, look, you can see Mumu back in the side lane against Floor. They do really don't want to go for this 2 versus 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're happy to just keep the farming down the side there. Careful, because they're going to be stepping into 3. Veos taking a chunk of damage again there. But obviously you can always have the shields, and as you mentioned, the double shielding is always very, very strong. Acolyte's doing what he can to try and mitigate what is happening with Sneaky. Sneaky's just shoved that top wave in, looking to try and create some opportunity here in the mid. Not going to happen. Gets caught up by a piercing arrow and then just backs away. For Queso, it is simply a case of trying to keep the farm going. Keep Mumu fed, give him as much gold as you can, and that's why we're expecting this one to take a little bit longer than normal.
Yeah, it's not going to be a crazy 13, 14-minute game like we saw last time around. These two teams are very, very closely matched. If you think of recent form, you'd have thought that maybe Formulation will be able to come out on top here, but Team Queso are definitely a team that sometimes take a little bit of time to get into things, you know, especially with this new roster as well. It definitely take a little bit of time. You can see Don has the whole breaker completed already. Is going to probably go for Starrick's Gauge as your next item. With this Rift Herald up, it looks like it might be our first team fight as we only have 1 kill in 10 minutes, but Mumu can shred this down instantly, and they actually pull the Rift Herald away, which is very, very clever, and I think they're just going to take this.
Yeah, and they're going to go and try and lock this in as well. Veos trying to slow things down. You can see
Watch
Vex had to
Mumu.
flash out. In they go. They try and get the lockdown onto Dom. Then Dom is in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get dropped off, surely. Yes, he will. The one little shot from Mumu does the job. It is only a 1-for-0 trade, despite all that shenanigans. But obviously, that's the difference. The Rift Herald comes in there. Almost certainly going to use it in the mid.
Andres does so well to pull that Rift Herald away, which makes it even harder for Vex to come and steal. He walks up, he uses his ultimate as well to knock up Vex, so he basically can't get into Rift Herald range at all. Looks like it's a bit of a mid lane play, but this does mean that they are a little bit late to this Dragon. Looks like Vex has already started this Dragon as well, but Mumu's gone back to base. I think he's got the Wit's End completed now as well, so Mumu's in a very, very strong spot, and we could be looking at a team fight here.
Acolyte's trying to come around the side, obviously with the community can be very mobile, get in there. They're actually trying to lock them out. That's going to just get pulled back and leashed away. Veos, oh, that's risky, but it manages to go in and catch 3 of them off guard there, and Sneaky down to, well, a third of the health already. They can't afford to get involved on this Dragon. They're going to have to give it up, and Queso will take.
Yep, they'll take it. They were able to go back to base. They were able to buy the items in time, heal back up, and they were able to go straight towards this Dragon. Very, very well played by Veos and this Karma, using the evolved version of the second ability, being able to chain it towards enemy champions as well. So he gets a double route into his ulti, being able to get his passive back up into that huge, massive first ability damage, and that means that they're too low. They can't step up, and they can't take this down. And so far, so good for Team Queso. They'll take the 1,000 gold lead. And as I mentioned, you know, late this game goes, the more scary Mumu's going to get. And even though that you're going to get tanky items for Don and for Sneaky, with the Vayne, you're going to be able to do all the true damage with the bolts. So that means that you'll be in fine hands, I feel like, at the moment. I feel like Anti-Heal is the name of the game as well for Team Queso, as we... perfect timing to take a look at the items. Thank you very much, Observer. 2 anti-heal items at the moment for Team Queso. Oblivion Orb and Execution's Calling for Andres. Probably expecting to see the same for Floor as well as Acolyte. Because you need as much anti-heal as possible against the Soraka, because that's a big counter.
They're going for a team fight, yeah. I'm not sure if they realise that everybody is there, barring Acolyte. This is almost a 4v4 sort of building, and yeah, I think both teams realizing they're posturing for it and went, ah, whoa. There's nothing to be gained here for this fight. I think they both postured and realized the danger. Camille's still looking to hover around there. Acolyte looking to see if he can get involved in something. And Quantum trying to use those arrows to just back them off, chip them down, get that chip damage in there. While this is all happening, Sneaky's trying to shove that mid-lap wave in. Not going to work out. Acolyte will cut him off. And possible route coming in. Silenced, and you don't escape the Damascian Justice lockdown. The power of the silence from both the Garen and the Soraka combined, if you do get caught out like that, there is no escape.
Very, very big misplay from Veos. You know that the rest of the team's not there. You know that everyone's rotated already back towards the mid lane, so there's no need for you to step up there. You step up into Chain of Corruption range, and as you mentioned, the double silence on top of each other means that you can't use any abilities, you can't use anything else, and that means that there is another kill over to Formulation. I think another big item this game as well that Quantum has built is Serpent's Fang, being able to reduce the shielding. We obviously mentioned a lot about shielding this game with Veos and also with Flora on the Janna and the Karma. Serpent's Fang is going to be a great item for Quantum. You need to really make sure you hit that on the likes of Mumu, because Mumu's going to get all this shielding. Yeah. If you can hit them and reduce the shielding with Serpent's Fang, that's going to definitely give you a lot of an advantage. Leandri's Torment already completed for Veos, and has the Meteoron Tron as well. Meteoron joints. I know the developers love Meteor.
I assume that also reduces the AD buff, right, that you get from the Janna shield?
I'm not too sure. I think it just reduces the shield and not the yeah. It's just the reduced shielding, not the actual effect, extra effect that you get, because it's not enough to stop the shield. And as long as the shield is on there, then you get that extra, AD from the Janna shield.
Well, they are once again fixing for this, and this is stress.
They love this Baron lane.
Stress has been here before as well for a good few years on the PC side. This is the classic posturing that we saw. Unfortunately, on the PC side, it goes on for about 30 minutes. Thankfully, in Wild Rift, it is much quicker. Demacian Justice says goodbye to Mumu, and that's maybe going to tumble out of control here. You can see Sneaky does manage to get a slice and dice, but he won't have too much more to back it up. The tower still stands, remember. Does actually get caught out there by Veos, has to back away. While this is all happening, we should point out that Acolyte is continuing to shove the mid lane turret, so they're happy to delay them and try and get an objective off this, because that would be a massive bonus, just simply losing one person for a turret.
But again, I feel like it's another misplay for Team Queso. Again, there's no need for Mumu to step up that far. You're stepping up that far. You know, you get silenced, you get ulted by Don, and obviously because you get hit by Quantum's piercing arrow, it means that these shields that can be used to protect you is not going to be that strong. It's not going to be enough to protect you. He steps up too far. Don, Garen Gaming just tanks up all the damage, goes in with his ultimate and his silence, and he's able to get another kill. Yes, Acolyte was pushing down the mid lane. He wasn't able to take that tier 2 tower. And even though we've been talking about how well Team Queso have been performing so far in this game and how well their scaling is, they're making very, very little mistakes, but they're very costly mistakes, and it doesn't mean that they can play as aggressive as what they want to. Yeah,
they need to watch it. Here's a replay back of it, and it's...
Look, again,
you could almost look at this replay and just mirror it with what Veos did a moment ago as well.
Yeah. It's exactly the same thing. It's stepping up too far. It's not realizing and not respecting where formulation can be on the map. And that means that he does get caught out. As you can see on the mini-map, you know, Acolyte was pushing mid. He wasn't able to get mid lane tower because Vex was able to go there and clear the wave in time. And now I'm not really too sure. You know, I was feeling confident about this game on the side of Team Queso because they played the early game so well. They were allowed Mumu to get a few items. You can see 3 items now for the Vayne, going for Solari Charge Blade as the next item. The next dragon is also up and available, and there's definitely going to be a little bit of a skirmish here. But keep your eyes on Mumu again and see where his position is, because his position is so crucial.
So Queso had to back away from that. They couldn't fight in that bush. They had no vision there. And they're going straight in. Veos almost got caught out, but Demacian Justice not quite enough there. The blue buff in the end will actually get taken down, but it's the dragon they really want to try and posture over. And at the moment, it is Queso looking in a healthy situation. You can see the rest of formulation. They back away. They heal themselves up. The Soraka ulti popped off there. The Whirlwind's coming through. Howling Gale is still available to Sko if he wants to try and group up his team and try and help out with that healing. There it is. He has to use it to try and protect himself. Just get caught out there. In goes the Andre, try and block them out, but just gets locked
Mumu doing
up.
The damage.
There's nothing he can do. Guardian Angel comes off. Can he get back in there? Didn't get to use it a second time and gets locked down again.
Mumu's caught.
That was really well played by formulation there. Just absolutely managing Andre, catching off Mumu. And I tell you what, Sneaky might be able to cut them all off here.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to cut them all off. I think that Sneaky is going to kill pretty much all 3 of them if he can. Oh, actually, Acolyte stops his base. Maybe they can look for a catch here. They have to be so careful.
Where's the rest of his team? He's like, guys, there's 3 of them here to be had, and nobody backed him up. They instead obviously took the dragon away, and now they're heading towards Baron.
Great stun.
Not going to be able to get enough from this. Can't quite get the slice and dice. Golden Meat not landing onto Veos. The shield protecting the stun. And it is going to be a Baron start here. I don't think they've got enough to take it down, though. They haven't, kind of little cross purposes there. But we should take stock in what happened there, because there was a lot going on. Andre absolutely managed throughout that. There's at no point did I see him get his Cyclone off on formulation.
Yeah, I don't think he did at all, and I think the big thing was that even though the poke was there, you know, they were trying to do as much poke damage with Veos as well on this Karma. Soraka shields, and healing in the end, I should say. You know, the Soraka ulti came down before the team fight happened. All the healing came down from the Soraka, and it means that formulation were tanky enough, but they're going in onto him.
They tried to start it out, try and get the peel out here. This is a chance here. They might be able to catch off the Don. Don is going to get caught out on his own, and that's going to be a dead Garen, and that may well be something they needed there. Let's see what they can try and push from this one. The mid lane turret is very low. That would be the ideal objective, to try and shove a wave in there and maybe try and get that bot wave going as well.
Yeah, the initial engage was there from Acolyte and from Andres, but you can see Andres couldn't actually dive onto Soraka because that huge massive silence field that was underneath him means that he can't use any of the abilities. But yeah, go back to, the previous team fight with the Dragon before, the big thing at the moment is definitely the healing that's coming through from this Soraka. You need to make sure you focus down this Soraka before she can get her healings off, because if she can keep healing the front line, as, Stress mentioned before in the draft, Vayne doesn't do, Vayne does do a lot of damage, but it's a lot of, quick burst damage with the silver bolts. But then the thing is with Soraka is that you're able to just heal up over time as well. You can see has Rod of Ages completed already, probably completed stacks. Staff of Flowing Water also has Protect Enchant as well, which is one of the new enchants in the game, which when you use a Protect Enchant, it means your next shielding or healing ability becomes enhanced, which means you can use Protect Enchant on top of the ultimate, and it's going to give your team a huge widespread healer.
I do worry for Queso about their engage now. The fact that Andre was just managed by Vex's Dark Shield, Dark Binding every single time he went in. So there was no disruption on Formulation. Formulation just stepped back and said, okay, you're going to come at us. Okay, we're just going to deal with you. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll just come back in. And the whole time, obviously, Quantum is completely safe. So immediately you've got an AD carry completely safe. There is the double silence wall, effectively, and this tanky front line. It does feel for me that while Queso are being the more aggressive here, and they are starting to try and chop down these turrets, because obviously they have the Vayne that can get going, if there's no way in for him, it's going to be a real problem. And, 20 minutes in, it's 4-3 in turrets. You can see it is Elder time, and this is when we're going to get a real boogie.
Yeah, we need to make sure that, for Team Queso, they need to try and, somehow get onto the backline. But as you said, it's so difficult to try and get onto the backline. They need to try and get Mumu maybe onto this Soraka and try and do as much damage as possible. You can see there's a lot of poke damage and a lot of damage in general coming down, but Sko is just able to heal up Don straight away with the healing.
There's a big lack of vision. Exactly where Formulation are there now. Queso got no vision whatsoever. They can't afford to fight in and around this river area, so they have to be very careful. They've obviously got the vision in you can see the forward ward placement around the blue. They have one in the pit, but outside of that, everything has been swept and cleared, and there's not a great deal there, so they have no idea other than obviously the Scuttle Crab ward that's in there. It's the only thing giving them the vision they have. They are trying desperately to get back and buy, but I don't think they've got time.
I feel like we're just going to have a bit of a skirmish and a bit of a
turret. The bot,
bit of a
that's
fight.
A tier 2 turret gone down to minions.
That's probably going to be inhibitor tower as well, to be honest. There's enough cannon minions there to be able to take the mid lane, top lane inhibitor. So Team Queso, they need to move quickly. If they don't, they're going to lose everything.
But this is what I'm talking about. They've got no way in.
There's
so
a
they're
flank.
trying to use... They're trying to use Acolyte to get around the back. It's a real struggle to get in there. And the Cyclone's already having to be used. It does nothing. It's ineffective. They have to try and pop the Howling Gale to keep them alive, but they really didn't benefit from anything there. Don's there. The minions are taking down, as they say, that top lane inhibitor.
It's gone.
There's no way they're getting back. That's a triple cannon, quad cannon minion stack there. And at the moment, it does feel like Queso have no way in.
And this is the difficult part. This is what we were kind of mentioning throughout the game. Yes, you have Mumu that's fed. Yes, you can go through this front line, but
they're not letting
the
you get
poke
away
as well. Yeah, they're not letting you get away.
But Sko's second low. Andre goes in, tries to go for the smite fight. There's nothing to be had. He had no vision back in there. Trying to pop the ward down, but there's nowhere to go. The Elder has just been sitting there leashed off, and they've got to give up this one. Yes, Soraka ulti back off cooldown, heals again. They've kept this dragon leashed the entire time. Someone killed that damn dragon. In goes one. That's the Don actually taken down there. Mumu's going to try and get around the side. Can't quite get the damage down. In the end, gets pushed away, and that surely is the end of Queso. Is it going to be an ace? Well, Floor's in trouble. Don't think he's going to be able to escape this one. Maybe the tower's there, but look, that wave is still there. It is still stacked in the top. It's still pushing onto the Nexus now.
Yeah, it's going to be the end of the game one for sure. There's 20, 30 second death timers, and it's just going to be Floor trying to clear this wave. But I think there's another cannon minion wave coming in, super minions coming in, and it's going to be game number one.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Formulation played it by the numbers. There was just you saw it already happen on the Dragon before. There was no way for them to engage. They just lacked that number. They got the shields, yes, they got the protection, but they didn't have the engage. The single Wukong was just managed by the Dark Binding, and he's just, every single time he got in, you saw him get the Cyclone off, and they all just stood back and like, look at you, what are you doing? Unfortunately, they just lacked it. They had the right idea, just couldn't get in a position to actually accomplish it.
really good patience in that last period of play from Formulation to say, okay, all we need to do is hover Elder Drake at about half health. Andre can't jump in just to steal it. The team have to commit something to it. We'll check out the highlights of the entire game as we discuss some of the finer points of Formulation versus Team Queso Game 1. But I think the important thing there is recognizing the cannon minions in topside. You're like, it's gonna have enough pressure through the map so that we can just continue to fight.
This is what I was talking about. That's where Andre went in twice. He got the Guardian Angels came back up. He went, right, I'm going to go back in and get them. No, Darkbind it again. So, I mean, obviously massive credit to Vex for catching it. I mean, we've obviously sung Vex's praises through the wazoo. But yeah, I mean, that was like the foretelling, I would say.
And I think importantly, we saw an adjustment where Don kind of realized his power in the silence. So he's like,
the Damascus just one click.
if I just don't die, their damage dealers can't touch me on the front line because Vayne requires fully committing into it. So like Sneaky and Don were just like, well, I guess we just don't engage them, and then they can never do anything. And we pressure the objective, force them in, and use the map for our own advantage.
And I'm also, while obviously I've been talking about Andre and obviously they're trying to get in there, I would say Acolyte and Camille kind of felt toothless there. There wasn't really anything he could do. He tried to flank towards the end there. At no point did he feel like a threat at all to Formulation.
I think it was really, really difficult for Team Queso in the end. I mean, obviously they went for this, Vayne strategy, but the Vayne strategy didn't work, even though Mumu has the most gold in the entire game. Again, I've got to come back to the draft, and I got to go back to, the Soraka last pick. The Soraka last pick actually worked out so big for Formulation. There was a little bit of poke on the side of Team Queso. Yes, they were going low on health, but Sko, with this protecting chart, using the ultimates to heal up his entire team and heal up that front line as well, meant they was able to do enough. And that meant that Sko and Quantum were basically untouched on the back line. So Quantum's doing a lot of poke damage with Vex on the back line. You're healing up your front line with the Garen and Renekton, and Mumu just couldn't really step forward, because if you step forwards too far, Garen just does Garen things, silences you, ultis you, and you talk about maybe the misplays as well in the Baron lane.
I would love to see just a little bit more detailed stats, for instance, on the Serpent's Fang, to kind of understand a little bit more how much it ate through the shielding, because this is the first time we're really seeing a protect composition against the Serpent's Fang iteration of items. So that's what I think is like, there's a lot of hidden stuff here. Like Veos' damage is huge, but you can see most of Karma's damage can be healed up by Soraka very quickly.
I was about to mention that. Yeah, it's like, yes, Veos has the most damage, but how much of that damage was actually sufficient enough? How much of that damage actually made a difference? Because yes, you can do a lot of poke damage. Yes, the numbers do say 46,000 damage, but to be honest, most of that just gets healed up over time as well. You have the Oblivion Orb to maybe stop the healing, but if they just back off enough in time, Oblivion Orb doesn't last for that long. The anti-heal does not last for that long. So all you have to do is Sko, just wait for the anti-heal to come off, and then he's just able to heal back up.
And it's a testament to the fact that Andres couldn't get in at any point. The fact his damage is lower than Floor's. Floor just using Q from a distance, trying to harass people and knock them up. Andres just not able to find the entry point. D-Man, you spoke about that multiple times throughout the cast, where it's just like he just could never get there. Yes, we were saying maybe he could play it defensively sometimes, but I think as soon as Formulation realized that Andre was not going to try anymore, it becomes a lot more difficult for Queso to play it out. So really impressed by Formulation to take that gameplay style and be able to bring it into their lead, and we'll take a look at exactly how the lead went on the game. I feel like Formulation were in control for the majority, but Queso had fought back. There were those couple of fights that started to go their way.
And I felt like the early game actually went really well for Team Queso. We were mentioning the game. Early game, Mumu was getting a lot of towers. Mumu was getting a lot of gold funnel into him. But I feel like that misplay in the top side, twice Team Queso got caught out. Veos got caught in the top side, Mumu got in the top side. Yes, you're probably thinking that's only 2 kills. But, them one kill each time means that Team Queso had to back off. Means they couldn't keep carrying on with that pressure that they had and the lead that they had as well, which is obviously what you can see right now on the gold graph. Yes, it wasn't a big lead, but you can see that Team Queso were always prioritizing towards that Baron lane, trying to take control of Formulation's jungle. But they catch on to Veos with the Chain of Corruption. They catch on to Mumu with the Garen gaming as well, with Don. Meant that they couldn't carry on that pressure. It means they had to back off and basically do that.
And if you were to look at that, you can see obviously the leads. Yeah, I mean, Queso were in control for a period until Formulation said, okay, guys, it's time to group up. And as soon as that happened, Queso just ran out of options. And the reason I keep harping on, obviously, about Andre is because if you think of Team Queso, you think of Andre. You think, he is, I mean, just look at yesterday. Like, everything that happened was because of Andre. And if you take away that weapon, suddenly you're like, okay, what do we have? and there really wasn't anything. And that's why I pointed out Acolyte, because I was like, okay, if Andre's weapon's been taken away, you need Acolyte to step up, because Acolyte can do it. We know he can, but I don't feel that Camille was the right champion to do it.
Well, we will have to crown an MVP from that first game of the series between Queso and Formula. I'm just going to get it. I feel like that's justified in the fact that, like, very high damage output from that Varus. Part of me feels like there's kind of an MVP goes to Protect Enchant plus Soraka's Wish. Just for Scow healing everybody up.
There would have been a bit of an outrage if it had been Garen again.
Yeah, but I feel like Soraka, I genuinely feel like Soraka from the fact that the team, like, you take that first part of the skirmish, you absorb the Karma ult, that type of thing,
all
and
the
then
silences,
Soraka just goes,
all the
all right,
heals, yeah.
Everybody's back at 2/3 health, and now we're okay.
And this is not really a new pick for SCO as well. You know, SCO has played it a lot during the off season. It's definitely a pick that they have practiced on. And again, you know, goes back to the draft. You know, Formulation have done so well in the draft. They can play Nasus in the dual lane. They can play Soraka. They can play Standon, just play Lux in the dual lane if they want to. They play so many champions down in this dual lane. It's so hard to draft against when you're playing against Formulation, because you always have to be wary. You know, you talk about the silence fields. That was a big thing that stopped Andres and Acolyte going in as well. As soon as they look to go in, silence field down. It means you can't use any abilities, you can't engage, and that means you can just heal up the rest of your team. And Mumu, he's tried to step up a few times, but when you're up against a Varus as well, with obviously that Serpent's Fang, it means that extra shield and the extra protection that you have is not going to be enough to keep you alive.
Yeah, that is a very fair point.
Good game, by the way. Good game.
Yeah, that was a good game.
Nice tactical game for once.
Yeah. So, we've got a few minutes before we head into our second game of the series. Hopefully it'll be as close of a game between Queso and Formulation. We've got a few minutes just to talk about our partners here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Big thank you to them for being the sponsors here for the tournament. Of course, you can find Snapdragon processors in many of your favorite gaming phones. Secondarily, and one of the phones that actually does have a Snapdragon 888 processor in it. I can run you through some of the stats for the Z Fold 3 from Samsung Galaxy. So not only that Snapdragon 888 processor, you've got water resistance up to as you'd expect for all top-tier phones right now. 7.6-inch display, that's an AMOLED display with 120 Hz, so you can get the maximum frame rate you need there on the giant resolution of 22.5 by 18, making sure that HUD's out of the way of all of your gameplay. You can make sure you're focused on everything you need to do in game. So shout out to Samsung Galaxy if you're looking for a new phone and you're in the market for that giant display. Take a look at the Z Fold 3. Monster are fueling us on the casted desk here. It is about time that in this break I will go reach into the fridge.
Are you going to unleash the beast?
I am going to, and I think it might be the original green for me now. I've been having the punch one a couple of times, but I think it's an original time.
Okay.
You're saying you're still on the
mango. I'm nursing it. I'm nursing it.
Interesting. We're going to have to coax new flavors out of Stuart as well. We're going to have to just, like, make sure he's tried every single one of them. You're going to get Monster delivery to your house, and it's going to be like 20 million crates of Monster.
Taste test on stream, you know.
All of it. So, thank you to Monster. And, of course, DHL as well, our delivery partner for the Snapdragon Pro Series. You can win €100 worth of ESL shop vouchers by heading to esl.gg/DHL quiz. Answer the questions. Some of them are on games that aren't Wild Rift, so make sure you're studied up on all your mobile gaming within the Snapdragon Pro Series titles, and you may very well be able to get a voucher to win merchandise from your teams on the ESL shop. And finally, Discord is the place where you can join us and join in the conversation. Get in your predictions. As I said, let us know what your favorite flavor of Monster is as well, and we will look forward to interacting with you on that during the breaks. So, speaking of breaks, it's about time to get into our second game, but we do need to step away for just a couple of minutes. As I said, I gotta go crack open a can of Monster. We'll be back with Game 2 between Formulation and Team Queso very shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me, yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me, my fire's burning, I'm always learning, tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey, yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas, strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride, working on me every single day and night,
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're getting ready for Game 2 between Team Queso and Formulation. Just checking in on the scores between these two. It's 1-0 so far. 1-0, you could say, between Team Queso and Formulation. Is that an expected result, Formulation? I would say so far, right?
Based off what we've seen this week, at least, obviously. But honestly, that was a close game. Like, I think it was a good game. It was a very different game of Wild Rift. Obviously, you know, as you mentioned, I don't think we've seen a Protect comp like that for a while. Maybe pointing out why, because it didn't work out there. Obviously, maybe lack of engage causing the problems, but definitely giving pause for thought, I think, in terms of meta possibilities.
Yeah, I think so. And it shows us really that Formulation, they're really on the ball when it comes to when they see their opponents doing something a bit different. They go, okay, let's just focus on us. Let's make sure that we can play our game out and just kind of say, okay, no, we actually don't need to try and play into this Vayne composition and allow you to fight us. I mean, we didn't really touch on it too much, but like Garen getting a Thorn Mail as well means that as soon as Mumu starts hitting the Garen's like, yeah, keep hitting me, keep hitting, I'm going to run at you, silence you, shut you down, and kind of slow the fights down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Queso go, okay, that didn't work against Formulation, they're a bit too good. Maybe we need to go and try and fight them on the current meta.
I mean, it's definitely a different Formulation as well. It's definitely a lot of slower play style from Formulation as well. You know, we're used to like the high explosive Formulation, you know, especially in the early game as well. You know, when they played against Rix before during the week, when they played yesterday as well, they're kind of explosive at times, going in for crazy engages. This time around, they were like, okay, we're at a goal deficit at the moment. You know, we're against the Vayne. We do have to play very, very safe. and that does mean that we do have to play a little bit more careful, but they're still able to come on top anyway.
And on that point, I think an incredibly disciplined performance. We talked about it in the game. Obviously, a couple of times they got caught out in the top lane. Veil's got caught out. Then we saw, obviously, Vayne getting caught out in the top lane. So, as opposed to Formulation, who had to deal with the split pushes quite a few times from Acolyte and everything, they quite happily just stuck as a ball once it got down to it. Lane phase was very disciplined as well, so strong performance.
Yes, strong performance overall. I was quite impressed by Formulation's ability to turn that around. We know that they have a lot in their arsenal when it comes to their playstyles, multiple different ways of actually playing out the game. As we head into a draft in game number 2, I wonder what the actual focus is going to be for... I don't know what you're laughing at. I have no idea what you're laughing at. We're getting ready to head to our second game of the series, and so I don't think we're going to see the Janna come out in the first rotation from Team Queso.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. But...
I don't want to in this regard, though, because I think it does force a particular play style between the teams. It is Floor. We've seen Floor play that version of Wild Rift, but I don't know how it fits into the meta. We'll have to take maybe a more holistic approach on this discussion another time. I don't think we've got quite enough time to delve into it right now, but like Serpent's Fang has changed the way that you can play the game, at least a little bit, with the big shields that we used to see a lot. This is the way that you would play it. Like Queso won WREC by going multiple enchanters into everybody else and playing with a Vayne or Corki, that kind of playstyle. So it has changed quite a bit since then.
It definitely has changed. Serpent's Fang, like you mentioned, being the big addition to that means that they are... It's a little bit harder to play these, protect comps, you can say, in a way. But, it's a play style that Team Queso is used to, though, because they've been playing it for so long, whether it's with Andres in the top side, whether it's before it was Joe, but now it's obviously Mumu down in the bot side. But I think you need a different approach against Formulation. Maybe, the draft can still be the same. I think if the draft was the same and they didn't make them slight mistakes up towards the Baron lane, then maybe, they would still be okay, and maybe they'll still be in the goalie. But, again, the draft with the counter pick with the Soraka down the bot lane doing so well, and the front line protection that Formulation had was really difficult. We'll
see if they can equalize on this series. There's a couple of picks that we've seen come through the draft that they could rely on. Maybe something like a Morgana, the pool that they'll kind of put more presence into, that could very well allow them to get those carries out throughout the game. People are going to wonder what is going on. So we're getting ready for our second game. We're having a little bit of fun on the desk, getting ready for Queso against Formulation. So we've spoken a lot about the draft, on how they're going to change. We've spoken a lot about game 1. I think for Formulation, it really, though, is solidifying how strong they are as a top contender. Like, the ability to deal with so many problems and so many different compositions, I think, really speaks to Formulation's strength this weekend.
What do they prioritize now? That's the thing. Obviously, we were talking about, the bans and the picks and everything, what was going on. What do you prioritize now? What is your goal? As Formulation, they obviously won the up. I assume they're going red side. Obviously, it's down to where Queso want to go. It's loser that picks, right? The
yes,
side.
It is.
Yeah, loser picks the side. So we'll see whether Queso do end up on the red. Obviously, being a red is great and everything, because obviously that's where you get the lead.
You get counter pick on
that
side
exactly.
Well, right?
You can counter what they're choosing. So I just wonder if they're going to try and focus on that, or whether they stick with the blue side. Nobody wants to be a blue, really.
Well, we'll see if they can bring out the big...
Your head,
no, I got that one. We'll see if they can bring out the big guns as we are setting up for Game 2. We do have a couple of moments before we get there, so let's check an interview with one of the players just to get us closer to that second game.
I think that I'm the best player in the team.
Macres.
Our mid laner, Kingsley.
To be honest, I'm not sure if we have the best player in our team.
Plankton. I must go with Zine, it's our support, but he's trying his best.
Mix.
I would rather drop in rank. I think losing 10 games in a row is more for the mental, and I don't want to play with my mental, so I just focus on ranks.
Lose 10 games in a row?
I think I prefer the 10 games. I lose the 10 games. Yeah.
Lose 10 normal games in a row.
Crazy.
Wrong, by the way.
Rage.
He's just insane. Insane.
Consistent. Hard one. Actually not a hard one. I would win Worlds. Because I will get money from that as well.
We rather win worlds for sure.
Winning Worlds.
Winning Worlds.
Simple goal, winning worlds. I mean, yeah. Playing the wrong game. If you want to win worlds, you can win icons for Wild Rift, but nevertheless, yeah, it's a bit of shade. I shouldn't be so shady to our players. It is, of course, the way that we talk aspirationally. Is of course that's the end goal for everybody. It's a long way away.
It's a lofty goal compared to, if we look at icons this year, then that's a lofty goal for Europe at the moment.
It's a long road. We don't even get the luxury of like a Season 1 World Championship here, which you know, we're clearly dating ourselves talking about that. Everybody now goes, is it really a world championship? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's a world championship.
Yeah, it is.
And now all of the...
Is it?
All of the Zoomers are like, no, it's not. They weren't the right team.
I was there. It was.
What is there? No China, no Korea?
There was.
Well,
they were there.
What, Season 1?
Yes. They got smashed.
Wasn't that the one that
No.
Fnatic won?
No,
It was the one
there.
that Fnatic won.
Yeah, but then China and Korea were not there.
They were, but because there wasn't an LCK, they were definitely there. There were still qualifiers, and they were at DreamHack.
They crammed into Freak's basement for the Season 1 World Finals.
It was a DreamHack!
I know it was.
I remember beyond shipping.
I remember watching it, yeah, I certainly do. And I mean, we have that legacy to fall back on, thankfully, with League of Legends. Wild Rift is like, there are a lot of established storylines between
There's a legacy
regions.
already starting to build, though, in a lot of the teams, I would say. Obviously, the history. I mean, we're 2 years in.
Yeah,
it's not like I'm burgeoning. I mean, granted, the first sort of 3/4 of the year was probably when it was beta technically in Europe, right?
Yeah, it's like season 0.
Yeah, it was season 0. But you know, the history is still there. I mean, hell, we're talking about Queso right now. They are a historic team. They've been there throughout it. You know, they were the main #1 representative for both Icon series so far.
And that was where I was going to go next, because the history in European and EMEA Wild Rift is oddly, spookily the same, the first of year 1 and year 2, of the fact that Rix made it to the finals and it was Queso basically like stealing it away from them.
Exact same result.
Exact same result this second time. And I think it speaks to the fact that that's why we have a lot of faith in this Queso roster, even though like formulation.
They don't choke in finals.
Yeah, they don't. They don't. Let's give Rix some space.
I'm gonna go home. Stitches waiting outside my door.
That's why we give Queso quite a bit of respect for like knowing they're going to figure things out over time. Like that's why I'm not rocked by one loss now for Queso. They tried something different. It didn't work. Like it's a 1-0 result against Formulation, but Formulation are currently very, very strong, and we got plenty of time in this off season for all of the teams to shift around a little bit. I
mean, we know about Team Queso's backroom stuff as well. LK has recently talked out on Twitter as well, is saying like this is typical Team Queso. They kind of get off to a slow start and then they build up over time as well. That's basically what they did last year in the WREC as well. So they're going to look to try and do the same this time around. But LK, the backroom staff. I mean, we obviously saw them in Barcelona. They're very, very passionate. Especially with the Spanish organization as well and the Spanish audience as well. It's very, very big. So I'm sure there's a lot of Team Queso fans watching, hoping for that comeback victory. Yeah, and a lot of expectation comes from those fans as well in response. So very impassioned, very passionate in general. Speaking of Queso, to speak candidly, we are waiting on one of their players is having a connection issue, so we're getting ready for our second game. That is why you're looking at us and not looking at the game. We would love to have got into the draft already and get through, but yeah, we are just waiting on the players to make sure that they're into game and all connected. As I mean, Stuart, you've been playing on 60 ping, complaining about it.
I saw that.
I'm like 60
I
ping.
thought, oh my god, I'd love 60 ping back in the day.
Okay, so
I'm like,
back in the UK, what is it, like 20, 30
yeah,
ping, something like
32
that? Yeah,
normally.
it's pretty decent. Yeah, and then I tried and play a game this morning before we got here. And I'm just like 60 ping. I was playing Zaya. I can't play Zaya on 60 ping. Them feathers are going over the other side of the map.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's the ping that's the problem.
Okay,
Queso is the formulation.
What rank are you, Stress?
Last season, Diamond 2, because I didn't play. But
what was the production memeing you about last year? WRC.
That was Diamond 4, and then I got Grandmaster.
James Diamond 4.
I was one of those boosted GM players, but less about me, more about Team Queso versus Formulation, because we're finally into the
most
draft.
supports boosted.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure his Scoundrel's pretty much the same. I'm like just gonna throw it out there.
No,
he ins my games. He ins my games. I go on like a 10-game win streak. I play one game with him. He's like, Nautilus has just come out. AP Nautilus mid. Like
this is the game.
No, anyway.
The way Excalibur got a Grandmaster, he just abused the Garen. That's exactly what Don did in the last game. Just abused Garen gaming. That's what got them the first
We'll
victory.
see if Don abuses Garen again on this one. We're 5 bans in. It's the Lux, Jax, Nautilus gone.
Interesting straight away that Queso chose to go blue side when a lot of teams do choose Englishly choose to go to the red side, especially after a defeat. But clearly they have something in their mind. They've gone the exact same bans as they did before. I'm expecting probably the same bans to come out of formation. Maybe they're looking at the notes, see who would be banned. Well, actually, Olaf was a little bit later, so who's that left open?
I would still expect the Karma first pick.
Again,
yeah, that was. Unfortunately, just after they lock it in. I'm just going to say, because it has that flex potential, and I feel like Floor can always pilot that down in the support role if they want
Morgana open, there we go, yeah. So Morgana open, that's going to get locked in straight away.
Oh, Reds with Pool. That's a hand-in-hand, synonymous sporting term. Those of you that are Liverpool fans might very well get that. I don't know any Liverpool fans, do you? On the other side, Camille has been picked up again. Oh, they're running it back.
That's locked. It's banned.
All right.
He was banned. Hold on. It's
banned.
Wait, this is wrong.
Hello?
Yeah, no.
Olaf?
Okay,
Hello?
the Olaf is a mistake.
We ignore the Olaf.
But the Queso draft is, I'm going to assume, is correct. And I'm not a big fan of this from the way that went in the last
Don's Yone.
Okay.
Ooh. I remember Dartbreaker tweeted me saying he's excited to watch me flame Don's Yone, so that's good.
Yes, he did. That was yesterday, right?
DB's been in chat the entire time Formulation are playing, saying that Don is, I'll change the phrasing, is a coward for not playing Yone, the first player on stage.
I can't say that anymore now.
Everybody's been trying to, like, flex it effectively this weekend, right? As like everyone's had a dabble. Yeah, I'm the Yone player. Yeah.
On a more serious note, though, Don, as a player, he has the big massive posters behind him. If you haven't seen his streams, he's got a big massive Irelia, big massive Yasuo poster behind him. There's his 2 main champions. If you don't know the lore as well, Yone is Yasuo's brother, and the playstyles are very, very similar between Yasuo and Yone. So I'm not surprised that Don picks it up. I think ever since he got released, Don has been very, very excited to play it, and he's always been saying, wait until I pick Yone in competitive, and this is going to be the first time we get to see
Watch it be sneaky playing it now as it gets shifted up.
Can't say that, all the build up.
The Vayne going to get banned. I think that's a really key ban here because it's going to remove...
Similar setup, right?
Yeah, it's going to remove the exact pick that Mumu played last time. I mean, there are other hyper carries. You look at a Jinx, you look at the likes of Isaiah that you mentioned before, even maybe a Kai'Sa. We saw it yesterday accidentally out of Mumu. Maybe we'll see it intentionally this time. But the Soraka ban, I think, speaks to what you were talking of the strength in game 1. The big AoE heal. The Galio now picked away.
Taking the counter, yeah.
I like that.
That's really, really smart, and that's going to probably be Galio's support down in the duo lane for Sko. Tristana is going to be the pick instead, so very, very similar. Likes to scale, likes to stay at range, obviously gets that passive range.
Has better range as well.
Yeah, a lot better range. Got a few changes to her controls quite recently as well, so she's a lot easier to play, but it's the same thing. Protect the Tristana.
Blind pick top laner from here. Is Renekton... Oh, no, wait, okay, they're going to move Camille.
I was just about to say, what sort of aggressive jungler are we going to get? Because obviously we had Wukong, it didn't really work out. Obviously they've still got the Dark Binding to try and get into, but there is no Soraka pull to go underneath, not going to silence you out.
But I think this is a lot easier. I think Jarvan is a lot easier champion to try and get into the backline. Wukong struggled a little bit because of the Dark Bindings being able to stop Wukong.
Well, if you get binding, drag over, Cataclysm over.
Yeah, exactly. You could just flag and drag, and that flag and drag will still go through, and then you can Cataclysm straight afterwards. I think Set is actually a great pickup for the side of Formulation because you can use that Set ultimate to basically
go away.
Yeah, exactly. Go away. You're going to try and threat the back line, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. But very, very interesting. Very, very similar drafts. Again, more utility and more defensive junglers from Andres, yesterday and today as well. He's not on these, crazy hyper carries that we used to see. And so, again, they're trying to put everything into Mumu. They're going to try and do the exact same. I don't think Formulation this time around have the same beefy front line that they did the first time. And they don't have the Soraka this time around as well to keep.
They don't have the Garen Damascius.
Yeah, no Garen
to obliterate people, which is what was happening, really. The silence stacked out there. So, I mean, it's always tricky, right? For Queso, they're looking at the last game and saying we were almost there. It was close. What do we adjust? It is always risky to go in with a very much similar comp, though, straight after it.
It's very, very difficult because, Formulation are just like, okay, we know how you're going to play.
We know exactly
you're playing the exact same play style. You're playing the exact same comp. Yes, it was like a couple of champions different, but they could just do Formulation could just do the exact same. Stay back, wait for that engage to come in, and go for the re-engage afterwards with the Dark Binding, with the Varus Chain of Corruption on top of that. And for Team Queso, you know, if we compare it to the last game, we need to see them try and get onto this Varus in the back line, because again, you're just going to go Serpent's Fang on the Varus, you're going to keep poking, keep reducing the shielding, and it means that you're not really going to be able to do that much with all the shielding.
Yeah, that's a fair point on that Varus. I think if Scout can also get the taunt to lock down on Tristana, we're going to need to see some different itemizations. Maybe that, I want to call it Reflex Block, but that's a totally different game. The Veil to shrug off crowd control may very well have to be picked up from that on the Boots Enchant. But as we head into our second game, it's over to D-Man and Stuart for Team Queso versus Formulation.
Well, the question is this the halfway point, or is it going to go to 3 games? Obviously, Queso would love to take it a little bit longer. Formulation themselves, if they were to 2-0 Team Queso, this would be a statement match for them looking towards the league, obviously, in terms of mentality as well. To close out the first week with double 2-0s is magnificent. You know, then they're looking at, could we 7-0 it? But Stu, I want to pick your brains. I want to see what you feel. Obviously, they've had a discussion, a pretty long discussion, in fairness, in between games while we've been waiting Mumu to come back in. What do you feel the adjustments are that they would make? If you were the coach to sit there for Queso and sit back and go, okay, guys, it was close, we were nearly there, but this was lacking.
I think it's definitely around maybe realizing and maybe respecting Formulation in a way, because I felt like in the first game they were definitely over-aggressive. I think the early game they can just say, okay, we know we can do the exact same in the early game. Use Tristana in the side waves. Use that explosive blast as well. You know, the third ability. Tristana is one of the best tower-taking champions in the entire game. So being able to take the towers very, very quickly, being able to, you know, funnel as much gold as possible onto Tristana is going to be the same. But again, you know, it's that mid game that I think they definitely need to switch up on and play maybe a little bit more passive, because them picks that they got, Formulation, because Team Queso weren't able to respect it, I think that's definitely when they need to switch things up. I'm excited for this mid lane. Don on Yone, I'm excited. I just want to sit back, relax, and just watch him in.
I mean, I think obviously everybody's tried it, right? We've still never been quite impressed with it so far. They do got to be careful because Andre was there. Gets out of the way. That was a quick flash. Yes, it was. Watching the dark binding from Vex, which has been a problem, it's safe to say. I'm very interested to see how Andre with Java does deal with this, because we know how fast a Morgana jungle can be. So to see whether they're going to interrupt, and that's what they're doing. Yep. It seems they're trying to interfere as much as they can.
The big thing was that Andres actually invaded the Raptors, and what you normally do with Morgana is you do red buff and Raptors at the exact same time, but because Andres stepped up and because he interrupted it, it means that Morgana couldn't do both the buffs at the same time. So you can see her clear is a little bit delayed. Going for the Krugs now, maybe going towards red buff, means that Morgana is not going to get that level 5 as soon as what we saw 7 got it, you know, in the last series. So really well played by Andres. Obviously, Jarvan is a very early game champion and has that flag and drive to potentially get that early advantage. But shutting down the early clear from Morgana is definitely key.
We've already seen some of the damage that Sneaky can put out there, but Acolyte wasn't too upset by it. Let's go rejoining, walk straight into Fleur in the bush, so no surprises for Mumu this time around. Of course, he's going to be looking towards anything he can do. There we go, just getting a little zoom out, that's what I was waiting for. It's, I would say, a passive lane, very much. Obviously with Sko not being there for a while, Quantum just playing it very safe.
Yeah, I feel like you can just, you know, use your first ability at range here for Quantum as Vex goes in for the invade.
Yeah, looking at Vex, yeah.
Yeah, take it away. But yeah, the bot lane, I think the Team Queso are going to have a bit more priority in this bot side, because you'll be able to, you have the range advantage, which I think is really, really big. Galio, obviously, as a support, has kind of fallen out the meta. It was very, very popular during WREC and during Icons, but there was a few nerfs since then during our season that, you know, he's definitely fallen out of the meta. But I think this time around, you can use the Galio ultimate more defensively. So then if, you know, Jarvan and Camille jumps on top of you, the Galio ultimate can be used as that re-engage afterwards. So it's a very different pick for Sko in this duo lane. But it just shows again, you know, we're going to be going for the same sort of drafts that are very, very different for Formulation, but definitely around trying to counter Team Queso more than anything.
Yeah, need to keep their concentration. They can easily slip up in this one and let the game slide away from them at the moment, though. Very calm game. Calm, no first bloods. Still coming up to the 4-minute mark. No real opportunities for fast, but if I'm honest, it's much calmer. But we kind of expect it. We just, if you just joined us, we've already seen a very similar comp a moment ago. It went to, I think, 24 minutes in the end there. Obviously, which is, in terms of Wild Rift, is a very long game, really. Yep. Expect it to go pretty much a similar style. I expect a 20-minute game here, but barring any massive mistakes from the teams. Let's talk Dragons and Rift Heralds. Obviously, Queso had the lion's share of the Rift Heralds last time. I don't remember actually Formulation having one, which is why they had so many turrets early on. Are we expecting similar here, or are they going to focus? It is the Mountain Drake coming up.
Yeah, Mountain Dragon, I don't think Team Queso are too worried about the Mountain Dragon. They don't really have a lot of champions that are going to be stacking the armor, stacking the health, stacking the magic resist. So I'm maybe looking towards, first game I thought they'd prioritize the Infernal Dragon, but what Team Queso did really well is, as you mentioned, they focused towards the Rift Heralds. They were able to get a lot of towers and a lot of gold in the hands of Mumu in that early game. And I think they're probably going to try and do a similar thing, but I think they want to try and avoid the team fight early on because, Tristana wants to scale, Karma wants to scale, same with Camille as well. Yes, they do have that Jarvan ultimate, which can be very powerful in the early game. But it looks like for now, both junglers are around the bot side of the map. So maybe looking either for this dragon or the bot's lane dive, as nothing's going to happen too much yet. The aggro's the dragon, but they're not going to take it just yet. And actually, they're going to move towards the top side. But meanwhile, while Andres is just hovering around the river, Vex is still farming. Vex is still getting a lot of gold. Vex is still getting a lot of levels. Already has that 1 level lead up onto Andres, which just shows the power of Morgana. And again, just farming away. Now Andres realizes, like, okay, Vex is not here. He's farming up. I need to catch up because he's falling a bit behind in tempo.
Yeah, Vex just has a quick look. Says, nope, not in bothering with it. So everybody's going to go back and buy. And they may go and have a look in a moment after they've collected all their items. So just a calm start to what is a top-tier game between these teams. Both obviously, I'm not going to say almost certainly will go through because it's still very much in the air. Obviously, we talked about Queso and NASA. Obviously, they did take down NASA yesterday in I wouldn't say quick fashion, but it was a tight game. But that tower's going to really quick. 6 minutes in, that's without any Rift Herald requirements, any help. It's just simply been left, and that's the power that you have. AD shield. And
as I mentioned, Tristana's probably the best AD carry to play if you want to take towers in the early game with that third ability. And actually, they're going to go in for the dive. Misplaced on the Galio ulti.
Gone a bit too deep. Quantum on the back there, still very low. Acolyte not able to get out of here, it seems. He's going to get locked up. He will be. That's a double down already with Andre gone. Almost certainly the dragon should be gifted across. The question is, can they get any more from this one? Mumu taken low. That will be Floor also caught off. So that's the 3 for 0 already. And a massive misplay from Queso. Just not reading the fact that obviously
DB was talking about Don Intim, but Don hits a huge 4-man ulti there, which knocks up
they all
4
came back
on the side of Team Queso, and that means they were all grouped together, and then you can see the piercing arrow straight afterwards from Quantum as well. Such well played by Don. Being able to use the third ability. He was all the way back at bot lane. He went over the wall with his third ability, got an insane flank with his ulti, and was able to knock out multiple members. A great fight for Formulation, and they will take this early game lead. They'll be able to take the first dragon. The Rift Herald does go over to Andres, though. I don't think he's going to use it in that top lane. I think he's going to try and wait for maybe Mumu to get the bot lane tower and funnel more gold into Mumu.
Yeah, mid would be the ideal situation. Take away that vision that it gives. That little security. So, strong start, Formulation. That's what they were looking for. That quick team fight. There is obviously the gold equalizer with the first turret of the game going down. It's what they've been working towards. Expect them to switch it up and probably start working at Baron lane in a moment. Speaking of the Baron lane, you can see a bit of pressure coming in here for Formulation. Perhaps reading into this one. It's a 4v2 at the moment. They know that Andre is there. He's just giving himself away. So they realise, let's not bother diving this one. It is going to be actually the mid focus instead.
Yeah, it looks like they want to focus towards this mid lane. Maybe try and get some... drop though. We're past that 7-minute mark, 6-minute mark. That means that there's no more tower platings left on the side of Team Queso to be able to get with this Rift Herald. So a little bit, a little bit wasted time really on the Rift Herald. You normally see at the moment in the current meta you know, you normally take the Rift Herald, you normally use it straight away to be able to get them early tower platings, funnel that gold into whether, you know, it's one of your solo laners or your bot lane. But this time they just wait for it, maybe try and look for another tower.
Felt like a little miscommunication there from Queso. They suddenly pinged the bot lane and we're like, hang on guys, Sneaky is down here, nobody's defending it, you're in the mid. We thought Acolyte was possibly going there, but he didn't go there. Is Veos going to go there? Veos didn't go there. He stayed in mid. So suddenly there's a lot of time lost roaming around. They're not going to get a gank. And in fact, they're actually going to get collapsed on here. Howling Gale trying to force them away with the flash and Fleur. It may be enough to try and buy them the time. Vex comes in, gets a quick explosive shot in his face from Mumu. And it does buy them time in that mid, and I think he's put the Rift Herald down. Yes, there we go. I was going to say, I can see that Andre is there. So it actually worked out well. As soon as they saw them all pathing down, they said, fine. And if they do get that mid turret off it, and they're actually getting a decent amount off this mid turret, top turret as well, Dons realizes this is not a fight he can win. And just like that, 3 turrets gone.
Yep, 3 towers are gone. Not as much fun, a gold funnel into Mumu, but 3 towers to 0, and that basically makes the goal lead completely even. Mountain Dragon and the kills are over to Formulation, but the towers means that they can open up the map a little bit more now. They can try and pull on the pressure on Formulation. As you mentioned, you know, there was really, really good play by Team Queso. They basically baited them all down to the bot lane. Great ulti from Flora on the Janna on the Tornado afterwards, and the flash was allowed him to live, which means that they were able to get both the mid lane tower with the Herald and the top lane tower because of Acolyte's pressure. We saw the items very briefly there, but Quantum has actually already completed his Serpent's Fangs, so all that shielding from Karma and Janna is not going to be as effective as before. Already has a Manamune completely stacked as well to mirror mana. So Quantum is definitely in a very, very strong spot at the moment, and I think that's one play we have to look at, which did a lot of damage in our last game because he wasn't really part of any threat from Team Queso.
Yeah. Sneaky's backing off. Might get spotted before he goes, but doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Gold-wise, again, even between these two teams, despite the 3-0 kill advantage, it is still a flat battle, but still no turrets. And I've got to be honest, they've not done a great deal either. You can see half health on the top, half health on the bottom. Mid one almost untouched. So in terms of Formulation, they still going to be in this stage, just like they were in game 1, where they have to wait until they become this roaming ball, effectively, of all 5 players as a team. And the lane phase is just simply a delay tactic for them.
Yep. The Rift Herald is going to be coming up in 10 seconds as well. What normally happens though at this point of the game is that because you have 3 outer towers taken, it's very hard to take them tier 2 towers unless you group up as 5 members, which we saw last time when Team Queso were able to take the early towers. They played a little bit over-aggressive and they actually got caught out themselves. So I'm interested to see if they've actually changed now, if they've actually adapted to the previous game, but Quantum already doing a lot of damage. The Rift Herald looks to be taken, and it's going to be taken away. That means that they can maybe look to try and break a tier 2 tower. No fight is going to happen either. 10 seconds until this Drake, though, as well. Maybe, Team Queso can maybe look at, using the Drake as a distraction and maybe try and take that tier 2 tower with the Rift Heralds.
Piercing Arrow doing some damage. Set goes in, gets himself the showstopper down and just pulls Mumu out of the entire protection bubble that he had and says goodbye.
Huge play from Sneaky there. Double face breaker, being able to use the showstopper over the wall. Easily catch out Mumu there. The dot binding on top of that as well from Vex.
They're not done.
He is basically dead.
They're chasing Fleur down. Oh, no, I
think he should be okay. Yeah, he should be completely fine. But big win for Formulation again. Huge play for Sneaky. And, we talked about how strong the Baron lane, what Baron laners we have in the EMEA region with, like, Random and Random, Acolyte, Patterson, all these players. But Sneaky's definitely stepped up a lot since he's joined this Formulation roster.
Yep, he's, obviously performing right now. That whole play was built off that one move he gave him the Dragon. Didn't give him any damage really on that mid turret, but it's the Infernal stack with a Mountain. 2 arguably of the best Drakes you can have, but yeah, what a play. It was quick across, and you're not getting away from that.
No
you
way.
Shield all you like, but that ain't happening.
No black shield or anything to protect you. If there was a black shield maybe on the side of Team Queso, they were able to maybe stop the showstopper and stop this crowd control, but when you're caught, when you're going to get ultied over the wall and everything, there's nothing you can do. Take a look at the items now. There is 3 items on this Tristana. Actually has the most gold in the game at the moment, so even with that death, Mumu is looking very, very strong. As Stress said during the during the draft as well. The Veil enchant is actually on the side of floor, so maybe realizing that there's a lot of crowd control on the side of formulation, meaning that they can use that protection. Other than that, nothing else too crazy, really. League of Stasis on the side of formulation. Double Meteor, actually, for Team Queso on Andres and Veos. So, you know, if they can lock someone down with the Camille ulti and maybe the Jarvan ulti on top of that, means it can do a lot of damage.
Showstopper, and you can see Vex is coming here. Acolyte's realizing this is a fight I don't think he can win at the moment. He's may well be equal on level, but certainly in terms of skill, it seems that Sneaky had the better of him. He knew he had the support as well. Andre, oh no, this is a leash you don't want, son. He's got that GA already on, but I'm not too sure they want to fight over this. I've got to be honest, this is a risky play. Did he manage to steal it?
No, binding.
No, but he gets bind up, and that GA is wasted. Is it going to be a flag and drag away? No, gets locked up.
And again, you have to mention, I mean, there's a re-engage though.
There is a re-engage. It is going to get the one, so they get to go down, but I mean, to lose that GA, that's a long timer if you're just going to lose that. Okay, they have to get this mid-turret. Now, if they can get this off the back of it, then that's worth. I would say yes, okay. So they get an objective off it, which is definitely a worthy objective, but at the time, fighting over the blue like that, that was a total waste.
Again, very risky. Again, over-aggressive from Team Queso. You know, we saw it in the last game, in the top side of the map again, through the jungle, and you're just not respecting this pick potential that formulation have. If a dart binding hits, then you got the shows torn on top of that, everything else, and that means that they're able to take down not only Jarvan, but I think the important thing, as you mentioned, is that Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel is on such a long cooldown, and it's a very expensive item as well. So you're investing a lot of money into an item to be able to resurrect when you jump into the backline as Jarvan. But now you don't have that. That means that when you jump into the backline, you can just basically get one shot, and GA is not going to save you. So not only the kill, but also the Guardian Angel going down for Andres. Yes, they do get the mid lane tier 2 tower, but again, I'm getting a little bit of deja vu from the last game.
Oh, it's huge! Go again. They catch out onto Fleur. Fleur's trying to get away from this one, but he's not the real target. You can see he tries to bust a shot them away and jump out of there. And Mumu is safe for now. Veos gets focused in. In he goes again, and I'll tell you what, Don is starting to put on a bit of a show here.
No coward this time for...
Oh, he's not done yet. They're going to go around the back side. This time it's going to be Andre that tries to turn it in. Acolyte getting around the backside. Oh, Veos gets away with literally nothing. The Ignite burning, and in the end, Don will get the kill on Veos.
Don's no coward this game. He's going in 1 versus 3, being able to play, make...
Using the ulti to be aggressive as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was doing. He actually did a really smart play on the top side. He actually used both the bushes. He used his third ability to get from one side of the bush to the other, and being able to use his ultimate, the double knock-up, and then the Galio ulti on top of that was really smart. And then over the wall as well. He was able to use his third ability over the wall, take down Veos as well, and you can see that... You know, Don, known for his Irelia, was a bit of an Irelia one trick last year in the WREC, but he loves Irelia. He loves Yasuo, 2 of his strong champions. So, you know, with Yone being a very similar champion sorts of play in terms of playstyle, no surprise that he's picked this up. He already has 3 items completed as well. He has 100% crit chance now. Yeah, you can't. I mean, Don is very strong in the side lane. I think he's just dead.
I don't realize. Yeah, Acolyte has to realize he can't take this fight. I know he's got the ability to get away, and in comes the ulti from. Sko as well to try and catch him out, but I mean, Acolyte got away, but I think he's realized just with that fight there, it's like this is not a split lane anymore possibility, which maybe starts to limit the utility that they have with this composition.
As I mentioned, he has 3 items now, Don on Yone. Has 100% crit chance now, even though he only has 2 crit items. He does have 100% crit because of the passive. Important thing though, Guardian Angel is up again in 20 seconds, so maybe Team Queso can look for a fight, but I don't feel like they're actually not only strong enough, but also confident enough to actually go for a fight, considering how the last one's gone.
Yes, Sko's ult is not
They have to go for this
well.
dragon though. 3 dragons for formulation is key in this fight. They need to make sure they try and take this objective.
Knock up. The ideal
it's a smite fight.
It's going to go in the end. The smite fight comes through, and it's
Vex got it
the way of Vex, of course. But they're going to turn around. Sneaky's very low at the moment. Sneaky's going to go focus on. Will get taken down. The double kill comes in. That's going to be Mumu that picks up 1-2. Should be able to get Don down. Don manages to obviously get his rewind straight out of there. And well, while they got the 2 kills, they didn't get the dragon.
There is the one thing in recent time that you cannot do against formulation, and that's start objectives when they're around, when Vex is around. Vex has been so clutch on these smite fights ever since the off-season started, ever since he's come back. Andres was known as Smite
Andre
King.
was the Smite King, yeah.
He was the one in WRC Season 1 who was taking away Smite after Smite after Smite, taking away objective after objective. But now it's Vex, now it's Formulation. They always clutch with these Smite fights. And actually, Team Queso look to try and take the Baron down here. There is 5 seconds left on the Baron laner and the support. Will Vex do it again?
Well, at the moment, he might be able to. He's going to come out of this in a moment. You can see they're taking pretty low. Mumu, oh, the piercing arrow comes through and he has to flash away.
Ooh, so close. I mean, they did really well to jump over the wall there. Vex wasn't able to get over the wall to try and get it. Still Don actually going in. He's a madman.
I mean, he knew they were all low. That's the thing. But that's, yeah, a little too aggressive perhaps, but okay. All right. This is Queso's chance, so they have to take this opportunity and really try and push the game.
I think the problem that Team Queso have, though, at the moment is that you have 3 dragons now over to Formulation. So, you know, Mounted
It's almost
Dragon,
equaled.
Yeah, I mean, Mounted Dragon, I mean, I would say the 3 dragons is more powerful at the moment than Baron because we're only looking at the first Baron at the moment, which, yes, it gives you some bonus stats, but the triple stats that you get from Dragon is so strong. You know,
they're going around the back, they're going around behind him.
Infernal Dragon with the damage and Ocean Dragon with the healing.
Vex was looking to come around and start a Dark Bind. You can see
Elder
Sko
Drake's
was
up.
ready. This is a tricky position now. Don't forget, Acolyte is continuing to shove that top lane in as well. So the double Baron buff minions, both in the top and the mid at the moment, which is obviously something that Formulation have to respect. It's like as much as you obviously are buffed up, there goes the tier 2 turret that can continue shoving this through. Bot wave is not in their favor though, so maybe someone should have had a quick swing by that and just given them the buff on the way. But
huge wave top.
Huge wave to finish through. You can triple cannon buffed up minions is pretty big. They're going to have to try and focus on this one. Is it going to buy them time in the mid?
I think it's gone.
No.
Oh, it's gone.
It's gone, and then the mid turret's gone as well. So it's actually paid off there. You can see the double minion buff coming in. So that has worked out well. That's given them a bit of a gold swing as well in terms of, 3,000 gold differential. It's not a great swing there as Don goes aggressive once again.
I think Team Queso played this very well. I think they realized that maybe they can't really take the team fight because they got, you know, obviously the triple dragon. Yes, Baron gives you the extra stats, but Andre could be core here though. But the rest of Team Queso are still here.
Yeah, missed his flag and drag there, actually.
Actually, they're just taking
delay
the
for the Elder. Yeah, so if they can delay long enough, you can see they're trying to get in. It does manage to get a nice line there. Formulation, this is not ideal for them. They've peeled off the Elder already. Vex comes in to try and finish it off. This Andre is hanging around.
Oh, the flash
the
in
2
from
dragons
Sko!
looking in. They're trying to get around the side there. Sko's going to be the target. Andre is very low at the moment as he tries to keep them at bay. You can see Fleur does manage to heal them all off there. Acolyte gets around the side.
Here goes Mumu.
Goes down. Acolyte's going to burn to the Ignite, I think. Yes, he goes down. Mumu gets around the side. He's going to get picked up as well. Mumu on absolutely nothing but survives. The Shield's winning out once again. And in the end, it's a 2-for-1 battle. Very tight. Lots burnt throughout that one. But importantly, Vex is down. There is no smite available for Formulation. But Don has the damage. Can he come in and surprise them? No, he can't. He has to back away. And this is surely the Elder Dragon now going the way of Queso. Oh my god, it's balanced on the edge.
It's so close there. I was just mentioning before that fight happened that Team Queso actually played the Baron buff so well. Instead of trying to force a fight, instead of trying to take a fight, they just use the minion waves. They use Tristana to her strengths. As you take a look back at this replay, you can see I think the main key target is obviously Mumu. They got a great knock up onto Sneaky as well. Had to use his second ability early. But look at Vex. Vex tried to go in and try to do enough damage. But unfortunately, you can't do anything. You land a binding onto Mumu, but all the shields are enough. You don't have the AP item that reduces the shielding. It's only Quantum that has that. Mumu jumps in, actually gets a 3-man buster shot as well. Gets the resets on his jump. Is able to get 2 kills. And it's T. Queso's game now.
So Mumu, obviously we saw the stasis. I think it was Sneaky was on. The stasis came out. He turned on the Grump and got the lifesteal off it. And just quickly, obviously had the Howling Gale on him as well.
Stasis.
Quickly got the lifesteal off it as quick as he could. And
5 items now.
Get himself back in there. So, okay. I mean, this is still wide open. It's 900 gold between the 2 teams. Obviously, the Baron buff is now worn off. Yes, in terms of bases, well, Formulation is very much wide open. One more team fight lost in any sort of stretch is going to be potentially game for Queso here. It is a very tight fight. You can see this bottom turret. You can see already got their eyes on that one. Mumu comes around. That's going to be the turret gone. So they continue to do this. This is what I would call in the old days League of Legends by the numbers. You know, Wild Rift by the numbers. You just do what you do. You take your towers down one by one. You work it in. You get this final one down. Get the double super minions in there. And thank you very much. We win the game. And that may well be what happens as they try and go through. That's going to be Sneaky picked off already. They're going to lock down Sko. Sko can't do anything about this. Tried to get the slam down. You can see the Howling Gale just tops off all the health. blows them backwards. Acolyte is very low, but it doesn't matter. Mumu's the man that needs to protect in there. Don has got the Guardian Angels up there, but they have no minion wave to back this up. They can't get an objective from it. There are super minions pulling on the top, though. They have to protect.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, though, is that Formulation actually wants starting the fight, and you can't start a fight when there's an Elder Dragon on the other side. You just can't. You know, Mumu does way too much damage at the moment. Veos as well. Veos was actually the one that got engaged on. He wasn't actually able to die in the end. And I don't know what really Formulation were thinking, to be honest with you. You know, when there's an Elder Dragon with that burn, with the execution as well, when you drop below 20% or 10% health, I can't remember the exact number, but as a big thing. But Team Queso has played this mid game so much better than the previous one. You know, even though they lost 3 dragons, which is normally a win condition, they're able to take the Baron and pretty much sneak the Baron when they won that team fight, even though the Formulation got all 3 dragons. You can see at the moment, Mumu, 5 items to his name: Stormrazor, Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Mortal Reminder, Bloodthirster. And you mentioned about the healing. It's all that healing from the Bloodthirster that is keeping him alive in these fights. And you always have to keep an eye on Mumu. They're going to try and look to take this second Baron, which every single Baron you take, as the time goes on, Baron gets stronger and stronger. It gives you more stats. And I think because of the pressure now that you have for Team Queso, you know, going in the Baron lane, going in the mid lane with these super minions, but
here we
Acolyte
go.
could be caught.
Acolyte has been caught out here. I don't think he's going to be able to get away from this one. Sneaky should finish him off, and he has. Now, can they try and sneak the Baron out of this one? They have a lot of damage with Mumu. He can just punish that down quickly. Vex is ready to try and get in the steal, and that's what they've got to protect if he peeled off. So now can they peel it off? They get the smite fight. Andre comes out on top this time, impossibly the key one, but it doesn't matter because they've already taken Veos down. They have to peel from this fight, but look at the damage coming out from Mumu. Mumu gets one down, does get caught out the side there. The rest of his team going, he's jumping in. He's going straight for it. The Howling Gale comes in, and he's just absolutely punishing them. Sneaky comes in. They are just getting blown forward. 1, 2, 3, go down. Don's going to get away, but the damage from Mumu is enormous as he goes leaping in and chasing them down. It was down to a 3v5, but the power that is in this Tristana absolutely decimated Formulation. We're going to have a game 3.
Our game 3 between Formulation and Team Queso. Can't think of a better way to end this series. And Team Queso, they went for the same similar draft as game number 1. Didn't work in game number 1 because the mid game was a little bit sloppy, but this time around, taking that Baron, taking the early inhibitors, using the Elder Dragon and winning that team fight as well with Mumu. 5 items on Tristana is basically unkillable at that point.
It's what they were aiming at last time, Stress. They wanted to try and get the similar situation, obviously, with the Vayne before. This time they had the range ability in there and the engage. Ironically, it was a 4v5 at the Baron there. Well, I say 4v5 because Set had a long way to go to get there. But you know, in that situation, they'd already dealt with Acolyte, so they didn't have to deal with him, but just I think they maybe, I don't think they misjudged it, but the power that Mumu had there at the end was just too strong.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays on how the equalizer comes through in this series between Team Queso and Formulation. I think one of the key points here is, though, like, Formulation is still playing the same playstyle where it's like, we'll receive Queso for the majority of the game. This is going to sound a little bit flamey. I actually think the pick of the Yone screwed them up compared to the comp of what they had in the first game. The Yone is very squishy, and when you jump in with Yone and take half of your health to Tristana, suddenly you don't get the playmaking potential as much anymore, whereas the Garen was able to just run at the Vayne and just silence and shut them down. Without the same frontline, like Formulation, they would end these fights and be half health. There was no Soraka to heal them up. There was none of that sustain that we saw in the previous game. So when they didn't kill Mumu,
this was so close.
When they didn't get Mumu at the beginning of these fights with Don, you can see, like, yeah, okay, he's dealing damage, but still the rest of the team fall foul to Mumu.
There's 4v3 there, and then Mumu, who's in stasis, finally comes back and says, right, the GA perfectly comes back up for Andre, so obviously it buys him time in there. So suddenly, it's just giving all the freedom to Mumu, and everyone's realizing, like, someone get on him, someone, anyone? Oh, missed it.
Yeah, and at this point, if you've got a Tristana in the game, even remotely ahead, level 15, full item build, there's almost no champion that can really deal with Tristana, especially from that range. She is just oppressively quick at taking, especially squishy people down. Quantum, not happy with that.
Sold the item.
As Formulation, they will be taken to a game 3. I think, you know, we can see now a little bit of what Queso were trying to have pay off in the first game. Very similar comp. I think Formulation didn't have the right answers this time around.
You know, I feel like it was a few misplays in the first game as well. Maybe they just, you said to the coach and staff behind you, are just like, in the mid game, maybe play a little bit more passive, try and get the team fights and try and make get into them 5 versus 5 team fights, because it was them getting caught off in the Baron lane, getting caught in the jungle quite a lot. But in this game, they actually played around the 5 versus 5, and with the long range from Tristana, with all the shields and the heals that you have as well, Quantum couldn't really do that much. Quantum couldn't use the piercing arrow to actually hit Mumu this time, so that means you're not going to be able to get the full benefit of the serrated, the Serpent's Fang. I was about to say serrated dirt, that's the tier 2 item, Serpent's Fang. But yeah, much improved game by Team Queso this time around.
The ban on Soraka, obviously, that Queso did, gave that survivability that Andre needed. Obviously, he could get in and get out. He was obviously jumping on to Quantum with the Cataclysm every time, so Quantum had to deal with that, which meant Sko was sort of half-heartedly, it's like, do I ulti in to help out Don right now, or do I protect Quantum? So he's having to have that decision every single time. Obviously, Vex was always there to try and help out, but it gave Andre that survivability, and it just gave them that extra factor that they didn't have in the first game.
Yeah, and I think you could see the fact that Andre had a little less trepidation over going in, like last game.
It's
on
double the
Wukong.
damage, right?
Yeah, I mean, kind of necessitates when you're going in with the Cataclysm and that. But I mean, it's the kind of thing where in game 1 we could see the hesitancy on the Wukong to go in, whereas Jarvan, if you aren't going in on Jarvan, you're playing Jarvan wrong. Like, there really is no other playstyle with this pick. So for Team Queso, the composition works for themselves. Floor bringing out again the signature Janna, making it work very well for themselves. For Formulation, though, I feel like it was still a winnable game. Like, there were still points to the fights that they were winning. And I think we'll see that as we take a look at the lead going back and forth between the two teams. You can see peaks and valleys all the way through the game. So Formulation were definitely bringing it back into their stead a couple of times. Yeah,
it was definitely a up and down game. They were able to, Vex was able to steal that 3rd dragon. They had the 3 dragon win condition. Yeah. I was thinking to myself, when you have them triple dragons, it's so scary. But Team Queso were so decisive. They were like, okay, this is our opportunity. We need to take this Baron now. If they did not take that Baron there and take them 2 inhibitors, I honestly thought it was Formulation's game, because 3 dragons are just way too strong. But because it was a 5 versus 3 at the time, both Sneaky and Show were both dead for about, I think it was 10 seconds. Because they have a Tristana, one of the best objective taking, AD carries in the entire game. They were like, we need to burst this Baron, we need to take this Baron, or the game is just going to be completely lost because we're going to lose to triple dragon.
And you think of the lane pressure that they had as well. I mean, even before the Rift Herald was obviously picked up, they'd already taken the bottom and top turrets out, which is just purely on their own, by Acolyte doing his work on the top, and obviously the Dragon Lane doing their work on the bottom. And then when they did get the Rift out, said thank you very much, we'll take the mid turret. At that point, Formulation had barely touched the turrets of Queso. So already, 10 minutes in, they were on the back foot, sort of in terms of vision control that Queso had there. So, I mean, it's credit to them, obviously, as you mentioned, they came back and they took the dragon. They had 3 dragons, I think, in the end there. Exactly. Albeit the Smite fight. The Smite fight that counted was obviously at the Baron, where Andre did come out on top.
Sets us up nicely, though, talking about the Tristana for our MVP of the game. When you have 2 supports and a comp that's basically built around it, it makes total sense.
If you're not the MVP, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, something would have gone horribly wrong. But yeah, Mumu with a very impressive game. We saw that Mumu output like 45,000 damage total on that game. That's why the DPM is so insanely high.
Not only that, 100 kill participation as well is very, very rare on an AD carry. Very, very rare on a dual lane carry. But when you're Tristana, when you can jump around, get all the resets, I think that also shows as well that, Mumu getting 100% kill participation means that they were grouping up a lot more often. It means they weren't really caught out too much. They were playing 5 versus 5 more than getting caught out, whether it was in the Baron lane before. They were playing around the objectives. Yes, they didn't take the objectives, but they won the team fights because they got the backline damage from Tristana, and they were able to come out. But yeah, I think that's the first time in a very, very long time I've seen 100% kill participation on an AD carry.
Yeah, it speaks very much to like the death ball composition type of playstyle where you do have multiple supports. So yeah, shout out to Mumu for that performance on the Tristana. I'm always happy to see Tristana. I think she's one of the most interesting AD carries to play. The resets you get through to jump through fights always have more pentakill potential out of a Tristana than a lot of the other AD carries that sometimes find themselves in the meta, not very often. Although that's the second Tristana we've had in a week. So the last one was Snitch in mid lane, and we've seen it down in the bottom lane as well. So maybe we'll see some more Tristana. Maybe there's some hidden strength there. Well, we're going to have to find out for game 3 whether we see Tristana again. I think Queso, it wouldn't be a surprise to see them do the same thing again.
Yeah.
But before we get to Game 3, just a moment to talk about our sponsors here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Starting with the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, their processors, as I said, you can find in many phones up at the top tier of gaming phones, and just a lot of phones in general have Snapdragon processors. Check out if your phone has one as well and let us know. We'll tell you how to do that a little bit later. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 does have a Snapdragon processor. It's a Snapdragon 888, so top of the range right there. If you're looking for a new phone, check out the Fold 3 and see whether it fits your needs. Monster fit our needs for staying energized on broadcast, as some of these last two games have been a little bit longer. The Rix games, I think we didn't really need too much help with on the number of kills we had on that one, but thank you to Monster for fueling us. And DHL are making sure that they can deliver to you not just good games here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, but also a €100 ESL shop vouchers. So you can head to ESL.gg.
Quite a lot of gear, that would, €100.
It would, yeah. Especially if you, well, maybe not quite as much because the hoodies and that are a little bit more expensive typically, but we're going to winter now. So a lot of teams now have their like winter apparel.
I'd get my DreamHack hoodie in.
You get DreamHack hoodie?
Yeah,
okay.
So they were good hoodies.
I gotta double check actually what teams are on the ESL shop. I know basically all of them
Almost all
are,
of them, yeah.
so
They are the main supplier in Europe for pretty much every team.
regardless of who you're supporting, I'm sure there'll be a team on there to try and get some of the merchandise with. So €100 voucher if you fill in the quiz, and you might be one of the lucky people that wins that voucher. You'll require a little knowledge, I think, on some of the other games in the Snapdragon Pro Series, so not just Wild Rift, so make sure you head over to that link and get your entries in. And while you're doing it, head over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to join our Discord server. Get involved with the community there. Let us know what teams you'd get merchandise from if you were to win the DHL voucher for the ESL shop. We've got a few minutes before we're getting into Game 3, so we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, Formulation versus Team Queso, the deciding game in this series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're going into our first Game 3 of a series so far in the group stage. Stress joined by D-Man and Stuart for Team Queso versus Formulation. And, you know, normally it's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it with a strategy, but Team Queso's first game was
If it was broke, but we're fixing it.
Now they're like, let's just do it again. Run it back, try the similar thing, and this time making the Tristana work for themselves. Vayne didn't really hit the mark in game 1, whereas the Tristana hit the mark from Mumu in game 2.
Yeah, instead of that dueling potential that you can get from the Vayne, instead they go for the long range potential of Tristana, which I think was the big difference. That long range that you can deal, you know, long range damage that you can deal with Tristana, which was really, really big. Allowed him to stay in the back line, deal as much damage as possible, and with all the shields, was enough to win the game.
Yeah, we're ready basically to get into the draft already, so in a moment or two it will come up on your screen. And now I wonder whether the Janna gets taken away or the Karma, because Formulation have opted to be back on the red side.
That's the interesting thing. I actually thought the Formulation were actually going to go over to the blue side, because that first pick, Karma, I didn't mention it before, but actually had the most damage in both games.
Yeah.
Both the first and the second game, Karma has been huge. And it's been a really, really big pick for Veos in the mid lane. So I'm curious, do Formulation ban it out because they can just go for the same strategy again? Or do we just see the same bans as the first two?
I think so. I think you ban it, right? Because I think it's been a key component of the protect nature of this
Damage,
comp.
shielding, yeah.
Whereas, like, the Janna alone doesn't necessarily protect an AD carry quite as efficiently as two together. So maybe we'll see a swap up here, as Lux is going to find herself on the ban list once again. Has been very, very powerful from that bot lane carry role. I think Varus still is going to be what Quantum looks towards if it's available.
Yeah, it's his comfort pick. It's his most played champion as well. You know, the Lux is just really, really big for that burst damage. If you catch someone out with that light binding, it's just huge burst damage afterwards. So far, though, exactly the same bans.
Yeah, identical bans throughout. We'll see what they change. I mean, obviously, the little adjustment was all that Queso needed. I guess you could say the same for Formulation, just small adjustments. I'm still not convinced by Camille, but you know what? Did his job. Did his job in the last game. I feel that if they're going to insist on keeping it as a split pusher, there's better split pushers out there. Yes, I get it. You've got the mobility to get in and get out. We're going to see the Karma first pick again for Veos. Yes, we are.
Yeah, at this point, it's this is if it ain't broke, don't fix it now for them with the Karma first pick. The Camille, I think, finds herself as a split pusher purely because the Jax and the Fiora are banned. I think it's one of those things where she fulfills a very similar point in the draft. Formulation going exactly the same again. Camille comes through again. For the third game in a row, it's likely to be the Janna here coming from floor. So Queso, they feel like they've got enough late game carry marksman picks, because now what do? You ban Vayne, you ban Tristana. Well, there's still Kai'Sa, and there's still Xayah, and there's still a few others that do the same.
But Soraka got through, didn't she? And that's going to be what they pick up early. And that was, we felt the difference in the first game. It was, you know, that silence lockup. You know, if they do pull the Garen back in here, you talked about Garen Renekton, were very impactful. Obviously, you expect the Don to maybe pick something different. As much as we love to see the Yones, probably got about a 20% win rate this weekend.
It's not good. It's not good. Although one thing I will say is I think the Soraka was specifically good against the Vayne. I think some of the other marksmen, like a Tristana, which is now banned, and a Jinx, deal more AoE damage. Like, you can deal with the whole bundle of threats a lot quicker, whereas Soraka needed that ability to go, okay, I ult, and then I heal one target again and again.
But I think it's also because of the frontlining
Vayne ban
as well at the same time. You know, being able to silence the Camille, being able to silence the Wukong in game #1 as well was pretty big. Jarvan, I think, was a very, very different champion for Andres. We did see him play yesterday, but it's going to be a little bit, you know, different, because I think the big thing is that Jarvan, you just have like two abilities to jump in, flag and drag. Silence is not really going to do that much unless you basically silence a Cataclysm, but that's it. Again, Don, going back to the Garen now, he's just Garen gaming again. He's not going to be on the Yone this time around.
Why the Wukong ban?
Yeah, Queso, I think
they'd already Vexed, it was already on Morgana. Like, why?
They still go Baron lane though. Baron lane Wukong is still a very, very popular pick, so I mean, could be that maybe.
You think that was what Sneaky was thinking? Is like, you're thinking, I really want to go that Wukong right now.
I think maybe Garen could have been an option to ban there from the silence and how good it was for Don, but we'll see how the rest of Queso's comp lines up, whether it will be exactly the same. Jarvan comes out again, and now it's going to be a hyper carry. Which one is it going to be? Yeah, we mentioned a couple with the Jinx, with the Kai'Sa, with the Xayah. Those are the ones that typically fill this role. and would make sense from this point from what Team Queso are actually planning on playing.
The biggest issue with Jinx is obviously while you do you can switch and get the range in there, you don't have the mobility that you had with Tristana. There's not even close to.
Yeah, I think the important thing here is you have two supports around you that provide you both movement speed, you have the disengage potential here, and Jinx is one of the only matchups that as an AD carry playing that matchup where against Varus you don't get completely smothered in the lane. Vayne, you sacrifice the laning phase. Jinx is still not great for a lane, but she can clear waves quite effectively, a little bit better than Vayne can in that middle lane when you're forced to rotate around there if that's how Queso want to play it.
I was going to say Gwen, maybe. I was just thinking of it, and I was thinking that we've obviously had it banned out in the other games, not actually seen it. It was banned, I think, game 1, I feel like. I think Queso banned it in game 1. But yeah, okay, the Gwen, so that's going to be the top lane Gwen this time around, right? We're assuming.
Yeah, most
it will be Baron lane Gwen, yeah. It will, it will be Baron lane Gwen. It'll be Morgana jungle, and then Don in the mid lane on Garen. I'm not too sure about this Jinx pick. I think that Gwen is a great counter to Jinx because you can just use your second ability as Gwen and you can't auto-attack Gwen at all. You can get that big, massive field around you. You know, the classic meme, Gwen is immune, which happens all the time. I'm not too sure about this Jinx pick. Yes, the laner phase is not too bad. I do feel like Varus can still poke you out, especially 100%. With the Soraka down there as well. I don't know if they have enough protection because now you have the Gwen. The Gwen's going to be diving in onto the back line. Don's going to be able to do the exact same as well. Jinx doesn't really have a lot of mobility. The important thing with Jinx is that you need to get a reset. Whether that be a kill at the tower, whether that be a takedown, whether it be a kill or assist, you need to get that reset to get the extra attack speed from your passive, and then you can look to try and be the carry. But, you know, at the start of the team fight, you're kind of useless. You're not going to be able to do anything. It's just really when you get that first takedown, when you get that first kill, which, to be honest, who are you going to get that first kill on? You have to use so much to try and kill Garen. Gwen's going to be immune for a long amount of time, so you can't really auto-attack her in the first place. So I'm finding it difficult to see how Jinx gets the resets in these team fights to be able to get that, you know, get the extra damage, get the extra passive attack speed.
I think that's the struggle of Queso's comp, right, as they were digging through the draft. Now, once Vayne goes, once Tristana goes, every other one after that has some limitations. And you both mentioned the mobility of Jinx being an issue. I have some faith in the way that Queso have played around their double enchanters, but certainly I think that Garen surprisingly throws a bit of a mix, like a spanner into the works there. It was tough for them to deal with in game 1. As soon as Garen ran through the fight, got the silence off, it was very tough to get away from. We're getting into game 3. We'll see whether Formulation or Queso can close this one out. D-Man and Stuart, I'm going to let you handle this game.
Yes, thank you very much. So here we go. I believe you both had this down as a 2-1, right? For Formulation, I think I did 2-0, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Formulation, I feel, have made the right adjustments, as opposed to Queso, have almost fell back on what they've tried for the 3 games out there that didn't work on game 1 with the Vayne. Vayne was banned away. It did work on game 2 with the Tristana. Tristana was banned away. And now, with a third option, the Jinx. So we'll see. In terms of lanes, they've kind of won out every single lane, every game so far.
And Jinx is another champion that can take towers very, very quickly. And what did Team Queso do really well in the first 2 games? They can take towers. A few interesting things at the start of this game, just to quickly note. Sneaky has actually gone for Ghost and Barrier in the Baron lane, which is something that I've not seen during the off-season at the moment on Gwen. You normally see Ghost Flash or even Ghost Ignite to play a little bit more aggressive, so maybe worried that he cannot win the trades early on. Sko actually roamed up into the Baron lane, and it's Kraken Slayer for Jinx. And that means that maybe going for a little bit more early game pressure with this Jinx, because normally you go lethal tempo to get the extra attack speed, but Kraken Slayer shout to me that they want to try and take early game trades with this Janna and play more aggressive, because if Jinx can auto-attack 3 times on enemy champions, it means that he'll get that extra burst of true damage. So you can see they're already playing very, very aggressive, already level 2 as well. Very, very interesting rune choice for Mumu. I think that lethal tempo still scales better, and it still gives you a lot more attack speed, which is what Jinx wants to try and get takedowns. But Kraken Slayer is a very, very interesting option. But you can see that they're playing very, very aggressive with the trades early on.
So if you've just joined us, we find ourselves at a deadlock. And strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be yet another long one. These team comp do sort of allude to that way. Obviously, very much protection comps. Almost working a counter towards it, obviously. This time around, though, a different top lane, an interesting top lane, I feel, or Baron lane. Sorry, I'm an old school man. It's going to be forever ingrained in my head as we see Andre having a little appearance down the Baron Dragon lane. A little peek. That's something I want to keep my eye on because A, he's being followed at the moment and got to be careful. Oh, he's gone back in and the flag and drag onto Quantum there. Does bring the whole team around and suddenly Veos decides to join the party. Is going to slow things down, and then Vex carries on farming.
I mean, Andres is doing the exact same thing as what he did in game number 2. In game number 2, he's using the Jarvan to play aggressive towards that top side, being able to stop the double jungle farm from Vex, making sure that he can't get level 5 as soon as possible. Does the exact same in the bot side as well. This time he had backup, and with Quantum not having flash, it was very, very scary for Quantum, especially when Andres hit the flag and drag. But this time, Vex is moving down into the bot lane, and with this immobile Jinx, has to use a flash straight away.
Yeah, so Summoner burned, and that's really what's going to be the main pressure of Mumu. If Mumu doesn't have that Summoner available, it's going to have to play it way more cautious, I think. You can hear the chompers going there, but you know you have to be so precise with those. Most players will be able to find an angle around it. Obviously, we have the Howling Gales coming through, but that's all well and good. But the Dark Shield does exist, and it's going to be able to chop them out there. The Black Shield doing its job. Nice landing there with the binding, and manages to get himself into the tri-bush. They've pushed very deep on this one to get the plates down.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the tower platings. They've got 2 tower platings in the bot lane. So that'll be a win for Team Queso for now. Gets a little bit of a gold lead as well, about 1,000 gold lead. But Don is down here as well. There's a bit of a fiesta in bot side.
Yeah, he's got no flash, remember. Cataclysm comes through. That's Andre just using it almost to protect them. Has to flash out as well. So Summoner's burnt left, right, and center at the moment. Ignite was also burned, and Don also got that flash down. Vex's flash was used, but nothing came from it. Still no first blood, but a bit of an impressive performance overall.
Yeah, Don tried to flash in there, I think, to try and kill off Mumu. Wasn't able to because the exhaust did come down from Mumu, so he wasn't able to get into range of his ulti. But trying to make a bit of a play, unfortunately couldn't. Stormrazor already completed. You can see that this Kraken Slayer gives you the early pressure that you need with Jinx in this bot lane to be able to trade effectively against Quantum, against this Varus. And it means that he's able to get a Stormrazor. They got the 3 early platings in the bot lane as well. That's a big advantage for this Jinx, which, you know, as we mentioned in the draft, might struggle a little bit in this laning phase, but with this rune choice and with the help that he also got in the bot lane as well from both Veos and Andres, means he has a little bit of a safer early game.
Really tight. Still everybody waiting for their summoners to come back up after that initial engagement. Bit of play. Sneaky going very aggressive here. Actually snip in the wrong direction. I just noticed there. Maybe slightly missing it. Acolyte just stepping out, but is going to be punished. It seems a stronger range, stronger lane this time, I should say, for Acolyte.
Yeah, we're going to win out early on.
Oh, he's got
silence field.
Flag and drag away once again, and the Howling Gale to cover him off. Obviously, Flash was used a moment ago, and Dragon does spawn. So this is interesting because Andre's only down to half health here, so I'm not too sure they want to get involved in this engagement.
Maybe go for another smite fight. Andres won the big one in the last game, and Vex is taken very, very low. Actually, the ulti as well from Veos actually does.
Oh, Don's having to tank out that Dragon, getting caught out a couple of times. The rocket comes through from Mumu again. Still no summoners. Summoners coming up. So Mumu has a bit of freedom there, but there's the silence that we were talking about, locking them down, and there's not a great deal it can do. Acolyte tries to get in around the side there, and unable to pick it up. Of course, the Inferno does go across the formulation as well.
1-for-1 trade overall. Don did go down. He did play a little bit too aggressive, but sneaky on this Gwen. I was talking about in draft. Being able to play that front line, being completely immune to any sort of crowd control. Any auto attacks allowed him to just snip his way through the front line, take down Andres before he was even able to smite. And you can see, looking back at this replay, look, watch Sneaky dash forward here. You can see, has AoE damage around him, and that means that Mumu can't auto attack, Veos can't do any damage, and he's just playing the front line. He's just zoning the rest of Team Queso away, takes down Andres. He's not going to be able to take the Dragon. That's first Dragon down to formulation. That's the Infernal Dragon as well, and decent start so far for formulation. Even though they are down in gold, they do take that Infernal Dragon.
And I would say they need them Dragons as well. Because, the punishment coming in here. Andre's going to get around onto Sko. Sko's going to be the focus target. Quantum's certainly taken very low. He's not going to be able to get away from this one. He's going to get poked out. They give the kill across to Mumu as well. More importantly, he's allowed to get the second kill as well, and that is very important. That tower also very low. They may be able to mount the plates down and finish it off.
Double kill over to Mumu, exactly what Team Queso needed. And again, Andres is down towards this bot side over and over again. This is 3 times now that Andres has been down towards this bot side. Rift Herald's up in the top lane, though. They're going to look for a try and get a counter turret. They are going to get the counter turret in the end, so it's a 1 tower to 1. But most importantly, Team Queso, they get 2 kills onto Jinx, and they give him the first tower gold of the game. So that's really, really big for Team Queso.
Yeah, they needed that. That's what I was talking about, the Inferno Drakes. You know, from Formulation's point of view, if you look towards the first 2 games that we've had, if it were to follow the same pattern, they almost certainly will lose these towers. And you can already see that Jinx Janna combo making its way to the Baron lane right now.
Yep, they're going to try and take this top lane tower as well, and it's actually very low. It's already down to about a quarter health, and you can see Andres again up in this Baron lane, and just basically at the side of this bot lane, you know, basically acting as like that protection around them. So if anyone does try and gank this Jinx Janna, then he is always there to protect them. And as you can see, thumbs up from Floor, playing his classic pocket pick in the Janna, is going to be able to take the second tower of the game. And Jinx, you know, already has that gold lead. Nearly, you know, about
3,000.
Yeah, 2,000, 3,000 gold already for this Jinx. And goes
That's a very aggressive Cataclysm on the turret. He's going to tank out that turret. I don't think he can survive that, no. Takes about 3 tower hits in the end there. That's going to cost him his health, but it should be the mid lane turret going down. Quantum was picked off. There we go. Can they get the lock on Vex? Yes, they can. They will finish lock. Vex off. In comes one. The spin to win. Is it not quite enough? I don't think so for Don. Don may get finished off here. He does. He gets knocked up. Acolyte goes on, and that's a 3-for-1 and the mid turret, 4-for-1, sorry, in the end there. And they're going to get the tier 2 turret as well. A massive, massive win for Queso there.
And this is what we were talking about, you know, the early game for Team Queso being able to take the first 3 towers in the first 2 games. This time around, they take all 3 towers in the outer lanes. They were able to take that mid lane tower. They're able to win the team fight on top of that. And it's the Jinx damage in this back line. It's the resets as well. Infinity Edge already completed. And a big item, actually, is not the Storm Razor. It's not the Infinity Edge. It's the Executioner's Calling. Being able to reduce the healing of Soraka is going to be absolutely huge this game. So not opting into it in the early game. Wait until he gets them 2 items. But this is where I feel like maybe the attack speed might lack a little bit for Jinx, because this is a standard build for Jinx, but you don't have the lethal tempo. You don't have the stack and attack speed that you get. You have Kraken Slayer, which, yes, does a huge bunch of burst damage, but I feel like that scaling attack speed that you get every single time you auto-attack is going to be a little bit beneficial as you scale up. But you know, with the gold that he has already, with the items that he has, he's already in a huge, huge lead.
And that's what I was going to say. Well, obviously, we were questioning, yeah, the Tristana worked very well and the Vayne was trying to be fed, but the fact is, this is already a fed Jinx. It's a 4-0-3 Jinx in 100% kill participation, involved in everything, and absolutely fed to the 9s right now. Formulation, no, they're on the rampage, they're on the hunt. Let's see what they can go. Obviously, it's going to be Don constantly tries to lead the charge on that Garen and be as tanky as he can. But I got to be honest, I think that tankiness may well get mitigated quite quickly if Mumu gets on him. There's not going to be a great deal there. The split push continues. Acolyte working away on that top turret. That's the mobility. That's why he goes with the Camille as soon as Sneaky comes back. Thank you very much. I'm gone in lane.
Yep, and they're doing the exact same thing as what they did in the first 2 games. They got the early gold lead, and now they're pressuring up towards this Baron lane. But with the Rift Herald coming up in 30 seconds time, means they're going to go back to base. Dragon's up in 10 seconds as well. They're going to go back to base, spend the money that they have, and Floor for now is just going to stay there. Has to be a little bit careful, though. He is playing very, very aggressive all by himself, and there's 4 members of Formulation there, but I think he's just working as like a walking ward, basically, at the moment, making sure that they do not start this Dragon. So very, very well played by Floor, but yeah, I mean, flashback to WREC Season 1, Doom playing on the Jinx, got 2 pentakills during that season. And we know the power of Jinx, for those who watched WREC in Season 1, the Pentakill Queen, as she is known as. There you go, here comes the damage.
And Mumu's got himself the 3 attacks at the moment. You can see Andre goes in. Let's see what Mumu can do. As you can see, he's the other side of the wall, getting the free damage. Andre does manage to back away. Acolyte goes. The leash on the Dragon has been reset. And nothing picked up there. They really needed to get themselves a kill there. Veos, gets caught in the dark binding. Can they follow it up? No. They're going to get quickly healed out there to back it up. The pull not quite enough to get the damage down.
Really, really good engage from Andres. Cataclysm, both Vex and Quantum, they weren't able to escape because they both had flash down. But the big thing was Sneaky jumping in. He was able to dash in, use that big, massive AoE second ability to basically stop the engage from Team Queso. Mumu wasn't able to auto-attack over the wall as well. The Dragon is still going to be there for the moment. It's not going to be started by either side, but Formulation instead, they're like, okay, we're not going to go for the Dragons, but you're going to try and go for the Rift Herald and try and maybe break down this mid lane tower.
straight towards it, but it's being countered. You can see Acolyte's coming in. Sko is going to try and get the poke on, but oh my word, that damage turnaround back onto Andre there. The binding does its job once again, as it has done all 3 matches so far. You can't complain at Vex. You know, it's if I was to look at the senior of League of Legends and ask a jungler to go around on Morgana, I think most of them would look at you sideways. But in terms of how Vex has played this, magnificent, absolutely. They've picked the Dragon up very quickly. They're not going to get to the Herald quick enough, I don't think, no. So it will be a simple trade between the two.
Yeah, we said already this series of Formulation has struggled to take in towers, so they're prioritizing the Rift Herald, maybe trying to take another tower. But look, you can see Team Queso playing aggressive again. I think the big thing this game is that both tier 2 mid lane towers are down. And you can see how aggressive Team Queso are going, because the most important tower in Wild Rift is obviously the mid lane tower. It opens up the map so much. It allows you to rotate around the map, roam around the enemy jungle, and that's exactly what they're doing. And there's no towers for for Formulation, to fall back on in that mid lane. So it means both Quantum and Sko has to play defensive as well. So it opens up the map quite a lot, and Team Queso have done well so far to keep this gold lead. About 5,000 gold lead at the moment, and with their scaling comp, with this Camille, with this Jinx as well, and with Veos on this Karma again, which Formulation gave away to Team Queso. You know, 2 games in a row did the most damage in the game. Looking for a 3rd game in a row this time around.
So blue buff for Vex, keep that cooldown going. Top off the mana once again. The lane's being shoved, and this is what Queso have done so well. You can see the top lane being shoved in, the Baron lane, with Mumu and Floor up there, the rest of the team coming off to block it off. Ooh, got to be careful. I think Acolyte's just been caught in River there, certainly spotted out the rest of the team. They did still have the Rift Herald. Yeah, I was going to say they still have the Rift Herald, but look at this. Queso really starting to mark off the damage on Vex, and you can see he tries to pounce on it. Cataclysm forces the flash out of Vex there. But while that's all happening, they've already got themselves that turret. They might be able to get the inhibitor turret here as they try and work it down and get the damage on. Is there enough poke? No. Andre has to respect the poke they had coming back their way. While this is happening, the mid lane's been shoved in as well. Acolyte is shoving in that mid wave. The mid wave turret. Acolyte's going to get it.
Team Queso are playing this game so well. You can see that Mumu and Floor were both pushing in the top side of the map. And what Veos and Andres do, they go to the mid lane. They push that mid wave and they block the entrance from Formulation. That means they have to go all the way around the long way, and that means that they can pressure in the top lane tower. But then whilst they're pressuring the top lane tower, whilst Formulation have to take it, Acolyte's like, okay, I'm just going to go by myself towards the mid lane, proc that Demolish, and take that mid lane tower. Team Queso are playing the objective game and the turret game flawlessly this game.
Nice interrupt by Fleur, trying to prevent Dom from trying to get any vision in that pit. We'll actually root him out here. Andre comes around, and they've got some good poke going down here. The battle for the Scuttle Crab continues, and that will eventually fall. Now, they do indeed ping that bot lane. That's their next focus. They want to keep that turret's game, and Queso continue to play it by the numbers. This is Bok, standard Wild Rift, League of Legends, whatever you want to call it. It's been the same game throughout the years, and it is simply a case of it doesn't matter how many kills you get, it is who takes the Nexus last at the end of the day, and it's all about getting those turrets down.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. I think the big thing is, though, Vex and Quantum both do not have flash. So if Andre's Cataclysms, either of them, that means they are locked in there as well. So that's a big thing going into this next team fight. You can see Rift Herald was actually used in the Baron lane for Formulation, so going to push out that way. But as you said, they're going to try and push in this bot lane. Or keep your eyes on Andres and who he cataclysms.
They get the turret down. Now it's going to be sneaky that they focus on. You can see he's trying to snip them away. Andre does go in. Andre just tries to tank it out. Can only shield so much. Meanwhile, at the same time, Don went in. They will get themselves topped off. Mumu is too low. They can't follow this one through, and they have to deal with that Herald.
Don tried so hard. Flash, Ignite, and ulti was not enough. The healing, the shielding was far too much for Mumu, and he was able to live there. Rift Herald, Shelly, is just chilling. Oh. Okay, I thought he was bugged there for a second. He, like, stopped for a few seconds, but then started to be like, oh, I'm on my way. They're going to be really, I mean, like I said, Team Queso, you know, being able to take 7 towers already this game, all of the tier 1 towers, all of the tier 2 towers, and the mid lane inhibitor is down for Team Queso. Look at Mumu's build. 4 items now on this Jinx. QSS completed, also has the Veil as well on the side of Floor. So that means that any crowd control that goes in the way of Mumu, he's just going to be able to QSS it. He's going to have the Veil by his side, so, you know, the Dark Binding, the Chains of Corruption, the Silence, anything like that happens, He has QSS to back it up. And with this Dragon coming up in 25 seconds, they can just look to push all the waves. And I feel like Formulation there kind of struggling a little bit now because they don't really have a lot of vision on the map. You can see, look at Team Queso's vision on this bot side. A lot of deep wards in the bot side of the map. Acolyte is just able to split push because he's got the hull breaker. And his Dragon should be free for Team Queso.
So, Drake up, 10 seconds. I guess maybe Mumu could probably pick that up on his own if they can keep them busy here, which is what it looks like is going to happen. He's indeed going to pull it. The Ocean just around the side there. The rest of Queso will just try and keep them busy, but they've got to be careful to get caught out. Good poke onto Don there. Sneaky, just having a look. Andre, ooh, I thought he was looking to dive in there. The speed he came around, got that boosted up. Mumu does take down the Drake. So, gold in terms of Queso. It's pretty huge. I mean, it's a full item almost for everyone there, I would say, ahead. But you can tell in terms of the actual team fights, it is still way closer.
Yep. I mean, we're going to go back, take the red buff. They're not going to risk the Baron just yet because they know the threat of Vex and what he can do and what Formulation can do to try and instill this objective. So, Mumu for now just roaming around trying to get as much gold funnel into him as possible. You can see that Andre's just like, yep, I don't care about my jungle camps anymore. My name's Jarvan. I have Guardian Angel. I'm just going to go in and Cataclysm. So you can see that Mumu's just taking every single jungle camp, every single little bit of CS, or minion kill, I should say, in for Mumu is going to go. So I'm interested to see what he goes back and buy. Thank you very much, Observer. That's a perfect time to bring up the items. I think it's probably going to be Bloodthirster, the last item. There it is.
Yeah.
4-item Jinx. We saw what he could do last game with 4 items on Tristana. Now with Jinx, with that rapid fire cannon, we talked about the range of Tristana in the last game. Rapid fire cannon is going to give Jinx that extra range. And with all the shielding, with all the healing that Team Queso have, they're looking to try and close out this game. And to be honest, it's looking really, really good for them.
They can just sweep out around the Baron now. They are pinging the top lane, so they want to shove that
it's a huge wave
in.
top.
Yeah, if they can get that wave to go in, I mean, he could do the job for him. Obviously, Acolyte's keeping them busy down the bottom there. You can see Sneaky is having to try and keep him at bay. So red buff going over to
Look at the shields.
Mumu. Yes, it will. All the shields come through. And now, we saw last time this split push happened, Acolyte actually managed to take the turret down himself, so they can't leave him alone. They can't leave him at the side there, and that makes it very interesting. Andre realizes he wants to shove that mid-wave in, because that's a super minion mid-wave coming through the middle as well, which is going to put some more pressure on them. Oh, Dom, that's a bit risky. Yeah, the Chomper's not quite catching, but I don't think it matters. You can see how much Mumu could chunk them down there. Gets another couple of shots on that turret, and it's almost gone.
You see the picture in the bottom left as well. Acolyte still pressuring down in the bot lane. Might get a bit caught out here by Sko, but he's going to be able to adjust away. Sneaky actually dashes in. He's trying to look for the kill, but Andres is there for backup. Meanwhile, on the top side, Don's trying to go in as well. This fight's happening all over the place.
Don gets caught out this time by the Howling Gale, and you can see the damage coming to chunk through. The tower's gone down. They can push on. And I tell you what, Mumu could just focus on the Nexus, finish it in.
Oh my god, the damage!
Him on the fountain. He's just out healing the fountain. The damage coming through. They need to focus. Sneaky has managed to get Acolyte down. Fighting him, and Penta goes for the Penta, and he gets it. And that's going to be the turret going down. The Nexus will be finished. And that is Team Queso showing it how it's done by the numbers. 3 games running, the same strategy. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They tweaked it in game 1 and made it absolutely work in games 2 and 3.
I did say during the game, I was like, Jinx, Pentakill Queen. There's an opportunity.
That's the first pentakill I think I've ever seen in my career, including PC, where the majority of people died
on the fountain.
They were still on the fountain.
I gotta be honest, I never really count them when they're on the fountain, because generally at that point you're kind of way ahead anyway, but I mean, it was legit, to be fair.
I still count.
I'm
not falling for, no, it doesn't count because they're underneath the fountain. Jinx being able to out-heal the fountain with how much damage, and again,
I mean, they all 3 stood together on the fountain. It's like, hey, splash damage, this is nice, this is easy, yeah.
Just do exactly what you want. But hey, Mumu on the Tristana, Mumu on the Jinx this time around.
Yeah, I mean,
3 games in a row, it works.
They banned out the Vayne, they banned out the Tristana, he pulls out the Jinx, does the exact same again.
Let's take a look at the highlights from that game. There is one highlight right at the end, to be quite frank. I mean, Queso, it kind of all went their way from the very early game, like bringing this Jinx. Like, there's a lot of attention down there in favor of Queso, and we're skipping forward to a few of the fights that were based around the mid lane. And I feel like Queso really found their footing after that winning game too. They're like, okay, we now understand how we have to play against Formulation. And then they kind of just did the same thing again with a slightly different twist to it with this Jinx.
Yeah, it was like slow and steady wins the race really for Team Queso. You know, in game number 1, they tried to press the advantage and they pressed a little bit too far. But in the second and the third game, they definitely played with a lot more patience. They definitely played more towards the 5 versus 5 team fight. And yes, Formulation trying to have the counter. They had the Garen this time around, which as you can see in this replay, nearly kills out Jinx. They had Sneaky on Gwen this time, which is really, really good. But here it is. You know, I just watch it again. Oh. Rocket, boom.
It's
boom.
So satisfying.
So good.
Because like
the main one is the fact that you took a Garen down on the fountain. That's like the added factor. But
boom. Oh, so good.
I would say, in terms of from Formulation's point of view, there's one very simple rule when you're up against the hyper carry, and it's don't give them kills early on. He was 4-0-3 6 minutes in.
Yeah,
that is
a
true.
big thing. Yeah,
I think one of the things that I'm not frustrated at with Formulation, but like when your opponents draft the same type of thing 3 games in a row and you don't find like the consistent answer to it, game 2 and game 3, I'm like, I feel like Formulation, they brought the Gwen to try and have a little bit of late game, but we've seen shakiness from Gwen over the last few days.
I feel like they got lulled because they had the answer in game 1 with the Soraka Garen, and they thought, that's it.
Again.
We've got Soraka Garen back. But they didn't realize that Queso had already countered then figured that out in between, obviously, the Tristana game. And they said, okay, well, this time we're not going to ban that Soraka. And at no point did Formulation go, why have they left it open?
Yeah.
Like, didn't have that thought of why did that, what have they done? What have they done differently to not leave it open this time? And obviously, Queso had already figured it out.
I think I mean, we talk about Mumu. Obviously, Mumu is a star, but I think Veos as well on this Karma 3 games in a row as well. Formulation decided to stay on the red side for this game number 3. Exact same bans. They went for basically the exact same comp. Obviously, the Garen and the Soraka were different. They prioritized the Soraka this time around. But it just wasn't enough. You know, they give away the Karma. They give away the lockdown of Camille. They give away the Janna, which, you know, worked so well in game number 2. And they didn't even decide to switch it or change things for game number 3.
I feel like some of it came from the playstyle difference as well from the jungle. Like the Jarvan was at least
A
more
lot
decisive from Andre to go, okay, actually I need to play the aggressive when I can't really hold back. So setting up the fights, setting up Mumu, who... Is there any surprise who the MVP is for our third game of that series? It's going to be Mumu getting a pentakill. Kill participation again up to 100%. And yesterday we saw Andre and Floor have 100% kill participation. This Queso seems to have really stepped. When I say back, I mean in time to the Team Queso bundling up, playing everything around a single carry playstyle that we saw out of the regular split in WREC. I don't think it's a problem for now, but I think it's going to bait a lot of teams into trying to play AD carries when they're not actually that particularly strong in competitive meta.
I think that's the big thing with Formulation as well. Maybe Formulation not used to playing against hyper carries. You know, we've seen the meta that hyper carries don't get played at all. We've just seen 3 hyper carries in a row from Team Queso, and they're going for this different approach. But like you mentioned, you know, Team Queso used to this. They used this playstyle, whether it's the coaching staff, whether it's the top side who were on Team Queso last year. Before it was Andres that also had it. It was the Olaf, it was the Jax, it was the Graves, and it was the Yumi and Lulu. This time around is Mumu that's in the, you know, in the basket. You know, he's the one getting all the resources. And, you know, Andres as well, you know, even though he's not the real carry, he's still showing that he doesn't have to be the main carry. He can still perform on champions like the Jarvan and, you know, lock people down with the Cataclysm.
And it is difficult, I think, to adjust the playstyle when a team like Queso are very strong with a comp like this. For teams, we saw Rick struggle with it in the WREC finals. We've seen Formulation struggle with it here. I think the problem in my mind is when we play against teams on an international stage, that the early game pace is insanely quick and strong, and they'll punish. That's when you can't afford to play these AD carries. For now, while we're in an off-season group stage, I think Queso can just rely on this again and again and again, and it's going to beat teams that theoretically we think should be stronger. Like Formulation, we all predicted to win this series, so this is a massive win for Queso.
And I feel like you bring up a really, really good point about, you know, the early aggression, you know, on the international stage, because I feel like, you know, if this was against, you know, like a Chinese or Korean team or something, they'll realize that, okay, you're against a Jinx down in the duo lane. You need to play aggressive down in this duo lane. You need an early game jungler.
The jungler would be there all the time.
3 games in a row, Vex played Morgana. That's not a champion that you really see, you know, ganking down in the duo lane. And in this third game, Andres on that Jarvan was constantly down in the bot lane.
One.
Yeah, he was the one being aggressive.
He was counter-jungling as well. He was whereas we talked about, obviously, how Morgana is the fastest jungler to 5. Like, but at no point was any counter jungling coming out there. Yeah, Vex. I mean, Vex is a great jungler. Don't get me wrong, but at no point was he capable of doing it.
I feel like there could have been a bit of adaptation in the third game. Maybe don't go for something like a Morgana. Go for something more aggressive and try and shut down the early game of this Jinx Janna in the bot lane, because you have a Varus down there. You have the Chain of Corruption. You have the crowd control to try and shut down this Jinx. But because Andres was basically covering this bot lane the entire game, you can see even in the late game, I think Mumu was like 3 levels up on Andres. Andres basically got no farm this game. He was like, Mumu, you take all the farm. You take the jungle camps, you take all the gold, and I'm just going to be there just to lock people down with the cactus.
I feel like they got lulled. Like I said, the first game, obviously the Morgana worked so well. The Darkbind is catching on the Wukong every single time. Andre was nullified at, what, 5k damage in the entire game, so it was completely nullified. I feel like they got nullified by, like, we know this works in his comp, but actually it didn't really against the Jarvan, because Jarvan was like, oh, I'm going to flag and drag. Oh, you've Darkbinded me, Cataclysm over, flash out. And it's just like, it just wasn't nullified. Black Shield wasn't really that useful throughout it, so yeah, as you say, could have gone with a more aggressive, something that would have involved
shut down the Jinx.
Yeah, wow, and very interesting set of games in a whole. Like, we got some different meta picks and a very surprising result, as I said, considering we all predicted Formulation to take that win. Queso showing why we still have to respect them again as defending WREC champions. They are the current reigning champions here for the EMEA region. That is our second series of the day. We still have one more to come, and before we get there, of course, we want to thank our partners here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. A big shout out for powering many of the gaming phones that are out there on the market. Check if you have one in your phone today, and if you have a Samsung Z Fold 3, then you already know the answer to that, because yes, it does have a Snapdragon 888 processor in it. So big thank you to Samsung as well for powering some of the gameplay. Monster powering us, fueling us throughout our pentakills on the fountains, regardless of whether Team Man wants to count it as a pentakill or not. Thank you very much to Monster. And that series delivered just like DHL do, and you can check out the DHL quiz by going to esl.gg/DHL quiz. I know, right? I'm here all weekend and next weekend, but then not the 2 after that, because Excalibur will be here instead. Go fill out the quiz. You might be in with a chance of winning €100 on ESL Shop. And then our Discord is where you should join in the conversation as well. Follow the link that's on screen right now. Join in the conversation. Let us know your thoughts on whether a Fountain Pentakill is a pentakill or not. It's going to be recorded in history as a pentakill, and that'll be recorded as a 2-1 win from Queso over Formulation. We'll see what our third series has in store for us as Viv Esports take to the stream for the first time this tournament so far, going up against Parlor when we come back in just a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're ready for our third series of the day, and first time we're going to be taking a look at Viv Esports. Before we get there, it's a good idea to update you all. I know you probably just caught it on the graphic, but for those of you perhaps that are listening with, you know, another tab
listening
open,
and not watching.
Exactly. The off-stream result between NASA and Ice Cream went 2-1 in favor of NASA. So Ice Cream pulling out a game win, but not quite the result that they would have been looking for after that 2-0 against Rix. But NASA being able to pull themselves into a winning position is going to put them at 1-1 in the group stage so far. So I feel like we've just kind of said it all during the break. Going to be a lot of 1-1s at the end of today. A lot of teams bouncing back after yesterday.
Surprise, surprise, after the first weekend. I mean, it's not too surprising. I mean, I think it's more a surprise. Obviously, Ice picking up the win yesterday was a big shocker. Went 2-1 with NASA, so it went the distance, so it wasn't like it was a shock. Obviously, NASA finally turning it around. We talked about it yesterday, how we feel that NASA are going to be one of those teams that challenge that 4th position. We talked about it yesterday, how the Queso NASA game, the Ice Cream NASA game seems like a battle for that 4th position as well now.
I think that's the important thing, is obviously with the tiebreakers, with the head-to-head tiebreakers as well. You know, if Ice Cream want to be in amongst the mix of that top 4, they have to be beating teams, you know, like NASA. Yes, you take down Rix, but you need to go that step further and keep taking down them teams and keep, you know, solidifying yourself as a top 4 team.
So we've seen 7 of our 8 teams so far. Let's introduce you to the final one here for the EMEA region for the Snapdragon Pro Series. That is Viv Esports with Patterson, Zefter, Yeku, Kranix, and Hester on their lineup. And I think the key player for playmaking is always going to be Hester on these lineups. I will constantly say that Hester, when we're playing engaged supports, is the top support to watch out for here for EMEA. And the likes of his Rakan, Leona, these picks, we've seen him been playing the Nautilus recently as well, looks very strong.
Yeah, him as well as Zefter coming in from Game Lord as well, you know. At the start of off-season, Viv had a bit of a different team where their jungler and support was a little bit different and they weren't really performing too well. But as soon as they saw that Zefter and Hester were free agents and they did leave Game Lord, they were like, okay, we need to snap these two up straight away. One of the best jungle support duos who actually won the WREC Open qualifiers in, you know, Season 1. Very, very strong jungle duo, but, you know, you can't look at the rest of the team and be like, you know, maybe they're a bit slacking. You know, Patterson up in the Baron lane, who used to play on Zero Zone before, was one of my players that I thought very highly of. Yeku in the mid lane, and then Kranix down in the bot lane as well, also known as Friend, who used to play for Rix before. So this lineup, very, very new. It's only Kranix that has stayed in. It's very similar for formulation, but definitely a team that has grown a lot ever since Zefta and Heste came in and definitely got a lot stronger.
And Viv as an organization were just on the cusp of making finals for WREC. Didn't quite make the cut, unfortunately, after losing in a 5th game to Game Lord. But that is Viv. We'll see whether this new lineup can kind of rally into a better position. They seem to be very good, whereas their opponents, Parlor, right now will be looking to bounce back a little bit from yesterday. Lonely Kid, Lubunia, Nakres, Katsa, and Flankton on this lineup. I think they've had a lot of strength in this Parlor lineup. I still have quite a lot of faith in this lineup, especially Lonely Kid coming in at that Baron lane. They found themselves in a rough spot yesterday.
I would say rough. I mean, game 1 was definitely very rough, but game 2 was obviously winnable. I think it was for them to a certain extent. Lubunia obviously coming in. This is his coming in as a substitute and now sort of solidifying his place. So we feel in this team, certainly a strong jungler obviously coming into there. So obviously this is early days, I would say, for Parlor, obviously with the new lineup, with the new changes. And if I was to go by social media, somewhat a grudge match as well for Parlor here. So they're definitely going to be out there to win this one.
Yeah, certainly, you know, a very heated matchup, I think, between these two teams, taking the last week into account of things. But we, of course, will be focusing on the gameplay for these two series as we look into our featured matchup between these teams, between Viv and Parlor. I think there's a lot of places we could go here, but Zefta, a jungler we haven't talked about too much. I think Zefta kind of filled the role that we've talked about Vex a whole lot in when Vex wasn't here for EMEA. I feel like Zefta has been very good at times, but never is the one that the team is reliant on to do everything. He's a very well-rounded jungler, I would say, but certainly doesn't steal as much of the spotlight as like an Andres, for example.
I feel like Zefta is definitely a lot more known as the early game junglers, you know, the Lee Sin, the Jarvan, you know, these early game aggressive junglers that Zefta loves to play. He likes to go for the early game plays and likes to try and get his team ahead. He's not too much about himself. He's not too much about himself being the main carry. He's more about making sure that his team can be, you know, the main carry, making sure that he gets the ganks, he makes the plays.
And Zefta's stats yesterday, obviously saw the kill participation there, 705 on Olaf, 607 on Jarvan the 4th yesterday against Mondi. Obviously, yes, it was against Mondi, and we saw Rix absolutely rolling over them today, but still, very impressive stats. Didn't die once, had massive kill participation.
And Viv saying, okay, we used the Olaf yesterday, we don't want to use it today. Like, we're going to ban that away on blue side. We're into the draft for game 1 for this series. Again, a lot of Baron lane focus with the Fiora being taken away. The Jack's gone as well, and that Gragas, of course, can flex between the Baron lane and multiple lanes here in Wild Rift. No surprises so far in the draft. Viv, we have a lot of focus on them being one of these top teams, and I wonder now, Kranix is a player that people talk about these AD carries a lot on. They're like, Kranix, when are you going to play AD carries? Just like Doom and you know, we've just seen AD carries being pulled off by Queso. I wonder whether Kranix will go for one in this matchup.
Maybe after that Queso game, they're going to be looking at it and thinking, okay, mage meta dead again. Back onto the AD carriers, we'll see. Okay, what do we think of the first lock in here? Because, yeah, I mean, Karma is available, but so is... I'm trying to think what could be a
Lux is up as one of the other mages. I think we'll end up seeing Parlor likely take the Lux from this position. I'm trying to think of what other picks that we've seen bans on. Nautilus is up
I was going
to
say Lux Nautilus is a very common bot lane. You know, Katse has been playing Lux quite a lot. Flankton has played Nautilus quite a lot over the past few weeks, so it is definitely a very strong bot lane. You don't really have to reveal too much. You just say, okay, we're going to get a very strong bot side. Yes, you take the Karma, but we have red side. We have the 2 picks. Just take the Lux Nautilus here and get that lockdown.
Nautilus blasts immobile AD carries. Like, immobile carries get destroyed by that crowd control.
And yesterday it was Hester with Karma twice, both games. So we're expecting it to possibly go down the sport, but obviously that's the main thing. Can't go anywhere. So Camille been picked up.
That's really weird.
So I don't like say the stats are lying, but I'm it's Hester.
Karma is not a champion that I relate to Hester.
Get off that. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I don't want to see. I actually don't want to see Hester. I mean, maybe because it was against Mondi yesterday, but I do not want to see Hester on the Karma. I really don't. I mean, like you said, you know, before, I want to see the Rakan. I want to see the Set. I want to see the Nautilus. I want to see these aggressive supports that Hester can playmate, because, you know, we've seen, you know, in the Infernal League, we've seen before that as well, and even the Open qualifiers, Viv were actually the ones that took down Formulation into lower bracket into in the open finals of the ESL Snapdragon Season 2, so they were able to get here from that.
There we go.
And there you go. There's the Nautilus down the bottom.
Yeah, I think even though it still is kind of a little bit ranged with the way you use depth charge and that, you'll have the dredge line to be able to get the hooks. Interesting, we'd see the Jace priority coming out from Parlor. Obviously has some flex potential across all 3 top half of the map positions, just like Camille does from Baron and Jungle. So not really anything revealed so far. And with the Morgana, everything's flexing for Parlor for now.
This is probably going to be a bot lane Morgana, I would say, for Katsay. Labunya not really known for playing the AP majors in the jungle. You know, played Gwen twice yesterday. Might even, you know, pick up the Camille this time around. To be honest, in this first rotation, I don't really like Parlor's draft at all. I don't really like how they've taken the, you know, the Camille and the Jace, you know, the first time, especially with the Lux open, the Nautilus was open, also the Renekton as well. So I feel like, you know, Viv got three very, very strong power picks at the moment. Yeah, exactly. And they were like, oh, you know, they'll probably take away the Nautilus, they'll probably take away the Lux, but instead they're just like, you know, they'll be happy with that, I think. You know, they'll probably take Karma into the mid lane, they got their support, they got their, you know, really strong Baron laner in Patterson, and I think that's another matchup which is going to be very, very interesting this game. You know, Lonely Kid, one of the best Baron laners for sure. You know, Solo Q God, no Solo Q, sorry, Solo Kill God, I should say, is everyone known him as, but Patterson has definitely stepped up a lot in most recent weeks.
So Lee Sin off the board as well, trying to take active junglers away from Zefta. You mentioned how Zefta does like to play those early game junglers. We still have a few available. Jarvan's up there. We've seen Xin Zhao attempted by 7 from Rix a couple of times, so similar position, but there's enough left in the pool to be able to find something to work for Parlor. Sorry, for Viv, I should say. Now, with Parlor's next pick, it's going to reveal a little bit more. I don't think we can keep flexing all the way to pick 5 between everything, so I'm wondering where they're going to go here on this matchup. Maybe the support to come through. You mentioned that...
You know, we've not seen Senna all day.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of Senna and no real massive priority.
Did we even see yesterday? No, we didn't even see yesterday.
It was banned a few times away against Nasser. It was banned.
Nami may open up something like a Lucian for Katsa, depending on the matchup. I don't love it though. I don't like Nami saw some bans last game, but that's mostly for the disengage.
Yeah, I mean Katsa's not really known for playing AD carries though. Oh, Zed in the mid lane isn't.
It's Kranix. Kranix is going for Camille. For
oh, it's
Karma.
Karma, Karma bot lane. So, I was just trying to wrap it around my head. I was like, where's this Karma going? But yeah, it'll be down the Dura lane. But yeah, I mean, like I said, Katsay's not really known for playing AD carries down the Dura lane, so I'll be very surprised if he does. Morgana Nami, a bit of an interesting lane, not really a lane that you really can synergize well together.
That's a nice way of saying 2 champions that don't go together at all.
Yeah, basically. They don't synergize well.
That's the usual phrase.
Interesting,
that's interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, gonna love giving that Morgana the ability to get on hit with her auto attacks that she never throws out. But, however, somebody who does and will benefit a little bit from the Nami the later we go. The Riven coming through. We've said that there are a couple of players that have Riven in their arsenal. I feel like Nakraz has in the past had it. Where is that going though?
I think it'll be Jace mid, Camille top for Lonely Kid, and then probably Riven
jungle for Labunya.
It will be either that or it will be Riven top lane and Lonely Kid. Labunya taking Camille in the jungle, but I think it will just be Camille top, Jace. You know, Jace mid lane is still very, very strong, especially against the Zed as well. In the early game, will definitely have the pressure. Riven still quite a strong jungler. Only really gets played by Swest most of the time on Nasa. But you know, Labunya may be feeling comfortable about that, and then Lonely Kid on this Camille. But my struggle with a bit in the early game against Renekton.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, the swap-ups come through. I feel like some of these picks from Viv did kind of bypass the Nami. Nami picked up in position 4 for Parlor, and then having Shyvana that will just kind of jump through the wave, and then Zed will just dash through it as well. I feel like there's some aspects of the disengage that don't necessarily work with the Nami. We got our predictions in before the match. We'll hide ours until we've seen yours for first of all, as we're going to see the Twitch predictions. Get your spam out in chat whether it's going to be Viv or whether it's going to be Parlor. My gut feeling is the Parlor fans are in chat. They always are. So hello Parlor fans, welcome to the stream, and we're fingers crossed if you're hoping Parlor will win,
Parlor.
that they do. Yeah, we voted away from that. I'm sorry. We all voted that Viv will close this series.
You kind of dug yourself a hole out of that one, didn't you? You were like, hey, Parlor fans,
is it the
we didn't vote
curse,
for you.
though? Is this the cast the curse? It worked against Rix. Who knows?
It may very well be. We've all said
Look,
2-0.
everybody else in last game was like, lol, they all went for formulation.
Now
so
we get to hoist ourselves on our own petard as we head into game 1.
Well, now with this being this way, I guess I win this weekend regardless, right? Because I won yesterday. So we're going to be a draw today.
All right, okay.
Well, no, because didn't you vote for ice cream instead of NASA? I mean, Stress voted NASA.
I didn't vote for ice cream. I voted for
Did you not?
2-1.
We'll
I actually think I put 2-1 as well.
We'll tally up
We'll
at the
tally
end
it
of
up
the
at
day.
the
Yeah.
end.
I'm gonna double check
Well,
that.
I'm pretty sure
while
you
you're
went for ice
checking
cream.
that, I'll
I
stop.
don't
I'll
think I
stop
did.
you from checking that because you got a game to cast.
No,
team,
NASA
man.
2-1.
Oh, you did go for
NASA
NASA.
2-1.
Okay,
So
Let's
I
just
got
get him into
exact
game.
Score.
Get him into
Exact
game.
score, guys. It was Stress that went for ice cream. There
Oh,
we go.
it's Stress!
Oh, lucky
no.
Stress.
Well, lucky. Last place for Stress. Analyst Stress.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game 1 underway. Viv Esports. The first time that we get to see them here in the Challenger Series up against Parlor. Parlor yesterday, of course, we saw go down 2-0 against Formulation. And this time out, well, I mean, they put on a relatively decent showing against Formulation. Yesterday, Formulation played it by the numbers, played it very well. For Viv Esports, though, they swept aside Mondi. But if we were to look at the Rix game, they did similar. So we can't read too much into that.
Yeah. It's a tougher task this time for Viv, and you know, we talked about Zefter, and I spoke about Zefter as like this early aggressive jungler. He's gone for Shyvana this time around, which, you know, doesn't really do too much in the early game. Interesting enough, though, he has gone for Kraken Slayer on Shyvana, which most of the time you like to go for Conqueror for the extra healing, the extra AD damage. But Kraken Slayer Shyvana is something that I have not really seen before, so unless something that maybe Zefter has tested out in solo queue, I'm not really too sure, but if you can get through the auto attack damage, I think one thing is, you know, the Nami pick we were talking about in draft. I think with Viv's comp, they are very front to back. You know, they're very, you know, Patterson, Zefter, Yeku, and Heste all want to jump in. And one thing that, you know, can negate all that engage a lot is that Nami tidal wave. I think that's going to be a big ulti in this game.
And it's a strong line as well. That's the thing. There's not, I mean, other than Kranix, I guess, is technically the squishy target, but there's not really anyone going to get near him because everybody else is going forward.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
So it's like, it's a very much in-your-face sort of setup from Viv. They are built in aggressive, and they expect to see them being aggressive, but someone that's working out well at the moment is Lonely Kid up against Renekton. That's the thing with Renekton. He can be, well, I'd say the first 3-4 levels is the time that you maybe have a chance against Renekton.
Yeah, interesting enough that Lonely Kid has actually won the trade out in the Baron lane, probably to do with the grasping on dying, being able to get the extra healing, the extra stats, the extra AD as well. Kraken Slayer also for Patterson, so wants to go for that early aggression, trying to get that advantage in the early game. Because if you don't, as a Renekton, if you don't get that early game advantage, that means that you're going to get outscaled by Camille. Camille's going to be able to outscale. Camille's going to be able to deal enough damage. And that does mean that he's going to do enough. And as you can see, Nakra is doing a lot of damage with this Jace mid lane already against Zed.
Yeah, you land those shots, it's going to hurt. The hypercharge, Kranix. Okay. I mean, that's just rude. It's just like, you literally gain nothing other than just cancelling the back for 5 seconds, and just been annoying. Oh well, sure, Kranix.
Sure, Kranix, yeah, you can do that. I guess it's fine. He doesn't get put under any pressure. You can see Zefter's full cleared his jungle. He's going to be able to get level 5, maybe look towards his Baron lane, and actually, the wave has crashed in pretty fast. You can see Zefter already level 5. Already has his ultimate available, but look who's here as well. Both Labunya and Flankton are here, so they're expecting Zefter to be up here as well. Maybe they can look for a tower dive, but look, Zefter's recalling, and he has recalled. So now this is the perfect time for Parlor to look for a tower dive if they want to.
And it will have to be a tower dive, because look how deep Patterson's playing this. He's just not having any of it. Cannon Minion may be the bait, but I don't think he's even going to go towards that. Okay, well, Hester's decided to join the party. Hester may actually face check, doesn't matter, they've all gone back, so it's actually free for him now. So let's talk down the line. What are we looking towards? Obviously, you know, we're going to have 3-4 minutes. We have obviously the why is my brain not working? Rift Herald coming up. There we go. Jeez, hello. That's, you know what this is? It's because I sat down. It's because I sat down. As soon as I sat down, my brain just went, relax. It's time to chill.
Definitely no chill this game.
There we go. Stand back up. There we go. I'm back on the ball.
Back in the zone.
I'm back in the zone. Everyone at home's like, what is he on about? We have a little chair. You guys can't see it. We used it. Stu's having a relaxing moment. You chill?
Yeah, we're chilling.
We're chilling. Somebody's getting caught out there. Was Hester? Just a little knocked up. Just chilling in the bubble there from Flankton. And everybody else back and buy. Okay, buy time. And even from what is very little, I would say, in terms of actually simply last hitting, they're almost like 1k up.
Yeah, it does seem like
There's
it.
no
So
damage
maybe...
to turrets. There's nothing.
No, nothing. I mean, it's just, I guess, CS advantage at the moment, it looks like. I think also it's probably to do with Zefta being able to farm a lot in the jungle because, you know, Shyvana has one of the fastest jungle clears. And as she said, here comes the pressure in the Baron lane. There's a huge wave this time around.
Renekton is very hard to dive. He has the Dominus. He can get the Kull the Meek. He can stun you under the turret. He's so hard to dive Renekton. That's a risky play from them, and yeah, one that they already realize is not going to work.
Yeah, they have wasted a lot of time though. You know, this whole time Zefta has just been farming and farming his jungle. Labunya and Flankton has twice now been up in his Baron lane and probably wasted a good, 30, 40 seconds up in his Baron lane, which means that Zefta, I'm curious if he actually has a gold lead. He actually already completed Divine Sundra, so we're 4 minutes 50 seconds. We're about 10 seconds away from their objectives, and Shyvana already has the first item complete. And I think Labunya, because he wasn't been able to farm that much, I think he's a little bit behind in terms of tempo and in terms of gold.
Well, Hester's warding out, clearing out the Herald, protecting it, making sure they keep it on. You said before, obviously, with the Shyvana, they definitely want to get that Dragon Viv do. That's their key focus here over the Herald to try and keep those stats building up nicely and making that Shyvana into a monster late game.
Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're looking towards this dragon straight away, and looks like he's actually going to solo it for now because there's no backup from the rest of his team. The lanes are just going to stay exactly as they are, as the bot lane, or duo lane I should say, move towards the dragon. They're going to take that away very easily in your picture-in-picture. Meanwhile, Labunya is going to take the Rift Tower. They're going to look to try and shut down Patterson in his Baron lane and potentially get first tower. But
reads it well.
As we mentioned before, with Shyvana, you need to make sure that you get as many stacks as possible, as quick as possible. It looks like they're actually going to trade and get a bot lane tower at the same time. But this could mean that Parlor can look to try and punish in this mid lane. That's exactly what they're going to do. They realize there's 3 members of Viv in bot lane, so they're going to use that advantage of lane tower.
Yeah, but they'd already adjusted. It's actually only Yeku that stayed there.
It's going to lose him in lane tower.
So whether they're going to get it? No, they are. And good adjustment from Parlor.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, a bit of a misplay really from Viv. You know, they tried to stack towards the bot lane. They tried to take the first tower of the game. Yes, Yeku does get a tower in response, but very quick reactions from Parlor. They realized it was like, okay, there's 3 members of Viv in bot lane. That means that Kranix is all by himself in mid lane. We have the Rift Herald, and that's a free first tower and a free mid tower as well, which, you know, is always the most important tower in the game because it allows you to open up the map so much. So a really good start from Parlor.
Turret shoved in. That's going to get farmed out by Nakaras there as he manages to pick that up. So while they have got that tower advantage in the mid, it doesn't mean, of course, the bot turret was gone down. The Baron lane turret is very low as well, actually, in fairness, obviously, where they could have gone. So possible objective for Parlor just to equalise the gold a little bit. If they can from their lane phase, since they did lose out the CS somehow, somewhere.
Oh, awesome observer, thank you. 100 and, was that 79 stacks already? Oh my god, he's nearly at 200 stacks at 7 minutes in the game. That is a very, very fast stacking on Shyvana. Already has the first ability evolved. The second ability will be evolved at 200 stacks, and then you know where that goes. 300 stacks is your third ability evolve, and 400 is your maximum stacks. And that's exactly where Zefta is going to be looking. And looks like they're trying to catch him, trying to get the top lane.
Kranix is just waiting off the
side.
They
Huge ulti!
That was a massive catch on the wall there as well. They get the second knock-up as well with the dredge line onto Katza. Katza's not going to get away from this one. And the death ball continues to move for Viv there, so very well read. They're going to try and cut around the back of them. Flanked and Lonely Kid, you've got to keep moving.
Huge combo there from Viv. Zefta using his ulti to come in. Heste with his ultimate as well was absolutely big. And that's a huge, huge win in this Baron lane and gives Zefta even more stacks. You get stacks from takedowns as well. 2 takedowns over to Zefta. They're going to try to take this Baron lane tower. Maybe have to play a little bit careful because Lonely Kid and Flankton are still here. But meanwhile, Heste is just like, I'm a support, but I'm going to try and push down mid lane by myself. Not too sure if he's able to take that, as Nakrez is going to clear the wave.
Bot wave shoved in as well and actually lost, I think, before Katza could get back there and farm most of it up. So again, more CS loss, which is still being the difference between the two. 2k gold, obviously a couple of kills now going the way of Viv as they continue to push this one. Lonely Kid's a long way from home at the moment. And it's going to back away as Zefta and Patterson went hunting. But that's pulling the entirety of Parlor up to this Baron lane. Meanwhile, it seems that Viv are happy to continue, keep pushing the game and keep farming.
You know what was really funny there? I saw Zefta walking up to the minions in the Baron lane. I bet Patterson was shouting at the top of his voice.
They've left him on his own. Is that Hester's up there on his own? Yes,
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. No, yeah, he'll be.
They thought about collapsing, but no.
But yeah, Zefta was moving up into the Baron lane. He tried to take the Baron lane minions. I bet Patterson was shouting at the top voice. It's like, hey, that's my lane, that's my minions. They can't get a catch.
Jump on the Kranix, but in comes Zefta to save the day. And Kranix just walks away from that one. So Zefta in the right place at the right time. They happen to be just around the corner taking the Wolves.
Look at the goal lead already for Zefta. 1 kill, 1 assist already going towards the Blade to Ruin King. Patterson getting all the gold, but they could be collapsing his top lane. Hestate's a bit caught in the river as well. They are going to be able to back off, but 1,000 goal lead already for Zefta. And Shyvana is a scary, scary champion the later this game goes.
4 of them coming. They're trying their best. They've tried a couple of times. I mean, it's because this top lane is so low, right? Which is why they keep collapsing. But Zefta is nearby. Not
just wasting so much time.
So much so, yeah. They're just dithering in the river at the moment. There are 4 of them getting a scuttle crab. Oh, well, there we go. The Heralds come up.
Yeah, they're going to take the Rift Herald, which I think, you know, River very, very fine with being taken away. You know, maybe they can use it towards his Baron lane. But Zefta, he's just like, you know, oh, it doesn't really matter. You know, you could take away the Rift Herald. The Dragon is the name of the game, really, for Viv this game, because they're not really too bothered about the Rift Heralds. They're just like, okay, we're playing Shyvana. We just need to scale. We just need to play passive, play defensive. Exactly what they're going to do. They're going to back away from this top tower, and you can see Zefta's just like, okay, you're on the top side of the map. I'm just going to keep taking your jungle camps and keep getting these stacks. As you can see, 270 stacks now for Shyvana already. So close to 300 stacks at 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
That's so many stacks so quickly. And with this Dragon coming up in 10 seconds, that's going to be the 300 stacks mark if he can take it away.
So Parlor was so quick on Rift Herald, they could contest this Dragon, which is the possibility. It's going to come up in a couple of seconds. They will roughly have the timer for it, so they know it's no coming up. So here you go, you can already see. The problem is they have zero vision here. There's zero vision in the river whatsoever, which is why they're trying to push that down. The Dark Binding does actually catch on Hester on the side there. So he tries to go in, and actually he's just doing an engage on that one. He's going to get popped. No, he's not. He's going to survive. Oh, Laponya! Managed to live, not anymore. You can see Yeki still doesn't get him down. Now he tries to come around the side there. Eventually will get finished off. Zefta's going to get himself a second as well here. Should be able to swing and a miss, and will take him down. 4-1 at the moment, and a 2-for-1 engage. They're going to turn back to the Dragon. Thank you very much. Mountain Drake's theirs.
It looked really, really close there for a second. I thought Labunya was going to survive, but as you mentioned, I think the big thing was the vision. Parlor didn't have any vision at all around that Dragon, so that means Labunya had to face check, make sure they weren't taking the Dragon the entire time. And as soon as he face checked,
too deep.
Yeah, as soon as he face checked, he was able to do it. But yeah, like I said, too deep.
Catches out, stuns him up. Zefta
should have hook shot.
Should be able to come back in a moment. Oof, look at that damage he just put down and back on Patterson. Okay, Labunya's here and he's turning this back around. He wants to go on him, but I'm not too sure about that. Yeah. No. Too risky.
Yeah, too risky. Not going to be able to do anything there. But Lonely Kid just trying to get something small out of a big deficit at the moment that Parlor have. You can see Zefta takes a Dragon. But yeah, vision control was the main thing here. You can see Yeki was so close to taking down the Bunya, and actually the really good engage again from Zefta, really good ulti. You can see the lockdown from this Nautilus in the backline is huge. Every single time he auto-attacks, he just does so much crowd control. And, you know, the crazy thing is, like, a week or two ago now, Nautilus was buffed again, even though it was like a really high priority in competitive. So it's even stronger now than it was before. But all the lockdown, all the tankiness that Nautilus brings, and kind of same as what it is in PC League as well, you know, just being that frontline tank, having all that crowd control, it's so big, not only during team fights, but during picks. And you can see now Zefta, 366 stacks. All he needs is 34 more stacks, and he gets his full stacks, 400 stacks, which will give him that extra Omnivamp, which means that he's going to be healing a lot, not only doing a lot of damage. Blade of Ruin King already completed, probably going towards Death Dance, towards the 3rd item. And to be honest, you know, even though this game is very, very close, I feel like Zefta can just basically 1v9 this game as soon as he gets 400 stacks, because Shyvana just becomes completely unkillable.
Yeah, in terms of, if you want to talk about champions that have been played a lot, I would put Renekton right up there. In many years, that's a great involve. The dredge line catching through. They are going to try and lock him down. Lonely Kid actually tries to focus on Hester for some reason. Not too sure why he used the ulti on him. Just trying to keep him out of the way, but it doesn't really matter. Lonely Kid, Labunya in trouble. He's going to get away. Zefta will take him down. And some interesting focus, I would say, from Parlor there.
Yeah, I think they couldn't focus down Zefter there because he was in his stasis, so they tried to focus down whoever was in front, which was Heste at the time. But, you know, as I just mentioned briefly, you know, the tankiness from Norsus allows him to stay alive. And, you know, it's a very interesting game because, you know, Parlor were trying so much to try and take this Baron lane tower and trying to shut down Patterson in this Baron lane. Both Labunya, the defensive setup from Heste.
Baron lane. Oh, he's dead.
Oh, Observer's looking at stacks again. Thanks, Observers. 394 stacks. We're so close.
Oh, my
One more
word.
joke. Wait, Observers, stay on
He's
this.
going to get it here.
Yeah. He's going to get the smite, and boom, there you go. 400 stacks. Fully evolved, fully stacked up Shyvana. 3 items as well, and if this Shyvana was unkillable before, it's going to be even more unkillable now. We did miss a kill for it, but I respect the Observers for that.
It was Lonely Kid getting caught out in a 2v1, just pushing too far, simply read the situation. Speaking of, Nakra's actually pushing quite deep on that Dragon Wave at the moment, trying to keep that down onto Patterson while that's happening. Yeah, Viva just saying, all right, you're out of position, we're going to 4-man stack it in the jungle, and look just how little vision there is in here. They're going to come straight back. They really want this red, but they may get caught out for it.
The lockdown.
Going to have to try and get away. The wave comes out to try and disengage. Zefter does go in, but not really enough to follow through. As it's happening, Jace Nakras is still trying to track back. He's being tracked by Patterson all the way, and they should be safe to back away.
Yeah, they're going to back away. They tried to shut down Labunya, but he has way too much mobility to be able to shut him down. Doing really, really well, and Parlor just need to really look kind of for one team fight that they can try and win, and I think it's going to be around this next Dragon most likely, which is probably coming up in about 2 minutes time. No, it's a minute time now. 1 minute time for this Dragon coming up. Item-wise at the moment as well, look at the gold lead for Zefter in the jungle. 2,000, nearly 3,000, actually no, over 3,000, sorry, gold lead. My master's not that great today. Over 3,000 gold lead for Labunya, for Zefter, sorry, in the jungle.
That's why I reckon they got us to count to 10 before, you know. They know our
Testing our math skills.
They know our casters on-air math is. Guys, can you count?
You have to be quick, though. That's the thing.
They tell us they're syncing up the audio, but really they're just testing us. you got to watch them.
+1/+1.
Anyway, 20 seconds on
Third Dragon.
the Ocean Drake to come up. What's going on in the top lane? Well, Yeku. Oh, no. Is he going to get the support he needs? Yes, he is. Here comes Hester. And Yeku's like, yeah, support. Bro, you can have it.
Yeah. It'll be completely fine. The lockdown from Heste is enough to defend it. As Kranex uses the ulti on the honeycomb fruit. He didn't like the honeycomb fruit, that was for sure. Yeah. Maybe he didn't heal him as much. Wasn't really his best friend this time around. But it's a 4 versus 5 though. You know, Parlor, they need to take this dragon. They need to at least try and steal it. Because if you get 3 dragons away as well, we're traveling to Narnia as well at the same time with the Rift-Tailed, but with the Observer, sorry.
That's going to be Patterson going in.
Dominus
popped engaged. Yeah, he's just forcing them back, really brute forcing them away from this one. Simple. Drake picked up, and that's going to be the blue buff as well. And at the moment, they're starting to flex their muscles here, Viv, and sort of show what they can do. They should be able to take this turret down as well if they're not quick enough to rotate. I can see Jace is coming, but I think if they get the help he needs, then this will be a simple turret.
Yeah, even walking up as well, I think Nakras is going to have to be careful here. It does going to get the tower in the end and back away. And it's not a crazy high kill game, but I think it's a very well thought out game from Viv. You know, the early game from Parlor, they were trying to play aggressive towards the Baron lane. They defended Patterson very well in the Baron lane and just allowed Zefter to farm up and farm up. They prioritized the dragon. They got the dragon stacks, and now there are 3 dragons. Zefter's at full stacks at 4 items already. And it's going to look really, really difficult.
Zefter's going to be the focus. I'm not sure he's the one you want to go for there. He can just hop in, hop out. Dredgeline comes through, gets himself the double knock up there. And that should be it. Patterson comes through, gets himself the slice and dice on towards the side there. And that's going to be enough to lock them up. Will get himself just a single. Gets away there. Yeah, Q, is that shield going to hold? I think it should. Meanwhile, Lonely Kid on the split push is going to get a tier 2 turret. They just want to try and keep them busy here so we can get that turret and shove it in.
They're going to look to try and back away as well, but Lonely Kid already piling in the pressure, and you can see that this is kind of what Parlor want to look towards the split push, look towards trying to get Lonely Kid a little bit of gold and maybe take that inhibitor tower as he's going to go back to base. 3,200 gold for Zefter. What's he going to buy here? Sterix Gauge, so a bit more tankiness, a bit more health. He's going to get that huge massive shield as well. Does have the stasis. That means he is going to be able to survive a lot. And, you know, so far so good for Viv. They do need to be a little bit careful of the split push by Lonely Kid because we've seen you know, twice now that he's been able to split push and take down a tower on either side of the map. So they need to be a little bit careful. They can look to try and force fights as well with Heste. As you can see, you know, Loner Kid got that bot lane tower, sorry, tier 2 tower. Now he's going to look to try and do the same in the Baron lane. But with this Elder Dragon coming up in 1 minute time, I don't think you can look to split push because you already got 3 dragons on the side of Parlor with the Infernal Drake, Elder Drake, sorry, afterwards as well. That's going to give them that huge, massive burn damage, and they need to try and fight for this. They can't be zoned off like they were before with Patterson. They have to just force this. And you can see straight away, Viv, they're setting up around it, they're setting up the vision control, and they're going to look to try and burst this down as soon as it comes up and available.
And this is the problem with 7,500 gold disadvantage. I'm not sure they can afford to get near this. I think this is they just have to look for the opportunity. I don't think they can actually contest it. There's an opportunity, perhaps, and they do catch a route down, but it's not the one they were looking for. So not able to take that away from them. Blue buff going over to Zefta, so Zefta just looking to come around. I do feel the depth charge could be huge here from Hester. Just looking to see which opportunity he wants to go for. Cats are probably possibly going to be that focus. Zefta's going to start this because Zefta can just solo that dragon down on his own while they keep them all busy at the side here. Elder Drake does spawn. Here we go. There is a bunch of wards, but the only wards they have are in the river. They've just been swept out. So now what have they got? They've got no vision. They're trying to go blind. You can see Loney Kid's trying to get back around the side there. Ooh, depth charge doesn't actually land, but I don't think it really matters because they have so much damage coming down. And they are just getting melted in a pot there. Everybody clumped together. Perfect for Viv, and they take them down, and that is a desktop, and that's what that means.
Yeah, that's what that means, and that means that Viv take game number 1 against Parlor. Very, very strong performance overall from Viv. You know, even though it was a very, very slow game from Viv, and it wasn't the most exciting game to watch, you know, by all means, because it wasn't a crazy high kill game, but a very, very good game overall from Viv, and it was Shyvana gaming, basically. Farm up, get the stacks, get the items, and then you go.
Yeah, that's what happens when your Wild Rift crashes.
Yeah, you get to see the client.
Wild Rift Guide. Welcome to League of Legends.
Welcome, ladies and
No,
gentlemen.
you don't need Wild Rift guides. You just go to, what is it? Wild Rift Fire.
Hey,
get
I remember.
guides over there. I was trying to remember which one's the old website, MOBA Fire. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's
Wild
the
Rift Fire.
that's
Yeah,
the League of
where you
Legends
wanna
one.
go.
Yeah, Wild Rift Fire. There you go.
Yeah.
All your guiding needs.
You may or may not be
Guiding
back with
needs.
us. I'm not sure.
Do you need guiding needs? But either way, yeah, Viv, very strong performance in that game, obviously, over Parlor. Pretty much led from front to back throughout that game. They seemed in control throughout there. Parlor were kind of chasing it. They really tried to force something in that Baron lane multiple times, and it just wasn't happening for them.
Yeah, whereas I think Viv, it just looked very solid overall. Let's maybe not view the lobby before we go in. Yeah, there we go. Hello. I don't know whether y'all could see that on screen, but as little as the all chat as we can have on stream is as best as possible. So yeah, Viv, I think the Shyvana pick. Whenever you get Shyvana and just nobody disrupts you for the entire early game, like. It's always going to be a good game for Zefta.
He was it like 4 minutes in? He was at like nearly 200 stacks already.
Yeah. I mean, that's all you need to do. You know, it's not very Zefta pick really, from what we know. But you know, Parlor, they tried to take advantage.
Zero counter jungle because they were so focused on that top.
Exactly, they were trying to pressure in that Baron lane. They were like, okay, if Zefta's just going to keep farming this game, we need to try and get an advantage from somewhere. They tried to get the advantage towards the Baron side of the map. They spent so much time out there. Labunian and Flankton wasted a good, 1 minute, 2 minutes up there and didn't get anything at all from it, and that means that Zefta was just farming through the jungle. He got about 1,500 gold in the early game, and as we tracked throughout the game as well, them stacks that were building up and up. Once you get 400 stacks with Shyvana, once you get them triple dragons, you can see our last team fight, you can just jump in and deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, we have some highlights of the game, some of which will probably be Zefta farming.
That's basically all he was doing.
Farming simulator. 200 stacks. This is where he hit 300 stacks, but this is where he just hit a lot of damage, really, to set the game up. That was the first blood, all the way at 7 minutes. So late for first blood in Wild Rift.
I mean, like I said, it wasn't the most, I would say, kill heavy game. It wasn't the crazy you know, most exciting game, I would say, of Wild Rift, but it was a very well thought out game from Viv. You know, they controlled the map very well. They did very well with their goal lead. They basically said, okay, we're just going to play the scaling game. We're going to stack up the dragons. We're going to zone away with Parlor, and that's all they needed to do. You know, they didn't need to do anything crazy this game, I felt like. They weren't put really under any pressure. Yes, they were put under a little pressure in the Baron lane, but Patterson just played defensive. Heste was up there protecting him as well, and that's all they needed. And as you can see in the replays, it's just, you know, Viv all the way.
Yeah, Viv, very impressive. I think Lonely Kid for Parlor, we're still trying to get at least some pressure out on the map. We saw in the late game, trying to push the inner tower in the bot lane, and that type of play, which is what we've come to expect out of Lonely Kid. But I feel like the rest of this comp was built around keeping them at arm's distance, and they couldn't really do that, which is part of the problem. Let's take a look. Potentially, yeah, at our MVP, no surprises there. It's going to be Zefta. High kill participation. If we had a thing for stacks, I'm sure it would be here. Like time to 400.
Yeah, sure.
Like it's the Shyvana race.
It's definitely one of the quickest that I've seen, for sure. You know, he got them 2 kills up in the Baron lane, got 200 stacks so quickly, and you know, once you get. It's not. You don't even need 400 stacks sometimes. You know, as soon as you get 300 stacks, you get that long range flame, and you do that huge, massive burst of damage. And then you get the Omni Vamp at 400 stacks as well. It's just.
And then, I feel that they clearly prepared it ahead of time, because if you look at Patterson, the way he played, he's just clearly Zefta had said to him, "I'm not going to be coming up to help you."
Right.
So Patterson just played it ultra safe, sat under the tower, didn't go anywhere, didn't even really attempt. I'm sure he was probably like, I could beat this guy. But he just said, I'm just going to play it safe. You can try and come gank me. And that sort of almost played into perfectly against what Parlor were trying, because he just played so safe and secure. And then, you know what it's like. Once Dominus is available for a Renekton, it becomes a very dangerous dive. You know, just call the meek, bam, thank you very much, just under the tower. What are you going to do now?
Yeah, get all of that health back and just make it really difficult. Yeah, I think it's kind of assessing where your win condition is. And for Viv, they were like, well, we just know that if we get a monster-fed Shyvana, everything will be okay the later we go. I feel like I want to see what Parlor bring now into a potential second game, because I feel like this game was like Viv doing everything Viv wanted to do, and Parlor not really opting into anything active.
And you've said it, and I feel that like teams need to realize this. And it's like, they've got a Shyvana, okay, they want Dragon, so let's disrupt them getting Dragon. Like, instead of just going, oh, we're going Rift Herald, and then just completely ignoring them getting Dragon. So you're saying, okay, you can feed. Please feed. And like there was nothing, there was no counter jungle, there was nothing in there. Their whole idea was to disrupt that top. It didn't work. What did they do when it didn't work? They went and tried it again 30 seconds later.
Because we've casted games that Shyvana doesn't get that first rake, and she is such a different pick in those games. You just end up on the back foot the entire time. Before we get into our second game of the series to see if Parlor can bounce back, we're going to take a moment to say thank you to our sponsors, starting with Snapdragon. Of course, Snapdragon Pro Series is the tournament that we are bringing you across the next few weekends, all the way through October. So thank you very much to Snapdragon for sponsoring the tournament. Of course, a lot of the top gaming phones do have a Snapdragon processor. When you have a Snapdragon processor, you're going to get as much of that FPS and that high quality gameplay for extra smooth gameplay throughout your play sessions. So if you're looking for a new phone, make sure you look towards a Snapdragon processor. And one of those phones that has a Snapdragon processor is the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3. Of course, the folding phone, I'm sure you've seen it in the adverts, that massive screen real estate powered by a Snapdragon 888 processor. So if you are in the market for a new phone, as I said, check out the Z Fold 3. We are powered this weekend by Monster. They're fueling us with our energy, as I think I have just kicked over my can. It is empty because I finished my second one. But Monster are fueling the casters on the caster desk. And DHL are one of our other partners, of course, delivering when it counts, and that means delivering potentially €100 worth of ESL shop vouchers to you if you're one of the lucky winners of the quiz. ESL.gg/DHL quiz to get your entries in. And meanwhile, while you're in the break, while you're looking for things to do, browsing, perhaps don't go too far, but do go over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join our community there. Let us know whether your phone has a Snapdragon processor. I hope the answer is a yes to that question, and if you don't know, Google it and then let us know. It's as simple as that one. That'll give you something to do in the next 3 minutes, because for the next 3 or so minutes, we're going to take a break. When we come back, potentially our last game of the day between Viv and Parlor.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, I believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Now, what you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we're about to get into game number 2 between Viv and Parlor. Stress D-Man and Stuart bringing you all the action here for the Pro Series first weekend of gameplay. And we've had quite a lot of different flavors of the meta over the last day or so. This potentially going into our last game of the weekend if Viv do close this out, as we do expect in a 2-0. This one was kind of the Shyvana hands off the steering wheel gameplay for Viv, where they're like, I guess we just don't need to do anything, and we just win the game.
I felt like for half of that game, I was just, the observers was just looking at Shyvana stacks, and I was just talking about Shyvana stacks throughout half of that game, because there wasn't a lot of action, but there didn't need to be a lot of action until right at the end. Yeah, exactly. He's being left to farm, and that's exactly what you can do. So, interesting to see how Parlor adapts in the second game, to see if maybe they take the Shyvana away, or they try and ban it, but it's a bit difficult.
I don't even think Shyvana is a problem. I just think you see a Shyvana, you're like, I guess I should do something.
Yeah.
Anything. Like,
there was no counter jungling. I mean, I keep harping on about the top lane, but that was where their focus clearly was. They were like, okay, we're going to lock down the Baron lane and try and focus the Herald, which they did. They got the Herald, they got a few towers, but the problem is that there wasn't a great deal from it. So Viv being switched here, so Parlor obviously with the choice going over to the blue side. Does mean that they will obviously have the first choice this time around. So we'll see what they go with. The Varus band coming in first.
Yeah, both teams left up the Karma last time as well as the last series. You know, Karma has been first pick for the last 4 games now.
Yeah.
So I think that's definitely going to be a big priority for both of these teams. Obviously, them switching things around will probably mean that we're going to see a switch around in terms of bans. We're expecting the likes of Olaf, the likes of Gragas, and also Fiora being banned on the red side by Viv. So we'll have to see how they switch things around this time around. Is this Varus and Olaf so far?
Still likely that Karma as the first pick, as Lux has come through onto the ban list. Touching back on what you were saying earlier, Demon, in the last game, we haven't seen the Senna Nasus come out so much at all today. We yesterday had a couple of Senna bans. We had a Nasus here and there. We had like a Nasus Morgana come through.
We had the AP support Nasus.
We had the AP support Nasus. Now Fiora banned away. Still so much focus on the Baron lane here. We have come to expect that, but Camille does go up a little bit in priority when we do see so many bans towards that top lane.
I think that's interesting that Camille has actually seen a lot of priority over the last few series. I think that's such a big thing because Camille is a champion that's been nerfed and nerfed so many times over the past, few months really now in Wild Rift, and definitely fell a little bit out of priority. But teams have definitely been picking that back up because you still have that lockdown, you still have that mobility, you still have everything else. Nautilus being banned away, which is obviously towards Heste in their previous game. Big thing, Gragas and Karma are both open. If you don't ban Gragas here, it's 100% going to be first pick. The interesting thing is they might leave both of them open. So they're just like, okay, Parlor, you take, there you go, they leave both of them open. So they're like, okay, Parlor, you can take the Gragas, but we're going to take that Karma away.
Yeah, I'll be very surprised if Lonely Kid doesn't pick up the Gragas here. Gragas, as you know, can be played just about anywhere. In fact, anywhere. I'm surprised we don't even see it carry. Like, Cats is going to just like, take it as well. It's like, yeah, sure, I do Gragas, no problem.
Wouldn't be surprised, eventually.
Okay, so in terms of that, you get the double pick over on the other side. No, do focus Karma over Gragas.
That's a big
I'm not convinced on that.
Red side Gragas, like blue side Gragas is hard enough to deal with, but red side Gragas is you just leave it till the end of the draft and pick whatever you want and put Gragas in the hole. Like, it just be like, oh, that's where it goes. Everything just sorts itself out.
I mean, Zefta plays it, Yeku plays it, Heste even plays it as well in the support role if they want to.
You've basically taken away the whole first pick advantage and given yourself that first pick advantage. It's a bizarre choice.
Yeah, whereas
I guess they want to prioritize the Karma more, but then I'm not really too sure. I mean, yes, it has been strong over the past, few games, dealing the most damage and doing quite a lot. But Gragas, as we know, all Gragas needs to do is just body slam, combo, and then Karma just exactly. It gives you so much mobility, so much survivability, so much damage. Interesting to see what the second pickup hit is here, though. There's not really that much left open. Maybe Renekton. Yeah, I was going to say Renekton for the Baron lane because there are so many Baron lane bans. Morgana, interesting enough. Oh, that's an interesting one. I mean, it's probably Morgana bot lane.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a takeaway for Katsei.
Yeah. And the interesting thing here is, like, Gragas already would have filled the AP jungle role if you wanted it to go there. So that's why I'm like, ooh, Morgana, you don't have as much flex potential now as you would. You're stacking AP as well, so it's likely to be a mid lane AD matchup. Garen available for that if they wanted to, as just that very firm wall in the middle lane. Akali now picked up, and this is quite a different draft to what we've had throughout the rest of the day. Gragas getting let through. I like the early aggression out of the Lee Sin. It fixes some of the issues that we saw in the last game.
Yeah, but you're going to be taking that away. Lonely Kid has taken Akali away sometimes. I think that Akali will probably go into Lonely Kid. It has gone into mid lane as well. There is the Renekton, though, the early aggression. And as you said, though, because they were able to pick, because they picked this Morgana, they kind of have given away that this is most likely a Gragas jungle and a Morgana bot lane. In a way, it's like, you could have maybe kept that flexibility and maybe potentially gone for an AD carry in a bot lane if you really wanted to, like we've seen for today. But now it looks like, jungle and the top lane, and also the duo lane has also been picked over on the side of Viv.
So last time it was Lonely Kid that had Akali yesterday.
I saw it.
So possibly. All right, bans,
I feel it's a difficult matchup, though.
Yeah, I was going to say that
matchup for
Akali into Renekton's tough because you can't burst through Renekton fast enough. Early game or late game particularly.
But we do know that LeBun is going to be helping him.
Yeah, that is very true. I feel like Depending on where the lane matchups go here, though, is I think Labunia is going to have a little bit less impact. Yeah, mist ban coming through from Parlor, not really prioritizing anything on that rotation. I'm like, okay, I feel like you have to ban Garen in a way. If you're on the side of Parlor, because I think if you pick a Garen here and there's something else with Engage, I feel like Viv have a very well-rounded composition in general. You've got AD, you've got magic damage coming out from multiple sources.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we saw in the first game that Labunia was focusing a lot towards this Baron side. They're probably going to do the exact same again, because I feel like Lonely Kid on this Kali obviously can be flexed towards the mid lane if they really want to, but I think, you know, Lonely Kid picking up yesterday means that he'll probably pick it up, and Zed is going to be the ban for the mid lane, so not going to be able to get that crazy aggressive mid lane champion. But now Viv have a choice what they want. They'll probably go for their support here, I would expect. You know, there's so much up for Heste though. I would expect a Rakan, because, you know, we know so much about Heste and Rakan, but set is open, so probably one of them two. There's your Rakan. You know, well, I always say to people, or I always say to teams, and I always say, like, when I'm casting, do not give Heste Rakan. You cannot give this champion to Heste. I mean, you'll see probably in this game, you know, the amount of playmaking potential that he can do on this champion. He could be miles away. He can look to double dash, Protobell, 3-man knock up, and he can just win the team fight by himself. And he has proven it before, you know, even on the international stage.
Galio will help against the Rakan in a way, just the way that you get that multi-person taunt on top and kind of hold people in position for Akali to take down. Lucian comes through likely to, I want to say mid lane, but yeah, it still could flex depending on where Viv go with this last pick. Now it's going to kind of lock everything in. Both Gragas and Morgana have flex potential. Technically, Renekton does as well, though we haven't seen Renekton in that mid lane for quite some time now. Generally favored up in that Baron lane role. Tristana, okay, again, so could flex to mid lane, but it likely is Kranix going on that.
Hold on a second. Does that mean that we've got
Gragas top?
Morgana? Yeah, I mean, it has to be Morgana jungle now, because you don't see Morgana mid, you don't see Morgana Baron lane. I mean, Tristana can go mid, and it could be, it could be Tristana mid for Yeku, and then Gragas jungle, Morgana bot lane, Renekton top lane. Yeah, they do have that flexibility, and to be honest, that will probably be it as well. I think Yeku actually did play in the Infernal Cup as well. He did play Tristana mid on top of Snitch as well, who also played it in the Infernal Cup. And I remember messaging Kranix afterwards, because obviously he's known as a very, very good AD carry player. I was like, so how does this work? So your mid lane is allowed to play AD carries, but you're not allowed to play AD carries in an AD carry role.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait what happens with the swaps.
But this is the strength.
There it is.
This is the strength of not only Gragas on red side, but just red side in general. Is you have that option to flex right through till the last minute, and Gragas makes even stronger. So it will be Gragas in the jungle with Tristana in mid lane. Over on the other side, it's a Lucian mid lane for Parlor. Akali up in the top lane, so quite squishy, this composition, which means if Tristana gets ahead late game, she will rip through you. We've seen one Tristana pentakill. No, we've seen a Tristana today, and then separately a pentakill that was on a Jinx.
I mean,
but we're late in the day.
The crazy thing we talk about with Gragas is the amount of burst damage that he has and the amount of one-shot potential. You could pick anyone on the side of Parlor here, and you could just dash in, one-shot, easy. You know, you're dead straight away. Black Shield on top of it as well from the Morgana. You got Heste following up as well. I'm really, really worried about Parlor with this comp, I'll be totally honest. I feel like they need to take advantage of this early game top side that they have. The Lee Sin and also the Lucian are two very, very strong early game champions. They need to get an advantage in this early game. If they don't, Tristan's going to scale, Gragas is going to scale, Morgana's going to scale in the bot side, and I think it's going to be very difficult for them.
We'll keep our eyes on some of those storylines as Heste gets his synonymous signature pick of the Rakan. Demon, Stuart, potentially for the last time this weekend, let's go into game and see if this is going to be a 2-0 for Viv against Parlor.
So here we go. Last game of the weekend, perhaps. It certainly is the last series of the weekend here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, game day 2. And obviously of a 7-game series, 7-game day, every win counts. For Viv Esports, this could put them on par at the top of the table with Team Queso. They 2-0'd Mondi yesterday, and obviously today, if they can take down Parlor. For Parlor, it would put them on a 0-2. Not the start they were looking at, but in fairness, if they'd looked at the start and seen they were playing Formulation Viv in the first week, they'll say, okay, we're probably going to have to take some punches here.
Yeah, I felt like Parlor, you know, looking at the whole schedule, I felt like Parlor probably had the most difficult schedule of the entire weekend. So Them going 0-2, I wouldn't be so down if I was a Parlor fan, because there is still time to bounce back. Obviously, 7 game days in total over 4 weeks, so there is a lot of time for Parlor to come back. And there's still time for Parlor to come back in this game as well. Again, I feel like, you know, all eyes are going to be on Labunya to see if he can get this early aggression. Also, Nakrez in the mid lane. Double ADC matchup in the bot lane, in the mid lane, sorry, as well. And Lucian definitely can win out against Tristana in the early game. Look to dash forward and trade with Kraken Slayer. But the scaling of Tristana, we've seen it already. We've seen that long range potential that you can get with Tristana and with, you know, Karma, you know, being able to poke on the other side. It'll be difficult, I feel like, for Parlor, but we'll have to see how the early game goes.
Yeah, for Parlor, we need to make sure they don't just fall behind in the lane phase so early. They were 1,000 gold behind in the lane phase before they even began fighting, because they were hunting for those kills, because they were trying desperately to set something up, and Viv were quite happy to just keep farming the lanes, keep things going. That was all based on, obviously, the farming speed that Zefta had before. Now, Lonely Kid is trying to put some punishment down, and yes, it's doable this early on in Renekton, but it will get trickier late on for Lonely Kid. As soon as he gets caught out by that Kulameek, he could find himself in trouble. This is what you were talking about earlier on, obviously the playmaking ability that we're going to get from Hester. You can already see he's putting the pressure down on Flankton. Yes, there's not a great deal of follow-up just yet with the Dark Binding, but it's a sign of things to come.
It's definitely going to be interesting. You know, again, you know, Galio being picked means that they're going to have the counter engage, also going to have the defensive option of that ulti, and give everyone the magic shield. And obviously, there is a lot of magic damage on the side of Viv. You know, you got Heste, Kranix, and Zefta on the Gragas, Morgana, and Rakan. So there is a lot of magic damage on the side of Viv. So this Galio pick and the Galio ulti could be really, really huge this game to give everyone that huge, massive magic shield and to stop the engage from Heste. So there's a lot of things to look at in this game, actually.
So they've gone for the lane switches already. So just 2 minutes in, it was read well, though, by Parlor. So Yeku got himself a bit of support. Hester comes in there. So now Hester's actually going to continue on towards the top. And you can see the fact that Zefta's already sat ready and waiting in the wings. Labunya's reading this well, though. So he's already coming to look up there. You can see that Plankton's following. So it's being mirrored by Parlor, read well. And that means, of course, the two will have to farm down the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of standard, seeing both supports look to roam around. You leave both your mages down in bot lane to just wave clear as much as possible. We've seen it throughout the whole of the weekend. And Galio and Rakan are two of the best roaming supports in the game right now. A lot of playmaking potential on either side. They're both going to go back to base 4 now. Este looks to jump in on Lonely Kid. I think Lonely Kid can just easily escape. Actually looks to try and go back in. I'm not too sure if that's exactly what you want, Lonely Kid. Means that Flankton has to cancel his back, and the waves are going to be pushed in. It's just so weird to see supports, you know, just roam around, because they start the game in bot lane, they then went to mid lane for a good 30 seconds, and now they're both in Baron lane farming away the Relic Shield. So it's definitely very odd. It's definitely a weird meta to play a support at the moment in competitive, but it means that you always have to be on the ball, because you have to always make sure you keep track of the enemy support and know where they are at all costs.
Map awareness is massive.
Yeah, exactly. It does make things definitely very interesting.
I mean, it used to be to the point that certainly in the old days, obviously the supports tend to be the ones that kept track of all summoners, everything that's going on, because of their map awareness had to be through the charts, because A, they don't need to focus on the last hits, so they have, you know, they have that resource bandwidth effectively to look at other things.
Yeah. Keep track of junglers, know where junglers are at all times. We'll have to see. The Akali picks up the Riftmaker already. We're getting closer to our first objectives of the game. 30 seconds away as Flankton uses his flash over the wall. Doesn't catch out Yeku, unfortunately, but he needs to play a little bit more passive now, knowing that Flankton is down here. It's a big flash burned just before the objective spawn. But I feel like Viv, they do not want to try and contest these first objectives. When you have a Tristana, when you have a Morgana, you know that you can't win the early trades against the likes of Illusion and Elysin.
Yep, and the Dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Gets that. Almost strolling straight into the double partnership. Oh, Viv, as they were sat ready, Herald is going to come up. Dragon ping was for Viv, so they're pinging the Dragon, but I don't think they're looking towards it. No, they're going towards the Herald. That's what they're aiming for. You can see that Zefta's already here, just clearing out ward coverage and then trying to start it off themselves. Is Parlor going to be able to react to this one? Will they try and go, or are they actually looking to intervene on this one? It does seem so. Labunya is here.
This is what I want to see from Parlor. I want them to force early game fights. I want them to force early game trades because they have this early game comp. And you can see that Zefta, they don't want to fight. Viv don't want to fight. And Viv are doing really well themselves. But it means that Parlor are going to take this early Rift Herald most likely, unless it gets stolen away from Zefta, which we have seen before. And it looks like they actually want to contest this Rift Herald themselves. And this is a big, big team fight already, a big skirmish already early on this game. Because if Viv can win this, that means they can scale very well into mid and late game.
They've leashed it back over to Patterson, so Patterson's tanking it at the moment. He's already hit that Dominus, looking to try and see what he can catch, and that's going to be a barrel coming straight down. That's going to go across towards Viv, but they are very low at the moment. Zefta does get himself away, but they're surely going to get a 1 or 2 from this one. They do. Patterson and Hester both go down. Labunya was also punished by Parlor, but more importantly, it was Viv that picked up the Herald.
Somehow Kranix picked up the Rift Herald. It must have been from a pool or something like that, but Lonely Kid, oh!
That's deep.
Clean.
Deep, but he makes it work there. Lonely Kid taking him down, and then it's going to back away. So in the end, it's the 3-for-1. No other objectives picked up from this one. In terms of damage on the turret, the bottom turret did take a fair amount from a minion wave that was shoved in there, but that's about it.
The big thing to note now, though, is that Parlor are a little bit scattered in terms of back timings. So you can see that Kranix is using that opportunity to put the Rift Herald in mid lane. You can see that both Lonely Kid and Nakrez is still down in the base, which means they can try and pressure towards this mid lane tower. And to be honest, I think they can just take it down as 100 HP. They're not able to get it. But like I said, I mean, Parlor don't really have the opportunity and the pressure really because they got back to base so late because they were able to pick up Yeku. As you can see, Lonely Kid has to back away, and it means that Viv do have control around this second objective. Yes, they do lose the team fight. Yes, they are 3 kills to 1 down, but a lot of tower plating's going over to Kranix, and they're looking to potentially take this first dragon.
And the biggest problem is, as we saw with that Rift Herald, is the Gragas. Once again, the explosive cast can just be forced to either pull you in or push you out, and it's such a massive zone potential because the blowback is not just like a limited range, it can be huge sometimes, and that's what we saw with Parlor. Some of them are just completely thrown out of there. Yes, they managed to get it turned around and catch some kills in the end, but that's only because Viv effectively stuck around too long after they got the Herald.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did, and Heste needs to be a bit careful. Oh no,
not getting out of that.
Yep, he's a goner.
Should be able to get some plates here as well. They might be able to take this down. Let's have a look.
The plates are already down.
The plates are finished for 8 minutes already. Yeah. Game's going quicker.
Yeah. First tower does go down though. Really, really good catch by Parlor, able to catch out Heste, who was kind of wandering by himself. Shouldn't really be by yourself at that point during the game. You need to be a little bit careful because the catch potential is there, and the burst damage is there as well. You can see that Heste basically goes from 100 to 0, even though he does have this tanky build, does have the Extended Sieger as the first item, but he's still very squishy and he still needs to be a little bit careful. But for now, it looks like Parlor are now going to look towards his bot lane tower, and they're doing quite well this time. You know, in the first game, it was them trying to focus on the side lanes, trying to get the towers early on. They weren't able to. This time around, they're doing a lot, you know, they're doing well to play aggressive, but this is no surprise to me. You know, I think Viv, with the late game comp, will still be happy with what they've done. You know, they got the first Rift Herald, they got a few tower platings onto Kranix, they got the first dragon as well, and because they have this late game scaling comp, they're just like, okay, you know, we can maybe just give up a few towers in the early game because we're against a Lucian that leads in, but the later this game goes, the stronger our comp becomes.
Viv's idea shut down quickly there by the culling coming out from Nakrez, just clearing that minion wave, and that is the problem when you're up against the Lucian. He can clear those waves so quickly, stops them getting near that turret. They're actually getting a bit of damage down on them as they try and get that scuttle crab. We'll force them away and return to mid. They do have that mid turret down at the moment, Parlor. That's the one where they do need to get. They have managed to get the outer one so far. That may well be the next focus. Where are Viv going? They're all going back to base. This is an opportunity for Parlor, but they don't know that.
I don't know that yet. 20 seconds until the Rift Herald. About 3,000 gold lead at the moment, or 2,000 gold lead for Parlor, which doesn't really mean too much in the early game, but you can see that Yeku is going to get a lot of farm up in this barrel lane and potentially look to try and push that lane back. You can see that Nakrez is... Oh, he was waiting in base. Oh, okay, he's waiting for the Infinity Edge. Has 2 items completed already. He's just waiting in base for a little bit. Stormrazor plus Infinity Edge, which is a bit of an old build, you could say, with Lucian. Though Lucian nowadays normally goes Infinity Edge with avoid quick blades because he can get all the cooldowns. But now this is going to be another big fight towards this second Rift Herald. But I feel like Viv, you know, They're getting a few items. You know, Zefta definitely looks very strong. Patterson actually went back to base. That means that there's opportunity to jump in.
He's going to try and go for it. And he's going to immediately go towards Hester. Hester's going to go back. That was just popped off 4 of them at once. I was just about to say, Lonely Kid just went back to get a death cap complete and absolutely makes use of it there because they were stacked and stomped.
Oh my, you know what was really unfortunate is Patterson went back at the worst time. They didn't have any vision at all, so they didn't actually know Patterson went back, but Parlor just went in, and they just luckily went in at the right time. And you can see the burst damage of this Akali, the Karma ultimate on top of the Akali burst with the second ulti, just absolutely ripped through Viv. And now Parlor are going to try and look towards this second dragon. The second Rift Herald does go over to Parlor. And that means they can try and trade down another tower. But as we take a look back to this replay, it's a combo afterwards as well. Yeah. Look at this. Meteor on top of Akali. The Karma ulti as well.
Into all of them, yeah.
Oh my god, it's beautiful. Yep. Slow motion as well by Observer. 10 out of 10. That was beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Labunya, I mean, the kick into all of them, just stacking them up like that. Was
it's just everything. Yeah, it was the
perfect.
kick. It was Karma ulti that pulled them all back. And the Lonely Kid was able to ulti on top of that. Such a beautiful combo. But like I said, you could call it luck. I mean, I guess it's just decisiveness of going in at the right time. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Patterson recalled about 1 second earlier. Like, the timing could not have been more unlucky.
I'm not even sure if Patterson was there, that would have actually helped. Because we talked about how squishy some of these are. It goes the same way with the likes of Yeku, Krenix, Hester. If they do get caught like that, you know, and Akali can burst you down as quick as possible, stack that on top of everything else that's there. I mean, all of them were there. I think Nakras was putting the cooling down as well at the same time. So everybody was stacked on. And when you do get literally compressed into one single spot, I mean, you're dead.
That's it. Yeah,
all of you dead at once.
There's nothing you can do, especially with Akali's ultimate.
It almost sends me back to the Rix game, right? The ice Rix game yesterday, where they were all just like stomping into one, and then just everything got dumped on top of them. The AoE was phenomenal. Infernal does spawn though already, so this is actually still a challenge. It's still obviously a 5,000 gold advantage for Parlor, so Parlor looking to really try and turn this one around. They see that it's already been leashed out there because Nakras just managed to hit it. So he has the vision. They don't have any ward control though in that bush. They're pretty much aware that somebody's going to be there though. They're not completely stupid.
Yeah, the big thing was that Akali actually has
a 2K
goal lead. Oh, Flankton flashes in.
Straight in there. Flankton just goes straight in their face. It's the College doing the job. They get around the side there and look at Lonely Kid. Lonely Kid's just diving round the 1, 2, 3. Zefta goodbye. That's going to be Patterson down. We talked about Patterson being there, and that doesn't matter. Yeku gets pushed away. It may well be game because Parlor have just
Rift Herald as well
through the Viv Esports. They didn't need the dragon. They can just push on straight through mid.
Yeah, they take this early game comp and they play it to perfection. 12 kills to 2. The Rift Herald is in the base as well. Reconnecting to game. We don't need to reconnect to game because Parlor is going to be taking the second game.
Impressive stuff, Stress. I mean, just like that, that's how quick games can finish. 2 quick team fights. But I would say the writing was already on the wall. You know, there were signs already sort of showing there. The fact that they'd already took the Baron and Dragon Lane turrets very quickly. They got the Herald. They fought for the Dragon early on. They didn't quite come out, and you thought, oh, Viv maybe still going to come back into this one. But we have a game in our hands right now.
Yeah, we're going to a game 3 on this series. I think it was a lot better out of Parlor when it comes to like doing stuff, which sounds like really basic, but the game 1 of this series was nothing. And as we take a look at the replays of the game, we'll see that this time Labunya and Lonely Kid are way more active. This time Lonely Kid had a little bit more assistance, and you know, with that Akali in tow as well, it is everything that Parlor needed to get the setup. I think Nakras having the ability to play the laning phase out a little bit more aggressively as well allows him to get into these fights and get some extra impact there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the Karma first pick worked in the end. You know, Zefta didn't really, wasn't able to really do too much. You know, we were talking during the draft about Parlor having a very squishy comp, but you know, D-Man brought up a good point in the game. You know, Viv actually had a very squishy comp themselves. You know, a champion like Akali that could easily dive into the backline, use the Shroud, do this huge amount of burst damage. This is a team fight as well. The kick into the Karma, oh, beautiful, just one shot. But this is what Parlor needed to do with their comp. They drafted an early game comp. They needed to do something. They needed to switch things up from game number 1 because they tried to do things, but they weren't able to. But with the Lee Sin, with the Akali, with the Lucian as well, they're able to get, you know, one team fight. And look, 13 minutes into game, that's all they need with the Rift Herald. and they're able to take the second game of the series.
And that's the thing, is for as strong as the Gragas as a pick is, we've seen in this game when, like, really the game isn't long enough to allow you to even get to multiple items. You don't have
only one
quite
item,
as much burst damage. Yeah, Zefto really punished there in the gold department. And whereas for I was going to say Zero Zone, because Labunia still has a Zero Zone tag. Whereas for Labunia, it doesn't really need more than that, because you're setting Lonely Kill up. Your Lonely Kid up for the kills. Like, yeah, exactly. 6 kills on the game. A very solid performance from Lonely Kid. This is what we've come to expect from him as a Baron laner. Like, this is what we want to see in the games. And when he has the rest of the team setting him up for those executions, it's pretty straightforward for Parlor. So I feel a little bad for counting him out after the first game, but they just did nothing. They did nothing in game 1, and now they finally were active in game 2.
They weren't really able to, but I think, you know, going for this more aggressive early game jungler, going for more aggressive early game solo lanes as well. You can see both Lonely Kid and Nakraz had the most gold in the entire game. So the solo lanes definitely stepped up in this game for Parlor, for Lonely Kid, and for Nakraz. As I mentioned, they needed to with this draft, and they did exactly that, and it was a very, very strong performance. You can see that damage numbers are not really that big, because we only had a 13-minute game or 14-minute game, but that's all you needed to do. You know, they took the early game team fights, they won the early game team fights, and all it takes sometimes is one last team fight at past, you know, 10, 12 minutes into the game, and that's all you need to end the game.
They took the gamble. They took the gamble. They took the karma. They left the Gragas open, and it actually paid off for them. We questioned it, but you know what? It's worked out for them. Almost a flawless game from Flankton as well. 1-0-10 participation. Obviously, with Lonely Kid 6-0-5. So you know you can't ask for more from your support player. Don't die. Get involved, help out, and he was everywhere on the map.
And we were expecting to see Hester have one of those games where he just like pops off on Rakan. But again, we've talked about this a little bit, where, you know, for a support, until you get some of the itemization, it can be quite difficult to survive. And Rakan typically builds, you know, in the past has built like Rod of Ages. This time it was the Siege Jar version, and you can see there's just not enough gold there to get tanky enough to survive through the damage. Whereas for Parlor, it was just about extending their lead further and further throughout the game.
And you can see it there from the gold. Obviously, the majority of it was, what, 2k? And that was based on the pressure that they put in the lanes. They managed to take the turrets down. They were forcing everything, whereas Viv hadn't really got close. I don't think they took a turret down, did they? Did they take one?
Not too sure in the end.
I'm not too sure, but the pressure was being put down by Parlor constantly. Obviously, they took the Baron and Dragon very early on, and then kept on that pressure, kept the foot on the gas effectively to punish. You said that, you know, they picked for the early game matchup, and it worked. You have to make it work. You have to punish.
No surprises who the MVP was in this game.
Yeah, guess.
Lonely Kid is going to pick up the MVP. I mean, the Akali performance was exactly what he was looking for. High kill participation, decent amount of damage, especially for a shorter game. Just really being set up by the team. Everything you look at with the crowd control landing is exactly what Akali wants. You just want to be able to get in, get those last little bits of damage, get the execute. And basically just clean them up, take objectives, and win the game.
And this is a player that got so many solo kills, you know, last season in the WREC, was very, very highly rated by some of the top players in Europe as well. Went on the international stage at Icons and actually got the most solo kills out of any player at all at Icons. So it's definitely a player that on his day, and if he can get the champions that he is comfortable on, he can step up for his team and he could be the main carrier as well. And, you know, with this lineup, with Labunia now in the jungle as well, it's looking pretty good for Parlor. But now, you know, going into game number 3, you know, because Formulation have side selection this time, maybe they can go switch back to the blue side and maybe pick the Karma themselves. You know, it'd be interesting as we go into it.
We'll see what Viv end up doing from this matchup, Viv against Parlor. Of course, potentially going into, well, I say potentially, it will be going into game 3 when we come back. As I was saying, potentially we'll see them swap up sides. So, we've had a game where Viv didn't get really off the starting blocks. We've had a game where Parlor didn't get off the starting blocks, so that leaves us for like a 30-minute game in game 3 where both teams are going aggressive as possible throughout the entire game. So a couple of minutes before we get into the game, we'd have just a moment to take time to say thank you to our sponsors is what I was going to say. So first of all, for the Snapdragon Pro Series, it is Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Of course, you can find them in many of the best rated gaming phones, the Snapdragon processors that is. And one of those phones is the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3. take a look at the adverts, all of the flip phone. We've talked about how it used to be a 90s thing, but it's back to being cool, as now you get the giant screen real estate on the Z Fold 3. We at the desk are being fueled by Monster energy drinks, so make sure that you select your favorite flavor. We've got ours. We'll keep updating you on any new ones that we're trying. I think there's one with ginger in the fridge that I might try at some point, but DHL, they're delivering on top quality games. I think it generally has been the case here for this weekend. We've had some top quality games. We've had some fiestas as well.
Variety.
Yeah, we've had a variety, but those of you at home can join the DHL quiz. You go esl.gg/DHL quiz. You might be able to win €100 worth of vouchers for the ESL shop for merchandise from your favorite teams. And while you're at it, join our Discord server and let us know which teams you would get merchandise from. The link is on your screen. Follow that. Join that community. Get involved with the conversation as we head to break for our definitely last game of the weekend for the Snapdragon Pro Series. When we come back, it's going to be Game 3 between Parlor and Viv Esports. You don't want to miss it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I'm Luis, my in-game name is Krenix and I play for Viv Esports as the Dragon Laner. So in Viv Esports, I'm the captain and simultaneously also the shot caller. But I also get a lot of help from Zefter, our jungler. He's like the second shot caller, and most of the times it's our support has to make the big plays, like with engage or supports, and we all follow up on that, and that's basically our team. Yeah, I mean the calmest in our team, I'm not really sure, because since I talk a lot and Zefter together, the other guys also like they talk less, and so it maybe seems like they're calmer. So I can't really tell who's the calmest in the team. And for tilt, I mean everybody tilts, me too. But I think if we have to point at someone, maybe it's Zefter or Hester, or even me. It depends completely. With this roster, our expectations are definitely to be the top 1 team, and I do think we can do that, because recently in the tournaments and other tournaments, the small tournaments, we've seen that every team can beat each other, and it's kind of a rock paper scissors right now between like Formulation, Rix and us. So I do think we have a good shot at being the top 1 in the tournament with this roster. Thanks everybody for your support to our team. Even though we had maybe not the best start, I do think we can get to the top, and we definitely don't want to disappoint you. And I'm really proud to play together with this team and to give the scene, the European scene, a good show.
Just wait and see.
Welcome back to the final game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Week 1. This is, our 6th series of the weekend. Of course, all of the teams have played against each other all weekend long. I'm Stress, joined by Demon and Stuart for one last game. Once more into the breach we go, and it is for Viv and Parlor. And this has been a very varied series so far. Like, game 1 was kind of Viv getting to do everything that they wanted to, and Parlor not really putting up much of a fight. Game 2, on the other hand, was Parlor finding really well-layered crowd control, setting up Lonely Kid on the Akali to just execute around. So I wonder what game 3 has in store for us.
Definitely all about the early game, I feel like, in this series. You know, the early game has been pretty key for Parlor in game number 2. In game number 1, they weren't able to find the early game advantage. It just allowed Zefta to scale. So I think going into this draft and going into this game number 3, I think all eyes are definitely going to be on the early game, especially the junglers, you know, Labunya and Zefta, see what they can pick up.
Well, we shouldn't be too far away from getting into the draft, as I'm sure the teams are ready as well to get onto the Rift and pick up their hopeful final win. And both teams will be looking to close this out and put themselves at the top. At least Viv would be at 2-0. Parlor would be at 1-1. With a win here, so we'd have so many teams at 1-1 after a week of play, if that is in fact the way. If you haven't joined us for the entire weekend, where have you been? We've had some big results that we'll touch on before we close out the stream, but for now, it is the draft phase for Viv versus Parlor, game 3. Olaf now off the board to start this draft out. I wonder whether it's going to be another Karma first pick, although this time it's Viv on the blue side. Last game was Viv on the red side.
Yeah, Viv on the losing side, taking back that blue side like they did in game number 1. Fiora being banned away. No real surprises there. Gragas ban probably going to go over to Parlor unless they, you know, want to give over the Gragas again and take away Karma for themselves. That is definitely the potential for Parlor if they want to look towards that angle. Karma, there you go, being banned away. There's the adaptation this time around, so not going to give that first pick away. And I wouldn't be surprised if Gragas is also the 3rd ban here for Parlor.
Yep, I think so. Akali, respect to Lonely Kid being thrown down there, and I think it's safe to say it's fair. 6-0-5 in that last matchup. As soon as he got that death cap stacked in his pocket, or on his head technically, off he went.
Do you give...
It's got to be a Gragas ban.
It's got to be Gragas, and then do you give Kranix Varus, or what? Because Varus and Lux will both be available, depending on how this last ban goes. Varus is going to get banned. Ooh. So Lux goes heavily up in priority, right, at this point?
Yeah.
Do you just take Gragas again and just say, like, you know, game number 1 didn't really work too well, and then you just try and do it again? No, you do take that priority in Lux. Like you said, Lux goes super high in priority because Varus and, you know, Lux are 2 of the long-range champions down in the duo lane and 2 of the strongest champions down in the duo lane. So now it's interesting to see if Parlor are going to pick up Gragas, because, you know, who else you got? You know, you got Renekton maybe, you got the Lee Sin that worked really well for Labunya in the last game. Zed is up. That's going to go to Nakrez in the mid lane. Potentially a Renekton here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Renekton, considering Jax and Fiora are both banned away.
Yeah, that would allow the Gragas through to Viv for 2nd rotation. Zefta is a Lee Sin player as well, though, so I'm like, oh, maybe we'll just see the Lee Sin answer. Well, it's not an answer to the Gragas, but it's certainly that early game impact that we're expecting a team to have. So may very well happen. That is an incredibly early Ashe pickup, which does allow you to sit back against the Lux. Maybe they just don't want the Ashe-Lux combo that Stuart is so familiar with in solo
we don't
queue.
talk about that.
There's a clip out there. We'll retweet it at some point after
production.
Stuart
Don't look at the clip.
getting killed on the fountain by Ashe-Lux, the global comp that's terrorizing solo queue.
I mean, they take it away. I'm not too sure if they would have picked it in the bot
No,
lane,
I don't think
it's
so.
Not, yeah.
More
You're
of a
just
meme
saying
than
that.
anything.
Yeah, you're just saying that for the sake of just memeing me in the end. But I mean, interesting. This could be Ashe support, obviously, with the Manamune Imperial Mandate build that we've seen already this weekend. Could be the duo carry. Interesting enough, Gragas has fallen through this draft completely now. You know, Viv not really taken priority in it. They've taken the solo lanes instead. Renekton and Garen, 2 very, very strong solo laners. You know, there's the counter pick as well. And all they're playing Ashe Nasus in the bot lane. Nash. That's a bit of a tongue twister, isn't it? Yeah, Nash.
Yeah, it's the combined combo.
So this is probably going to be farming Nasus in the bot lane and then Ashe on the support for Flankton. We saw this out of Formulation yesterday as well. It was Lux, I believe, on support instead of the Ashe, but it's still the same thing.
And we should point out that's almost certainly Garen Baron mid as well. For
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Zed,
Yeah, because of Zed. Yeah, for the counter pick.
Yeah, so it does leave obviously the bans now. They could take Gragas away now, which would be really weird. They are going to go for the Gwen ban instead. Shyvana being taken away from Zefta. Yes, played it very well in game 1, mainly because he was just left to farm. So, I mean,
AFK farming.
Just it's interesting whether they even just going to ignore Gragas completely, which would be crazy. I think this would be the first game that Gragas doesn't get banned or picked, if that's the case.
Yeah, in a very long time in EMEA, for sure. I wonder whether Zefta will just pick it up in this rotation when it eventually comes around, just as a, well, I guess we'll pick it then.
Yeah, it's like, well, I guess we have to, right?
Not the best into what Parlor are drafting, because already Zed has some mobility. Ashe is going to be quite safe. Nasus provides a bit of a front line and stops Gragas from getting there quite as effectively as he normally would. But still, Gragas is not a bad pick pretty much in any game.
I think the big thing for Parlor now is they're definitely going to look towards that pick potential, because we saw the Ashe before being played in support, Morgana being banned away, so Gragas is open. I think Camille could also be a pretty good pick for Lonely Kid up in this Baron lane. You know, you have the lockdown of the Hextech Ultimatum, you have the Uncharted Crystal Arrow on top of that as well, so you could definitely lock down a champion like Lux, for example, and you can get easy access into that back line. So, and okay, Vi does the same kind of thing as what, you know, Camille does. Lock down again, you know, you can do your Ashe ultimate from across the map, you can then follow that up with the Vi ultimate, and then look for a Z combo on top of that. So Parlor are all about trying to use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow across the map, trying to get that pick potential, and then following it up with the CC afterwards.
I feel like Hester probably has to play an Enchanter, which is the sad thing about it against a farming Nasus. I think
you could
need
go.
to...
I gotta be honest.
actually think Set's really good. I was about to say Set is
got
really
it just
good.
in time.
I got there just in time. I don't know if there's a delay or something, but I'm pretty sure I did say that just in time
you did.
before
Set.
it was picked. But yeah, I think Set is great, and they actually take the Camille away for themselves as well. Set is really, really good for disengage. I spoke about, you know, how Vi wants to go in, how Zed wants to go in, following up with the Uncharted Crystal Arrow. Heste on Set, very, very known for his engages, but also is very good for disengages, good for protection for this Lux as well. They take away the Camille, which looks like it's actually going to be Camille jungle for Zefta, and it's actually going to be Diana, so it's going to be Diana. Wait a second, that's probably Zed top lane. Dynamite, yep.
Which
Zed top lane, Dynamite.
Zed top lane is into Renekton. I feel like not the most straightforward pick, in the sense of like Renekton typically can have a decent laning phase, has the level 6 ultimate. If we see Patterson go towards like barrier, which sometimes we do see on Baron lane picks, probably can survive through. It might be close though on those exchanges as we see the exchanges go.
We got double Set in the bot lane.
Double Set, what does it mean?
That'd be crazy.
It's a showstopper, guys.
Double showstopper, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that would end up going, but really annoying to play against.
But yeah, I mean, this Parlor lineup just shouts, engage, engage, engage. You know, go in, go in, go in. You got the Ashe ulti, then you're going to have Diana jumping in, Vi jumping in, Zed jumping in straight afterwards as well. Then you have the big frontline tank of Nasus. So you have to be careful, you know, it's going to be the Lux for Kranix, because there is a bit of a bug there. But you have to be careful for Kranix this game.
Yeah,
one
one
Enchanted Crystal Arrow, one pick on the side of Parlor, and you can just look to one-shot the Lux straight away. So a little bit scary comp to play against. So there we go, we get the confirmation that it is Lux. Very scary comp to play against for Viv with this combo, but
I would say, obviously, with Hester being on Set alongside him, that if you do go in, you're going to get showstopper.
Yeah.
It's almost certainly. So you're going to, as soon as you go in, you're going to get flung away. The question is, can they all go in at the same time, which is obviously the coordination they're looking for.
I think that was the big thing that I was going to say, is like Set can only showstopper one champion away. You know, when you've got 3 champions diving on top of you, Diana, Set, and Diana Zed, and Vi, who do you showstopper away? You have to pick one of them to try and, you know, disengage, but then you also have the engage afterwards. So I think big eyes are going to be on flanked in this game to see if he can land them cross-map and try Crystal Arrows.
Showstopper needed for the end of the show here. It's our last game of the weekend. Demon and Stuart, I'll let you handle game number 3 between Parlor and Viv.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawler affair. There's a lot of big brawly champions been selected throughout this one, with obviously the Garen Renekton as well, as everything that Parlor bring to the table. We have just seen Parlor. They love that early game. It worked out well for them, and if you're a fan of League of Legends, you may have watched Worlds as well. Really very good, interesting discussion. I need to point it out for you. You may have actually watched it. Vedius and Jat discussing about like the best way to play in League of Legends. The same would apply for Wild Rift to an extent. And as they talked about, the best way, is it to go for the early game? Is it to go for the early game play? If you feel confident enough in your abilities and you're not going to make a mistake, then early game is the only way to play because you will win the game every time.
Every time, yeah.
But obviously, League of Legends and Wild Rift is a complicated game because a lot can happen. It's not a case, and as Jack pointed out, from the same perspective, if it was to take it in basketball terms, the second you get the ball, you shoot. Well, you don't do that, do you? Because obviously you don't get a perfect three-pointer from anywhere on the court. So from that point of view, that's why obviously different compositions exist.
Yeah, there's a lot of build-up before you actually get to the net right at the end.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about the build-up, whether it's to do with the vision, whether it's to do with, you know, taking objectives. It's all about the build-up before you get into that end goal, which is, you know, in basketball, is trying to score into net, or in this case, is trying to destroy the Nexus. It's an early exchange of bot lane.
Goodbye, flanked, and set managing to get a bit of damage down, but more importantly, Ash support is a really weak start, and you've got to be careful.
How the hell did Viv even... I mean, we didn't get to see it. I mean, hopefully we can get like a...
I mean, he had to have got caught in a light binding, I got to assume.
Well, no, it's either light binding or it's either, you know, he walked up too far for Heste's third ability, and then he just got, you know, haymakered, and then he just...
Yeah, because he was on the other side. Yeah,
because he was on the other side. That's what I thought. So I thought that he would have been pulled and maybe, you know, comboed straight afterwards, but that is not a great start for Parlor in this bot lane. You know, Flankton still has flash as well, so, you know, something must have gone horribly wrong in this bot lane for Krenix and Heste to get an early 2 versus 2 kill up in this bot side, and it's definitely not the start that they wanted. And look, they're just walking up again. I think Heste's just playing super aggressive with Aftershock.
Haymaker.
Wow.
Oh, the damage early on. Level 4 already for Heste. Only 2 minutes in, getting set up for this one. Just obviously the punishment they're already putting down. Something they've got to be careful of. Patterson also being way more aggressive. This is why this goes back to what I was talking about in game 1, right? How passive Patterson was playing on his turret. Yep. Basically knowing, because he'd been told by Zefta, I am not coming to your lane whatsoever. I am just going to farm. Yeah, Q, you can't. Huh?
I mean, he wanted to go for the tower plating, but is it worth risking your life for one tower plating? Probably not.
I mean, he had the flash as well. He obviously figured there's no point. I'm not burning it because A, they all had flashes. They could
they're just going to escape it. He was never going to escape. But, I mean, a very interesting play from Yeku. You know, yes, he does get that first tower plating, and, you know, yes, he does get a little bit of gold, but then you just give free gold basically over to Parlor.
Maybe just thought, I'm Garen.
Garen gaming.
I could do this, right? I was told this is what you do with Garen. You just walk up and hit turret. Okay. Garen Patterson going aggressive on Lone Kid. Labunya is still there, but that's good damage from Patterson, actually. We took... problem? Question mark?
League of Legends Wild Rift, ladies and gentlemen. That's
flash used there by Patterson. Not too sure exactly whether that was some sort of lag issue or whether that was maybe from the observing side of things. Don't know either way.
You know, if this was you know, if we had question mark pings, that would definitely be a question mark ping moment for sure. I mean,
we don't have. Do we have chrono break in Wild Rift yet? I'm not sure.
They did have it at Icons of World Championship, right. But they don't have it. I think regional.
Well, yeah, obviously. What? Okay.
What is going on? Zefta just went under tower, or
Look, okay. So
something's happening.
Well, we discussed this. You've got to be respectful. You have Labunya on a champion that can jump on you from range, from assault, not assault battery. It's the cease and desist, yeah, from range, as well as the Vault Breaker. Obviously, can catch you off guard as well from range. You've got Nakras on Diana that can moonfall onto you from really long range. You've got Lonely Kid on Zed that can come onto you with the shadows from really long range. You've got to be a bit respectful at the towers here, guys.
Unfortunately, we missed the start of that, and I'm not really too sure.
The start of all of them, because they're all happening so fast.
I mean, I think it must have been something like maybe Zefta looking for the engage. I don't think... Oh, he did use his ulti, so I think that he probably tried to jump onto Lonely Kid, but then it was the re-engage from Labunya, you know, the counter gank to be able to lock him down. Like you said, you know, there is a lot of lockdown, as I think Flankton hasn't used his Enchanting Crystal Arrow just yet, but he's going to be able to use it anyway.
That said, they are still behind in gold, 500 gold. Which is, again, down to, I've got to assume, either jungle farming or just simply bad last hitting. I can't be can't be that bad. Ocean Drake spawns. Nobody really looking towards that one at the moment. As I say, that Parlor are actually starting to flex that away and see if they can get it. Yes, we are going to see Lubunya starting it out. He's going to get himself the ward coverage. There's 0 wards for Viv here, so I don't think they're even going to risk it. Yeah, they're going to go straight towards the Herald.
I don't think they can fight now. They're a little bit... They're just going to trade objectives for now. The dragon is going to go over. It's only the Ocean Dragon, so not really that important as a first dragon. Only gives you a little bit of extra healing. They are doing it slow, though. Comes in.
Going to go to Hester. Hester. Yes, showstopper. He actually showstoppered them away, so he almost pulled them away and gifted himself the kill to save his team there.
He just went for the, that was basically what I was talking about in draft. As soon as Diana jumps in and moonfalls, you can just use a showstopper away. Yes, he puts you in an awkward position, but at least it saves your team. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They take the Rift Herald. They don't unfortunately take the Dragon, but it does mean that they are going to be able to get a little bit of an advantage here. As it'd be interesting to see where the Rift Herald is going to drop. It looks like the Parlor is going to look towards his Baron side of the map.
Well, I'll be surprised if they use the Rift of Herald a bit. I mean, unless they go for the second turret, because it's almost gone already. Maybe they're trying to secure it. I would expect the mid bit to be where they dump it, and that looks like where they're actually starting to collapse too. Yeah, there we go. So it is going to be the mid, because Yeku is actually almost taking it down himself there, because Lonely Kid went for the Wander. He's actually going for the Wander again. That means that top turret's gone. You leave that, that's gone. Yeah, so I don't know really what is... okay, now he's coming back.
I think he was just roaming just in case there was a potential team fight in the mid lane.
He just
would defend it.
No, that's the Scuttle Crab.
That's the Scuttle Crab, yeah. So I think he was just roaming just in case there was a fight that was able to come out. Meteor Enchant being built for Flankton. Meteor Hype. Going to be able to use that because the Enchanted Crystal Arrow stun time is about 20 years, so you've got plenty of time to land the Meteor straight afterwards. And to be honest, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hasn't been used that much. We saw it once during the Rift Herald. But other than that, we haven't seen it across the map at all. And I was expecting a lot more Ashe Ultimates to be used here from Flankton to try and get picks across the map. As you can see, Meteor goes down in bot lane. Nothing too crazy happens. And we just go back to an even game state at the moment. As you can see, it is farming Nasus for Katsei. Has the Fimbulwinter completed, or I should say Winter's Approach, looking for the Fimbulwinter upgrades. Just going to be dealing as much AP damage as possible. Rylai's Crystal Scepter will be his second item, so he can just be a frontline tank and deal all that damage with the third ability.
Yeah, it was just a small delay. They had the ward in that the forward bush, so they saw Hester and co all coming, which is why we saw them group down that bottom briefly, and nothing really happened because tried to set for gank, didn't happen. Now they all come back to mid and everyone resets their position. Arrow fired down. That's way off target though, I think. He's going to be able to get out of that. He's all pushed on turret. Yeku does take this down. Okay, Lonely Kid. Right, let's see what you can do against this Garen now. Spinning to win, silence, and he just walks away.
That's the problem, is that you put Yeku in the side lane against a Lonely Kid on this Zed, and you just cannot do nothing at all. Now they're looking to pressure in the bot side as well. Viv, they already have 2 towers this game. About 1k, 2k gold lead at the moment. They're looking to try and get this bot lane tower at the same time. Parlor here, but they're way too slow.
Backed away from it. I think they could have finished it off there. They're going to get the flash straight across. Doesn't work out. Hester gets caught out. Yeah, why? I don't know why they didn't just finish the turret. If they'd all stepped forward and took the turret, they would have got it. But instead, it's going to actually cost them 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 as they go for Zefter on the turret. They're going to try and lock him down. Zefter does do what he can to slow things down, but they got the minion wave coming in. That should be the turret to follow.
Yeah, they should be able to take this bot lane tower as well, and this is going to be the first tower for Parlor. Bit of a misplay, really.
Why didn't they hit the... I mean, the turret was like 2, 3 hits away.
I'm not too sure if they didn't have any minions. Maybe the minions were cleared away by Nakres, Katsei, and Flankton down the bot side. That's the only thing I can think of, and maybe he wasn't able to deal as much damage to the tower because it has that protection when there's no minions nearby. That's the only thing I can think of, but, Kranix was too busy using his ulti. Hester uses Showstopper to try and zone them away, and instead of actually getting the tower, they lose 2 members. And now with the Rift Herald coming up as well, you can see the part of the ones now with the gold leads.
They're in the driving seat at the moment. You can see they're putting the pressure on the mid there. The volley shots coming out even from Flankton as a support. Still does damage. It still does poke, and it doesn't matter whether you have the items to back it up. It can still chip you down and be really annoying. They're going to leash out the Herald, but they are going to back away. Moonfall Just a little peek from Nacres, wants to get involved. Yeku just being annoying on Garen as always. And, well, no vision really. That's not true. They have the one bit of vision. No, they don't have nothing. They have nothing. Okay, 10 seconds to Dragon. I gotta be honest, I don't think they can fight it.
Rift Herald mid's going to be used for Labunya.
Oh,
they're going to try and lock him down. Ash ulti
Arrow
as well.
to follow. That's going to get the lock up. Patterson gone. And goodbye. Now they can turn the death ball on, and that's exactly what they're doing. Good damage coming out from Crafton there. Sorry, he's trying to get what he can. Kranix does try and get as much as down as he can, but they can tank it up. Flankton was picked up there. It was a 3-for-1. Dragon down. And now they can turn on. Are they going to be able to get it here? He's going for it. Nacres, well, you're not going to get away from this one, I'm afraid. There's one thing that only ever works in a Diana versus Lux. It doesn't matter how fed you are, you're not going to survive it.
Parlor doing really, really well. You know, the lockdown that we mentioned during the draft, you know, the Vi ulti on top of the Ashe ulti straight afterwards. They find Patterson away from the rest of his team.
And I feel they've not been
side.
respecting it, Viv. I feel like they've just been not respecting how much they can get locked down and kind of playing into it, if anything.
I mean, what you want to do is that when you see this comp and when you see that it's a very pick-heavy comp, you need to stay grouped, because then, you know, if one person goes in, then you can look to maybe burst down the one target. But you can see in that team fight, Patterson was split off from the rest of his team. Parlor realized, and they were like second decision making.
He didn't even get a chance to get his dominance off. He was locked up that much.
Nothing,
yeah, didn't even get a chance
look,
to get
and
the
then
dominance
Heste
off,
as well. Look, Heste looked for the play in bot lane, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Vi ultimate straight afterwards. The lockdown again. They're trying to go in one by one, but what are they doing?
1 by 1, locked up, and they still can't get it. Kranix goes in.
What's going on?
This is a game that is slipping away from Viv here. They're trying desperately to make a play when there's no play to be had. He does manage to get Demacia Justice down. Could be able to turn this on to Lonely Kid, actually. Is he going to be able to get the cooldown once again? The shield comes in, but no. He's going to get locked down, finished off. And just like that, they feed 4 more kills in. The arrow gets fired off. Actually, I think it landed on Patterson. It did.
I thought they were going to go
Hawkshot goes across.
Well.
They saw where he was. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't have any follow-on.
I think he actually needed to flash. It looks like he actually used his flash of barrier. I'm not too sure if that was before the fight or if that was exactly when the Enchanting Crystal Harrow hit. But Viv, I'm not really too sure what's happening with them this game. It looks like they're not really, like you said, respecting the pick potential. You know, they're kind of going in 1 by 1 at the moment, and that's not what you want to do against this comp. You know, we mentioned in the draft, it's all about pick. It's all about Parlor wanting them to go 1 by 1 by 1, and then they can use their ultis to basically lock down and CC chain.
And I can see they're trying to play for the picks, but you just saw the Hawkshot come off from a Flankton, so he sees them coming. They're trying desperately to make a play right now, Viv, to try and get this turn, because obviously it's snowballing away from them right now. They're trying desperately to get something to work, but at 14 and 3, you know, they're a full item behind. They're desperately trying to go in this death ball and try and catch them out, because Lonely Kid wasn't there. But Lonely Kid's on the flank. They come around the side and get straight onto Kranix. Kranix gets melted down. Nothing he can do about that. Lonely Kid's just going to re-engage once again here. He comes back around. Zefta's the focus target at the moment. They're just dealing with Zeku, and now Zefta, you're dead as well. And they're just they're forcing the play, and it's just not working for them.
I mean, it's falling apart, really, for Viv. Not really too sure what's happened in this game, but this game has really accelerated very, very quickly for Parlor. You know, they got a few kills. They got a few early advantages through, you know, getting picks, through the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, through the cease and desist from Vi. That means that they get a little bit of the goal lead. You can see that Viv, they're trying to force team fights, but I think they're too far behind. They can't really force a team fight when they're this far behind.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, you've at this point, you're not looking for the play. You are in like turtle mode, effectively, which they should have been in long ago. This time they've let it go out of control. They can't get involved in a fight now. They're 14 minutes in, and you can see it's a 6,000 gold advantage. You can look towards the gold. What it means is 3,000 gold almost on certainly the Baron lane for Lonely Kid. We know what Lonely Kid can do when he gets that advantage. Also for the jungle, of course, Labunya ahead of Zefta. So that's like that tanky front line, or I say tanky, is more of a damaging front line at the moment, obviously with the Trinity Force in there. And the massive stacks of damage that Lonely Kid, we just saw it there with Kranix. Like, everybody went forward, and this is, we did worry about this with Viv's lineup when we saw it. They've got this big front line that goes forward, and then Kranix is at the back, and then Zed goes, hi.
Hi, yeah, see you later. Double assassin, jumping onto Lux.
Zed, Nacres, Labunya, take your pick right now. Like, they all just get on them.
That's exactly what they're going to do, and you can see Katsei Hasn't died a single time yet this game. 1-0-8 shows the power of this duo lane Nasus. Rylai's completed. Lonely Kid actually looking for a 1 versus 2 play in the bot side.
I'm not sure if he was looking for it, but found it, and he may well get it. Zefta. Has to get away. Meanwhile, you can see the Garen was taken down, so Patterson picked off. They tried to stop the Baron play, but it wasn't going to be happening, and it will be Parlor that will lock down the Baron. They're going to take down the bottom turret at the same time. They've got the double cannon minion there. There's no worries for Parlor. And they are looking to make a surprise win here. I mean, he just tried to get the ward down, right? That's all he's doing now. Just trying to get a bit of vision. And unfortunately, it's too little, too late.
Yeah, and then they're going to use the ulti afterwards, the lockdown as well. Kranix trying all he can. Unfortunately, all he can is not enough. And even Lonely Kid as well is going to get another kill. I think it's going to be an ace. I think that Lonely Kid maybe killed him, though he's actually not going to kill him in the end. They're looking to potentially end the game, but I think they're just going to go for this third dragon. And Lonely Kid getting a 1 versus 2 outplay in bot side. You know, this is the Lonely Kid that we've seen last season in the WREC, that we saw at Icons as well. Not only can you get solo kills, but you can also get 1 versus 2 outplays.
And they banned the Akali. We talked about the Zed. Is the Zed into the Renekton? Is he going to get much out of it? Well, he absolutely is. Because as soon as we turn into that split push game, he's been a monster that they've not been able to deal with. And they've been just really tiptoeing around and trying to force a play here, there, and everywhere. Not going to happen, unfortunately, for them. And now at a 10k gold lead with the Baron, it is a time for Parlor to turn on the pressure and finish the game. They didn't get the Baron. What am I about? Pulled away from it.
Yeah, they pulled away from the Baron. They were able to catch out Heste because he was trying to get that ward down. But they do get the third dragon, though. 3 dragons are over to Parlor, sorry.
Which may as well be a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, it might as well be at this point because, you know, triple Drakes, triple stats on the dragons means that they're going to get a lot of bonuses, not only in terms of damage, but also tankiness and a lot of healing over to Parlor. And to be honest, I think it's just a matter of time now before Parlor try and end this game because it's very difficult. Wait, did we get a Nemesis duel? Wow, it didn't ever popped up. Am I blind?
My mic's live, but it popped up.
I'm blind. Okay, I guess I'm blind. Well, I'm blind, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. I mean, apparently Nemesis duel is up.
Yeah, no, it did come up. Yeah, it came up. It absolutely came up, yeah.
Okay,
came up just a second ago. And at the moment...
Oh, here it goes! Nemesis duel!
Get it in there. Will they be able to make it work? Labunya will be able to step away. Goes Stasis, going to come back in there. Has got
Nemesis
the GA
duel.
available.
Nemesis
will
duel.
he be able to? I don't know if he can. Viv's going to get focused on. Oh! That's how strong Final Spark was there, ladies and gentlemen. It blew away the game. It absolutely nailed it. And Nacris is going to finish off the game. And just to remind you, that is Viv Esports going down, who dominated game 1, but Parlor absolutely turned on the power. The Turkish team delivering when it counts. And just to remind chat, Turkey is part of Europe, guys. And that's a Turkish man that said, Europe, you're quiet right now. Guys, you're in the European Union.
Nemesis duel
don't want to break it to you, but you are.
We didn't really get to see it. I didn't even realize. Where did I miss it?
Yeah, it came up. It literally filled the screen.
It was like, and Nemesis
okay,
duel.
You know what? We've had a long day. I'm gonna blame it on the long day, but we didn't even get to see who won the Nemesis duel or nothing.
Too strong. It crashed both observers out of the game. Don't even get to see the end of the game. Parlor will end up finishing. So anticlimactic.
Final Spark too strong.
So anticlimactic. But
I want to see the Nemesis duel as well. I mean, Nemesis duel is very rare as well. It obviously doesn't happen in every single game. I think both champions need to be like level 13 or something, but it doesn't happen every single game. There's only a percentage chance that it happens.
My favorite thing about that Nemesis duel is it's pretty redundant on both sides because Renekton's already getting smashed hard, so like his whole Fury thing would have been nothing, and this is a Nasus that doesn't even bother to farm his Q, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't
like
even matter.
AoE first ability, you know, for Nasus doesn't mean anything at all. I'm using my third ability most of the time anyway, but hey, didn't matter too much, but
let's take a look back through the replay of a game 3 that was very similar to game 2 in the sense of like, I feel like it's the Lonely Kid show. It's like Lonely Kid and Nacris really popping off in this. To be fair, this one was a little bit more, I would say, on Nacris' shoulders through some of the team fights with this Diana. And I think you two summed it up quite well when it comes to Kranix being kind of left on this island of like, oh damn, there's two assassins coming right into the back line to find me every single time.
But even that there, I mean, the pick, that was the pick on Patterson. He's the tank. That was onto the Renekton. I mean, anyone that got separated were literally just picked off. It's like hyenas chasing them down.
I mean, Viv are trying to look for the hard engage as well, you can see, but the re-engage afterwards, you know, the frontline tank, you can see Flankton just using the second ability, or is also known as let's fly, as Ash always says when she uses her second ability. But yeah, I mean, doing enough to be able to take this game. It was a really, really strong game overall from Parlor, but it kind of went exactly as we expected in terms of the compositions. When we went back to draft, we knew that Parlor were going to look for the enchanted crystal arrows, try and look for isolated members of Viv, and that's exactly what they got every single time.
What we didn't expect though was Viv to look so shaky in games 2 and 3. Like Viv in game 1, I was like, okay, well there's the 2-0 that we predicted, like easy peasy done, like move on. Viv in game 2 and 3 looked like they were struggling the entire time.
Game or something,
Hester was like reaching for a lot of engages, and it felt like as soon as they were in trouble, it was just like, well, let's keep trying the same thing, keep going, keep trying to engage, keep doing it.
I mean, this is the thing, is like Viv, I was mentioning before this game, have actually looked really, really strong recently. They actually took down Formulation in the ESL Open finals to come through here to the challenge season, and then also they did really well in the Infernal League before. They got top 2 in Division 1, so you know they've been performing very, very well recently. So this is definitely a big big disappointment for them overall.
I mean, we saw signs yesterday as well when they played Formulation. We were like, okay, game 2, this was a close game, and it was down to really a single team fight towards the end of it. So there were signs for Parlor already, but that upsets the league once again.
It does. We'll take a look at the standings a little bit later. First of all, we need to crown an MVP for that series, or for that game. And it is Lonely Kid picking up the MVP, 17
double
KDA.
MVP.
Really like effectively finding the back line on this Zed. We don't often see Zed up in that top lane role, especially into Renekton. We thought that was perhaps a difficult matchup, but Lonely Kid making it work.
It was a very, very interesting matchup in the Baron lane. Zed Baron lane is something that we do not see a lot at all. You know, I think the last time I saw Zed Baron lane was probably from, I don't know, Korea or a Chinese team, probably at Icons, because I think I remember that very, very slightly. But in terms of Europe, it's definitely the first time that I have seen it. But he did pull it off very well. You know, we were kind of worried about the early game, I think, for Lonely Kid against the Renekton, but he was able to survive the early game. Yes, the 1 versus 1 in the early game, in the mid game, against the Garen didn't go too well. But he was able to, find deep plays, find the turrets, the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers down the bot lane, and to able to, that 1 versus 2 outplay in the bot lane as well against Zefter and Patterson was absolutely huge.
It was a very impressive game at a Lonely Kid, and I feel like the Parlor lineup, when they're on form, Lonely Kid looks like a superstar with Nakras. Like, it looks like they're able to just control the game completely. You can see the damage, you can see the gold on your screen that has allowed Lonely Kid to be crowned MVP of this final game of the day. So we are going to go through a few things as we look to close out the show, and we will also take a segment a little bit later on to wrap up the weekend as a whole. That is our last series done, though. That's, I think, has probably left us with more questions than we have answers, really, about the teams here in EMEA. And you can see the standings. There's Queso, which was not the team I would have predicted to be at the top, 2-0, and Mondi, who was not the team I would have predicted to be firmly at the bottom. And then everybody else in the middle is at a 1-1.
1-1.
Yeah, leaves it wide open. I mean, it just shows how balanced the European scene is right now. Obviously, if you'd have looked at this, I don't think anyone really would have got the predictions right. We certainly didn't. We got 2 of them wrong today. For Stress, you got 3 wrong, but we got 2 of them wrong today. Obviously, Queso, magnificent game for them. There's no doubt about it. They've set themselves apart. We shouldn't be too surprised by that, because they are the WRAC champions. They've been obviously the champions of almost every major tournament in Europe for the last 2 years, so it's not too surprising to see them up there. But some big surprises overall. Rix, their shaky game against Ice Cream yesterday. They deliver once again against Mondi today. But Viv, and I did say about this, I said, do we read much into that Mondi game, obviously for Viv? Because, I mean, if you were to look at game 1, most people might have turned off after game 1 and said, well, it's easy, 2-0, job done. they're going to come back and look at the results and go, what happened? Well, I tell you what, Parlor played magnificent.
Yeah, Parlor impress in that game. Yeah, we're going to delve a little deeper in a few minutes' time into some of the matchups that we've seen over the weekend in general, especially some of the highlight ones. Before we do that, though, we just need to take a moment to shout out our sponsors here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They, of course, as I said, can be found in many of the top-tier gaming phones. A lot of phones out there with a Snapdragon processor, one of which is the Samsung Z Fold 3. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 being one of our partners as well here for the Pro Series for Wild Rift. Fueling us all weekend have been Monster, so big shout out there to keeping us going throughout. A few more games today. We got to 8 games today. Not quite the full stack of 9 overall, but the games did deliver, and so did DHL, as esl.gg/DHL quiz. Get in your entries potentially to win €100 worth of ESL shop vouchers. In a few minutes, we'll step away for a break before we come in and wrap up the stream. And while we're on break, you can check out our discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series to get that invite link to join the Discord. Join in the conversation. Let us know what you thought about the weekend's games. In a couple of minutes, we'll be back to summarize the weekend. We're going to head for a few minutes break before that, and we'll see you very shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah,
welcome to what I'm going to call the post-show for Snapdragon Pro Series as we wrap up the weekend. Stress Demon and Stuart here, just to take you through some of the headlines. If you perhaps missed some of the matchups, we just want to run a little bit through where the teams ended up at the end of week 1 of play. I think we should start with Rix, which sounds like we're probably putting them a little bit under the fire again.
No!
From day 1 at least.
Because they finished on a high.
They did. Day 1, Rix looked very shaky. They 0-2'd against a free agent team, which we were like, wow, okay, this is a bad time for Rix. But then today was what we wanted to see from Rix. It was that dominant, focused early game where you're like, okay, we're just going to crush through and win. And Stuart, I think that's a very necessary win for Rix.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to get that win. You know, coming into the weekend, I think they probably expected to go into this with the 2-0 week. Unfortunately, they only get a 1-1 week. Obviously, they do drop to Ice Cream and maybe, follow on from the disappointment during the week as well in the Infernal League. But I feel like, they needed that win today. I feel like that win is maybe going to give them a little bit of momentum going into next week and going into next week.
I think that's actually a really key thing now that we look at the rest of the results. The fact that Formulation drop a series and Viv drop a series this weekend as well is key.
It's actually not that bad.
It's a bit of forgiveness against Rix.
But the thing is, though, is like them teams still have to play the free agents teams, which no disrespect to them, but they're not as strong as these top teams. But, Rix, even though, yes, they're tied 1-1, it's still very, very early on in the competition at the moment. But I feel like Viv still have to play both free. Actually, no, Viv's already played against Mondi, so Viv still have to play against Ice Cream. Formulation still have to play against both free agents teams. So even though it looks okay for Rix, they've got a tough task coming up over the next few weeks.
And then it just goes to some very important head-to-heads between them and the top teams for Rix. So they're one of the surprises of the weekend. I think the other surprise of the weekend is my predictions are in shambles from today. I was like, day 1 results.
I think we're all in a shambles today. You got one right today.
I thought day 1 results were going to form my opinions for day 2 and how wrong I was.
Yeah, I mean, we all got Rix right, and then it kind of fell apart on us.
It really did.
At least I got NASA right in there, so did Stu, but that's it. We were 2 for 4, you were 1 for 4. It was a disastrous day for us today, but you see, the real king that matters is the man with 5 predictions.
Yeah,
at the bottom,
it was a pretty disastrous day for me. Wild Drift predictions.
Long way to go, buddy.
Hey, okay, so we're top. I'm top.
Sorry, football fans. It wasn't a great day for
All
Liverpool.
right,
Rub it in a little bit before we close the stream. I had to get one in at least for today. So yeah, let's take a look at next week's schedule. Of course, we are here playing on the weekends to see exactly how the teams play through the group phase. So we got Viv versus NASA. That should be a fairly interesting first match now after today's results. Queso versus Ice Cream. We'll see whether Ice Cream can take down another league leader, but I think all eyes will go on match 3. Rix taking on Formulation in what should be a top-of-the-table clash. Off stream, we'll have Parlor versus Mondi. We'll keep you updated on that throughout the broadcast. That is taking place next week on Saturday, so join us at 4 p.m. CEST for the beginning of the action. Wow, Rix versus Formulation. I don't know where to put that now.
It's a rematch. I mean, that's the big thing. It's a rematch of the potential. Last time these two teams faced, it was 3-0 to Formulation. In the best of 5. So maybe Rix looking to try and get their revenge this time around. But, I mentioned that Rix had a pretty easy schedule this week. Next week, you play against one of the best teams in the EMEA region. They could potentially go 1-2 going into next Saturday.
And obviously looking at the fact that we do have 6 teams on 1-1, we were talking about certain games being must-wins. I would say at this stage, by the way it's all played out this weekend, every game is now a must-win for everyone involved.
Yeah, that's true. I think the Rix Formulation matchup is a seeding decider, if that makes sense. The way that first, second, third, and fourth will likely play out. We expect both of them to make it, but it could be a 4th place decider as well if all goes wrong for these two teams throughout the rest of the split. But only one head-to-head matchup makes them all incredibly important, as you said.
You know what's crazy, though, is that, we talk about the script with Team Queso. Somehow they, just kind of will they way in to number 1. They've done the same this weekend. Team Queso, I think coming into off-season have definitely not looked that strong. They're double, WRC champions and also Origin Series champions, but I did not really expect them to go 0-2 this weekend, especially beating Formulation. And I guess it just shows how much this team is growing. I expected them to be maybe 4th, maybe even 5th, because they definitely didn't look that strong during the off-season. But again, the script is there. Team Queso first place, as they always are.
And if you think about the 2 games that they had, obviously NASA game 1 aside, because that was a mispick, but it still managed to stick in there. They've done it in completely different style to everyone else. Everybody else has tried to play this sort of, this is the meta right now. And in Queso coming in and goes,
let's play in their own meta.
Guys, let's just play support the AD carry that everybody else is avoiding, like the plague, like it's, mage meta is everything. And they just come in and make it work. And, and then yesterday, if you think with the NASA game, well, they didn't do that. They did something else differently. So it seems that they have multiple options no matter what the meta is right now.
But I think that's something that we expected coming into this, Team Queso roster. With the additional floor now in the duo lane, he's not this crazy engaged support that likes to play engaged sports like the Rakan, like the Set. He's more of an enchanter support. 2 games on Karma, 2 games on Janna as well. Completely different to any other support really in this tournament at the moment. I won't be surprised if Team Queso actually come. 3 games, sorry, on Janna. Yeah, as I remember, it was 2-1 in the end. But it's definitely different for Team Queso, but again, they're sticking to their own playstyle. And sometimes that's what it is, not playing towards the meta and more playing towards what you are comfortable on. And that normally makes a difference.
I think the meta's proved that the Karma is the champion of choice right now for everyone, it seems.
That might be one of the only questions we've had answered here in the first week of play. As the dust has settled, Queso are sitting 2-0 top of the league. From those of us here at the Snapdragon Pro Series and all of our partners, we want to say thank you very much for joining us, from Stuart, D-Man, and myself. That's week 1 in the books. We'll join you next week, 4 o'clock CEST, right back here on stream. You don't want to miss those games.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.